Check, check, one, two. We'll be getting started in about 2 minutes. Good morning. I'm State Representative Jonathan Steinberg, co-chair of the Energy and Technology Committee. And with perfect timing, our ranking senator is here. We are here for the first of what we expect to be 4 public hearings on issues before the Energy and Technology Committee. Today's agenda is kind of a grab bag of a bunch of different ideas, but a couple that seem to have attracted a broad enough audience of interest. And we beg your indulgence. We're going to try to keep everybody except maybe the agency heads to 3 minutes so we can get through this in an orderly fashion. And we will also be taking questions from members of the committee who are currently participating via Zoom. Without further ado, I'll hand off to my co-chair, Senator Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking forward to this hearing. There are some important bills being raised. I just want to remind people that this is about legislation, not about people. Let's make sure that we remember that as we talk about the issues ahead of us. There are more bills beyond this that we'll have in other public hearings. And then there's time for private conversations. We've been meeting with lobbyists. We'll continue to meet with all interested parties to the extent that that's possible. So thank you.
Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking forward to our conversation today as we continue to work to find balance in state policy that protects consumers and provides an affordable and reliable electric grid. So I'm looking forward to our hearing and conversation today.
Thank you, Senator Fazio. Good morning, Representative.
Good morning. Thank you. And thank everyone for coming today. I'm looking forward to the conversation. I am really excited to hear what you believe are good ideas we should be putting forward and where you see ideas that we should stop. So let's get started. Thanks.
Wonderful. So first on our agenda today is the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection Commissioner Dykes, and her staff or Good morning.
Good morning. Great to be with you this morning. And I'm joined by Deputy Commissioner Joe DiNicola. I'm Katie Dykes, Commissioner at DEEP. Our agency offered written testimony on a few of the bills on the agenda today. We're supportive of a study of the tax implications of the Non-Residential Energy Solutions Program, 6776. Certainly with all of the dynamics related to federal tax credits and incentives, we're supportive of providing more analysis and information about the implications of those federal policies and other incentives for our state programs. On 6779, DEEP respectfully is not in support of this bill, which we feel would undermine some of the subject matter expertise that's present with the local planning, zoning, inland wetlands, and other commissions that have existing authority to weigh in on solar projects that are not subject to siting council jurisdiction. We have appreciated the opportunity through Public Act 24-144 to analyze some possible process improvements and best practices for the siting council, and would be glad to work with the committee to help explore ways to ensure municipalities are adequately engaged in the various planning and approval processes related to non-siting council jurisdictional facilities. But at this time, we're not in support of this bill. We do feel, it's critical for affordable energy supply and growing our energy supply to continue to have a clear pathway for considering environmental and other impacts for these smaller solar systems. And we think the existing structure is better suited to address that. Senate Bill 545, we also provided written testimony on. This is a bill that DEEP is supportive of. This is related to the telecommunications quality of service standards. It's important that we are able to ensure that PURA is able to adopt and enforce quality of service standards concerning voice over internet protocol telephone service. And so for that reason, we are in support of this. But with that, in the interest of time, I'll be glad to take any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you, Commissioner. That was about as fast as we've had you cover 3 bills in this committee. Let's focus for a moment on 6779, the siting issue. As you recall, as many as 5 committees tried to take up the issues with the siting council, or at least perceived concerns last year. We did have some legislation. There's legislation this year. But there's a general uneasiness that on perhaps both extremes, we are not necessarily serving everybody's needs. And that's a broad statement, but there's concern. Municipalities don't feel as they're being heard. And on the other end, there's concern that perhaps those who are proposing some of these projects are not being as transparent in terms of disclosure and some of the options that are out there. We're still struggling with this as a state. And the general impression is there's an asymmetry between those projects that are supervised by PURA versus those that are overseen by the siting council. You've expressed a willingness to talk about how we can make this better. What do you see as a path to actually protecting the interests of residents, but also promoting our ability to assure we have adequate energy supply and we're able to get it to us?
Well, thank you for that. I'll just say with respect to the siting council report, DEEP, we engaged many stakeholders. Eric Hammerling from DEEP led that report through a lot of engagement with various players who are involved in the siting council process. We were able to highlight some of the different opportunities to help strengthen the role of municipalities in the siting council process. And, including helping to expand the process for pre-application municipal consultations, expanding the pre-application consultation period for municipalities with transmission line projects from 60 to 90 days, the increase in the municipal participation fee. Like, there's a variety of different solutions we were able to identify there. That is specific to the siting council process, but certainly, and particular to the role of municipalities, there's a whole host of other stakeholder concerns and issues that need to be addressed when you think about ensuring the compatibility of solar development with preserving agricultural lands, thinking about the trying to avoid the over concentration of solar development in certain communities associated with some of the interconnection upgrade costs. I know PURA has a docket that they're trying to explore some opportunities there, which may change some of the perceived asymmetries of certain communities being targeted for a lot of hosting of solar. The tax issues, certainly with the uniform capacity tax, we did analysis for the legislature on that. I just mention all of those as examples of where this is an issue as we see more solar deployment across the state. We are actively trying to work on identifying best practices to address a lot of these different pain points specific to municipal role for the pure jurisdictional or the smaller programs. I think there are likely more solutions that we could explore and happy to engage municipalities on that in that regard or to hear from stakeholders who have concerns here, because I'm sure we can identify some other best practices that could be proposed for the committee's consideration. And briefly, Eric, is there anything you want to add?
Sure, Commissioner. Eric Hammerling, Director of the Office of Environmental Review and Strategic Initiatives at DEEP, and was happy to work on that report to this committee and others on the Siting Council this last year. I say all of that, which is actually more than I have to add, because I think the Commissioner covered it very well. I will just say that, there are lots of opportunities in the Siting Council's process for municipalities to be heard that I think they don't always take advantage of. And I think there are some things to point out there. But obviously, the focus of this bill is not on Siting Council jurisdiction. It's on things of lesser jurisdiction at the municipal level. And there too, part of the reason that we are opposed to this bill, as the Commissioner said, is, we think that the role of local land use commissions is really important in evaluating the siting of those non-jurisdictional for the Siting Council projects. And so we think that that process should be able to continue as it is now.
Thank you. I think it's critically important that DEEP becomes a leading partner as we continue to talk about these things. You guys are charged with sort of the broader strategy and making sure we get to where we need to be. And we would hope that the natural tension between local desires and broad state goals can be reconciled. We had a large working group last year on the Siting Council, maybe a little unwieldy, but we made some progress. Perhaps we could contemplate getting the band back together and having some of these conversations, because it's clear that some of the issues we addressed last year are not adequately resolved in a lot of people's views. So we appreciate your partnership on that.
Thank you. We'd be glad to support, certainly, because we have natural resource management, environmental quality expertise within the agency, as well as the work of the Energy Policy Bureau on helping to identify the best path towards developing solar affordably. I think we're fortunate to have a lot of different expertise on the various, sometimes competing, but hopefully areas where we could achieve some harmony and among these interests. So glad to be part of that conversation.
Thank you. We look forward to that dialogue. Senator Fazio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Commissioner. Thank you for your testimony. Obviously you are well known as the Commissioner of DEEP, but you used to be the chair of PURA. I was wondering if there is a House view, or you have a view on any aspects of Senate Bill 1193, which would reduce, I guess the headline is that it would reduce the number of commissioners on PURA from 5 to 3, but also it would allow the chair to assign to a panel of 1 any given decision. So wanted to see if there is either a House view at DEEP or any personal kind of insights based on your extensive experience.
Well, thank you, Senator. I appreciate the question. I will defer to the governor's office in terms of these issues. Although PURA is within DEEP, I think we have, really we are not directly involved in PURA structure or dictating their organization. I think that's really up to the legislature and in conversation with the governor. So I don't think I have any opinions, official or personal, that I would share on this matter.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Mara.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate your testimony. I had We had some testimony come in, and I know this person is not going to be speaking up, but I just wanted to get some of your input on it. And it's particularly on the siting council. And they're talking about the expansion of renewable energy, and then looking at it holistically as it's intended to protect environment, ecosystems, and the health of local communities. So their point here is looking at some of the forestry issues and the tree issues around siting of solar. And they come at this pretty hard, saying that when you're talking about clean energy, yeah, you're taking away trees and forestry. How do you balance that? And do you have an opinion on that? And can you help me understand maybe how the siting council deals with this as it is?
Sure. So I think with respect to the specifics, I know that DEEP, we have a seat on the siting council. We also perform the role of providing expert comments to the siting council from our technical staff. And so we frequently are providing that analysis to the siting council as the members are considering the applications that are before them. And those technical comments always speak to not just impacts to forests, but also to wetlands and others, stormwater mitigation, endangered species impacts, and so on and so forth. So we're pleased that we're able to provide those comments, and I can say we feel that they're well considered. We often find through the siting council process that where those issues are uncovered, there's often modifications that developers can make to try to mitigate some of those impacts through the design of their projects as they're under consideration by the siting council. And so I think that can provide some confidence to the commenter that you're referencing, that we're achieving that process and our ability to raise those issues and make sure that they're considered by the siting council is leading to more balanced decisions and designs of these projects going forward. I also want to say that as we think about solar and impacts to forests, it's important to zoom out and think about all of the different development activities that are impacting forests across the state. DEEP a few years ago was able to sponsor what we called the Perfect Future report, and PERFECT is an acronym, and I can't remember exactly what it stands for. But sorry, but we'd be happy to share it with the commenter that you're mentioning. They're really highlighted the importance of retaining forest lands across Connecticut, as we know that there's a lot of development pressure that's converting forests, whether it's for solar or it may be for warehouses, industrial use, or for expansion of residential development. There's a whole host of different activities that are supporting a growing economy but are impacting forests. And we identified in that report the need for a holistic approach to try to minimize that conversion in a way that's compatible with a thriving economy. And that includes things like supporting transit-oriented development, the work that we're doing with the Environment and Commerce Committee to help eliminate the Transfer Act and support a release-based program for cleanups of contaminated sites is an example of the kind of thing that we're trying to do to ensure that already disturbed sites, particularly in city centers that would love to grow their grand lists, are positioned to be able to be productively reused so that we can concentrate development more in those locations close to infrastructure and away from critical habitat and forests. And so I'm excited about how some of those sort of measures, I think, will help reduce pressures on forests. At the same time, we've worked through various PURA dockets and policy papers to encourage incentives for the development of solar on previously disturbed lands, including bonus adders for development on landfills, on brownfields, and those sorts of things. And so we have a lot of now experience in the development of solar in those contexts as well. So would be happy to follow up with that individual. And we share to extent we share the concern of trying to find the right balance of carrots and sticks to ensure we can get affordable solar development without about reducing our forest cover here in the state.
Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate that holistic view that you've got, and I will follow up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mushinski, followed by Representative Yakarino.
Similar question, follow-up question to Representative Mara. Commissioner, I am very concerned, and people have been writing to me about the loss of forest for community solar projects. And there have been two big projects that were built in an intact forest to help another town, many towns away, with their community solar demands. And it seems to me that the developers will keep heading for intact forest because it's cheaper for them to develop a solar on community solar on either a farmland or a intact forest. It's a cheaper per acre. So I am concerned about that. And I had proposed legislation that would stop the practice, but it was not raised. Do you think there's enough disincentive to community solar developers to steer them away from farmland and intact forest? Because I don't see it. I see them heading that way and continuing to eat up intact forest, which we need for climate protection, watershed protection, and so on. Do we have enough disincentives? That's my question.
I'd be happy to spend more time on this issue with you, Representative, with the committee. I think that, I'll say in the for the larger projects, there have been more disincentives put in place. I know, Eric, if you want to speak to that just briefly.
Sure. So for petitions to the Siting Council of 2 megawatts or greater, there is if there is core forest or prime farmland on that site, there's a requirement for the petitioner to request a letter from either DEEP or the Department of Agriculture certifying that there is no material effect on that land as either core forest or prime farmland. If our agencies determine that there is a material effect and we don't provide that letter, that's often a pretty big disincentive, Representative Mushinski, for why a project wouldn't go forward. And we hope that that is a way of encouraging proposals that are not going to have that type of impact on prime farmland or core forest. However, I think as many folks know, we live in a state that has a lot of forest and a state that has a lot of farmland. So that we do have a space issue, and the Siting Council is supposed to help with that balance, and we try to provide input to help protect core forest in particular.
Okay, I'm just very unhappy with the way community solar is developing. I was a big fan of community solar. I supported the bill. I advocated for it when it became law. And at the time we looked at this, all the discussion was about putting community solar in developed areas, canopies, rooftops, warehouse rooftops, and so on. Nothing about going out to the countryside and developing in a forest, an intact forest. So it was a complete bait and switch as far as I'm concerned. We were promised by the advocates for community solar that it would be on developed areas, and that's not what's happening. So I'm just very distressed about the way this is going and would like to steer it back to developed areas, which is more appropriate for community solar, and try to keep our resources that we have while we're providing solar. They do it in Europe. They do it in Europe. They put it in Germany. All the community solar is on existing developed areas. They do not put it in forest and farmland. And we can do that here, I think. Just a diatribe, Mr. Chairman. I'm just trying to get back to balancing so we don't lose our forests. Not sure how to write it, but I am concerned about it. Thank you,
We
Mr. Chairman.
appreciate your passion, Representative Mushinski. It's probably not going to be the only diatribe we have today. Commissioner, is there anything you'd like to respond, or are we good? Okay,
I'm just happy to be part of that continuing conversation.
I look forward to that. Representative Iacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for being here. Really off what Rep. Mashinsky said and Rep. Mara. In North Haven, we've lost 2 farms to solar. And my friend Lou Brelli, who since passed, was a farmer for 60 years. He said, I might be an old farmer. I might not have a degree, but that bill that passed, what Mary just said, is going to destroy our farmland, our forest. It should all, they're giving a bait and switch. They're going to utilize whatever strength they have to go after weak farms or forests, not, we have so much forest, but we also have a lot of vacant industrial property that we don't use. And I think that's short-sighted on whoever's making the decisions on the siting council or deep, because we'll never get that farm back. We won't get that forest back. And what happens with the solar farms and farms, especially, or any even forests, there's so much erosion, all the wildlife around it, all there's so much erosion that leads into neighborhoods. I have got so many complaints in North Haven that they're getting more flooding, more runoff because of the solar farms. And they're right near neighborhoods in many cases. So I think it was a maybe good intent, but it gave people a tool to utilize, maybe a loophole in the bill, excuse me, that is really destroying, I think, our beautification of Connecticut. And solar farms should be used on vacant land, on industrial land. That's one of the reasons we did the Transfer Act, to utilize some of that land, and we haven't used it. It's easy to take a farmer that is struggling to offer them a lot of money and know they're going to get it passed. So I do agree with Mary and Rep. Mara. I know you heard this, but we haven't done anything about it, and we're not going to, I don't think, in the near future. We talk a lot in this building, but not a lot of things actually happen for the better.
Well, I appreciate the that perspective from your district. And, I'll say that Deep Stormwater Program has, worked over the years to try to provide clear guidance for solar developers to help mitigate stormwater runoff issues. We've worked with DOAG on various ways to ensure we're providing adequate protection for prime farmland. I think that this is one of those topics that, as we see more solar development occurring, we just have to continue to be listening and hearing what the impacts are. We're certainly, monitoring and participating in the siting council process, but at the sub-siting council level, it's what I'm taking away from today's conversation. We have to be very attentive to how these projects are playing out in real time. And of course, we want to try to find, I think it's important to try to find comprehensive solutions, bundles of, combinations of carrots and sticks, preventing or prohibiting certain types of access to certain types of lands for development can have the consequence of causing projects to be much more expensive, and that can accrue to, increased ratepayer costs. So we need to find a combination of push and pull to help ensure that we have access to the right kinds of properties, right? And can provide a predictable process for developers to navigate as well, because I'm sure that they're just as dismayed when they run into opposition through a planning or siting process that holds up a project. So we're happy to continue to, take in the feedback that the committee that you're hearing from your constituents, and also engage with developers and stakeholders and municipal leaders to see if there's, what more best practices we can uncover here.
I appreciate that, but the fact is, tell the people on Drazen Drive South, or Mill Road, where there's so much runoff, and there's a strawberry farm and field, because more money was offered by the developer. They got rid of the strawberry farm. That's because they get offered so much money. Plus they get a tax incentive. So I just think that we went down the wrong road. I think would hope we would have more utilization of vacant property that doesn't destroy our pristine land, that doesn't destroy our local farmers. But I do have one more question, and hope you don't mind that. When you were Pura chair, did you ever hold a docket just as one person? Like,
I'm sorry?
would you ever preside over a docket as one person?
I don't recall. I'd have to go back and it's been 6 years that I've been in this role and it's been plenty busy. So I'd have to dig into the memory banks to give you an answer on that one. Happy to follow up.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Yakarino. I've appreciated this dialogue because it sounds like you've hit the nail on the head. If we can find ways to direct projects to locations where they're welcome and they're going to work with existing infrastructure and the like, that's the ideal way to go. And if we can create the appropriate incentives as part of a broader strategy, I think that's going to help us address a lot of these local issues. And I'll also add, for Representative Yakarino's benefit, plenty of research now indicating that farms and solar can coexist. I don't know if you can grow strawberries underneath solar panels, but there are a lot of other uses which seem to be complementary.
I do agree if it's something that benefits the area, but like Lou said, my friend who's a farmer who's passed since, this will destroy our farmland because they're offering so much money, and it's hard enough to farm in Connecticut as it is. Now they're going to offer so much money, they're going to destroy our land. That's just coming from a farmer that his family was before him, that over 100 years of farming. That's all.
Well, maybe we can encourage complementary uses as a good outcome without losing farmland. Senator Needleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you guys for testifying. Thank you, Commissioner. Sorry you're being saddled with trying to refer back to your memory banks from 6-7 years ago. A couple of things. One is, I don't know if we would do it in statute or not, but does DEEP or Pura or anyone have a paper that sort of, like we did with, you guys have done with the waste hierarchy? The hierarchy for preferred land development, obviously brownfields are great for solar. I think that when you start cutting down vast amounts of trees to put solar, the carbon sink of the trees begins to weigh against the benefit of the solar. But we have a lot of forest in the state, almost all of which in the 1930s was grazing land for farms. And much of it has been recaptured as forest, because farming in Connecticut, as wonderful as it is, and as someone who owns 25 acres of land that is currently being farmed, is a very tough proposition and a very hard business to be in. So it's not unreasonable that some farmers would look at the opportunity and being offered by the solar providers and say, I can make more money and not work than work my butt off and farm. So they're trying to figure out what's right for them. And I happen to be, not that I get solicitations literally all the time for this acreage. And I let someone farm it for no money, just because I love seeing it there. It's an old airport, and but it's a very tempting proposition, and I think that some of the farming is done more for show than for actual money-making side of it. The people who've done it for generations love it, and that's why when you go to a farm stand and you see Connecticut grown, the strawberries are 2 times or 3 times the price that you see them in the supermarket. It's just, people buy it because they can, but it's hard work and it's manual work, and it relies on, visas for foreigners coming in. So I understand the temptation, and I tend to be generally siding with the rights of property owners about what they do with their land. And if a farmer doesn't want to do it, they just don't have to, right? If they don't have to sell their land or lease their land, the economics of it may determine it. But some kind of a hierarchical structure here that said this is preferred, and then maybe it would get to be very sophisticated to try to target it a little bit more in a more sophisticated, detailed way, where you give preferential treatment. Just a thought. Certainly old buildings, brownfields are number one as far as I'm concerned. But it's just a complicated issue. And as I found in my 6 years of chairing this committee, everybody's got a complaint about every form of energy on the grid. Literally. I think I probably said this at this committee before. For those of you that are old enough, Soylent Green in that movie with Edward G. Robinson, when done 2 weeks before he died, how he got on a bicycle, I don't know, but they had no power. And when the light started flickering, he got on a bicycle and started pedaling it to charge up a bank of car batteries, which no one talked about how you're going to get rid of the car batteries, but he powered it up and got enough juice to keep the light on for the night. That may be the best. We should all like have little pedaling things underneath us and we get healthier in the process. But whether it's forests or farmland or green, brownfields or whatever, maybe we should have a little more direction in that, just as a thought. I don't have any more questions. I do want to make a statement about 1193 really quickly. That bill is a bill that I put in. I want to be very clear about that. And prior to 2019, we had 3 commissioners. We changed it in 2019 in a implementer, very specific reasons. And all I asked our LCO to do was to revert back to the language prior to 2019. That is word for word in the language that was in statute starting in 2011. So from 2011 to 2019, we had a statutory thing of 3. There was a lot of controversy when Governor Malloy did that. I think it was the right decision. I've been quite public about that, but I want to say that no original language was invented for anybody who was chair. The language was there from 2011 all the way through 2019. So with that, I'm going to say thank you and
Thank you. We have Representative Winter first. I just want to make particular note of the movie referral that we're going to try to do that for each of our meetings. So stay tuned to the next referral. Yeah. Representative Winter, followed by Representative Mara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. Following up on Senator Needleman's point, do you have data, from the past several years about capacity installed through the non-residential renewable energy solutions program and how that breaks out brownfield versus parking canopy versus other land uses?
Yep. So we that data is available and we'd be happy to work with the committee to provide it. I also want to note that we just recently have been working. We established a Community Renewable Energy Siting Tool Collaborative, or CREST. Love our acronyms, which is including state agencies and municipalities and the utilities, solar developers, environmental advocates, with the goal to develop a state solar mapping tool, a siting mapping tool with various GIS layers, so we can overlay some of these different types of sites and identify. The goal here is to try to identify deconflicted sites that would have the least impact in terms of, or balanced impact in terms of meeting community acceptance and the committee's preferences in terms of where we want to see solar being developed. This is actually something that we're implementing as required under Public Act 24-31, Section 5. So we're really, the work is continuing. We were able to find funding to do it, and we'll be glad to follow up with the committee to share more about the process for the development of that tool. But I think that will help a lot, not just in terms of being able to develop a hierarchy to guide the program design, so we can send solar in the right place across DEEP or PURA programs, but also to provide more clarity in terms of where the development pressures have been to date.
And could you provide equivalent data for the shared clean energy facility program?
Yeah, I think that can be accomplished. Yep.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You, Representative. I understand Representative Miko will go and then we'll have Representative Mara for the second time. Representative Miko.
I appreciate the deference of my good colleague, Representative Mara. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for coming to testify as always. So I just had a clarifying question for you on your testimony for House Bill 6779 about citing of non-residential solar facilities. So the way I read it, this proposal, this bill has two substantial changes. Number one, and your testimony spoke to only one of them that I could see. So the first change refers to it changes the bodies of the municipalities. So and it just says a municipality as opposed to other potential bodies in the municipality that could make these decisions. So, but I noticed that you didn't in your written testimony, you didn't specifically speak to line 20, which I think is the other major change in this bill that talks about non-residential solar photovoltaic facilities. So I'm presuming that you don't have any objection to including non-residential solar PV facilities in that list of entities that would be regulated by the municipality. Is that a correct assumption?
Good morning, Jody Nicole. I'm the Deputy Commissioner for Energy and Technology Policy at DEEP. I think our general observation on this bill is that we were, as the Commissioner described previously, opposed to the idea of changing the local oversight of the projects. We aren't specific or differentiate between whether those projects are efficiency projects or solar, but we're generally opposed to the creation of a new mechanism for oversight of these types of projects. So we weren't specific between the two types.
No, I appreciate that. And the reason I asked the question is because there was some considerable controversy in this committee last year about oversight by municipalities specifically over non-residential solar voltaic facilities, as I recall. So that's why I was curious to know your position on that. That's the reason for the question. So you're okay with line 20 is what you're telling me?
Line 20 being
that line 20 includes non-residential solar PV facilities along with the other facilities that are already in statute, steam plants, gas plants, water tanks, antennas, and so forth.
I think we'd have to go back and look at that, but my understanding is that by including that under a municipal purview that's separate from the existing review process, is we would not be supportive of the idea of putting solar under a new review process, whether that's separating from, I think what you heard last year was around the siting council. This year, what we understand is this is for smaller projects, and that this proposal is for those smaller projects, create a new review process for those. And that we're opposed to that concept.
If I may, Mr. Chair, just for clarity, but it seems to me that line 20 is a substantial change because it adds a whole new type of facility which wasn't in previous statute, and that's a big deal to me, and that's why I raised the issue. But you're telling me, I guess what you're telling me is you're concerned, your objection has more to do, or the department's objection has more to do with the putting the responsibility in the hands of a particular body within a municipality, as opposed to objecting to including solar in this list, because to me that looks like a substantial change.
I'm not sure we disagree with you. We are not in support because we do feel this is a substantial change. I think what the Deputy Commissioner is saying is we are opposing this bill. Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Mara, followed by Representative Canino.
Thank you so much for allowing me the second time. I just wanted to, I just wanted to come back to Senate Bill 1193. Maybe since you know that Senator Needleman put it in and not the governor, you might have some more comments on it. But knowing that this language is language that we had before, and when you came in, I believe if I'm doing my calculations correctly, you would have come in when we had 5 commissioners. So I'm curious, no, you had, when you came in, it was still 3 commissioners. Did it move up? And then I guess my question is I would love to hear some insight from you on how you feel the workload of PURA will be with 3 commissioners, and if there's anything else that needs to go in here along with that to assist with the workload to make sure that that can run smoothly, just because you may have a little more of that perspective. And if you don't, I'll hear you now, but if you have any other thoughts later, I'm open to those as well. Thank you.
I think, as you know, I never, or I hate to, not answer or be prepared to answer the questions when the committee is so kind to seek out my opinions or expertise on things. I never want to hold back, but in this case, I did not prepare for today's hearing. I really didn't spend any time on this bill, since we were focused on the other bills in terms of Deep's expertise and role. But I'd be happy to, so I'm really not prepared to offer any opinions on that from my past experience, but I'd be happy to follow up with the committee subsequently, and if that's of interest.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm really just seeking information. So
Sure.
yeah, I absolutely would appreciate a follow-up discussion. Didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No,
but
that's
all right.
okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the second time.
Thank you. I think it's becoming eminently clear that the commissioner is not inclined to speak off the cuff on that particular subject, so maybe we can avoid the repetition of those questions. Representative Canino, followed by Representative Hughes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and sorry for not being there in person. I had some business in district today. I said my regrets. Concerning House Bill 6679, I just had a question about the current regulation of these solar photovoltaic facilities. It seems like this would create a threshold. The discussion before made it seem like there would be a threshold to where a project would be taken over by the siting council. Is it currently true that all solar photovoltaic projects are regulated by the siting council?
Hi, Eric Hammerling again. Yes, only projects of 1 megawatt or greater, if we're talking about solar facilities, are regulated by the siting council. And again, this bill 6779 is focused on those facilities that are not subject to the jurisdiction of the siting council. So typically, these would be projects of under 1 megawatt.
Thank you. And so this legislation would not change that threshold, it looks like?
It would not.
Okay. I have significant concerns about some of these projects in my district. For example, there are a number of projects being proposed very close to residential facilities, and the towns feel helpless. We feel like the siting council has not been taking our concerns into account as they should. There are multiple environmental concerns, and the towns would like some control back over these processes. So I look forward to the discussion on these matters, and thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Hughes, followed by Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for being here. Can you talk to us a little bit about if or how 6779 would impact the proposal of photovoltaic cells on state highways like Massachusetts has?
It's a great question, Representative Hughes, because, that I think is something we'd love to see more of. However, I think many of those facilities are probably larger than 1 megawatt and would be subject and go through multiple towns and likely would be more in the siting council's purview than what's covered under this bill.
That's what
So-
I was wondering, if it's the 1 megawatt threshold, because I get questions all the time from constituents driving through Massachusetts saying, why are we so far behind? Why aren't we putting up some of these to increase our supply, solar supply along our highways? And I was like, I don't know. Let me ask. So, but this sounds like this would not impact that, but maybe Commissioner Dykes, you have any insight as to what the barriers are, why we haven't pursued that?
I think that I'm trying to recall if it was the legislation before it was just raised bills in the past, but certainly this is something that, in fact, under the Biden administration, we saw increased interest from the US DOT about looking at supporting hosting of energy facilities in DOT rights of way and so on. There's always, maintenance access, safety concerns, and so on and so forth that have come up over the time. We have also been, so we'd be happy to circle back with Commissioner Euclid and the DOT team to be able to provide some latest and greatest in terms of what these opportunities may look like. Proximity to interconnection points is also, critically important. Stormwater management, which is already an issue that we work with DOT on in terms of their highway projects, is something that comes into play. But would be glad to follow up. Certainly, I think the takeaway from this conversation this morning is that there's continuing concern around siting of these smaller projects, and we have to ensure that there continues to be community acceptance of development of solar. Just to reiterate, of course, as the committee knows, as we've been deploying more solar, we're seeing, a lot of those benefits of solar on the grid, including as if you look at the ISO New England app, we've seen a lot of solar generation occurring during those daylight hours in this wintertime when our prices have been elevated, and it's actually helping to ration the amount of natural gas that we have to be utilizing at a time when natural gas supplies are scarce. So it is delivering, benefits in new ways that we're continuing to understand and to see translating into lower costs for all ratepayers, which is a good thing. But we have to continue to bring our, every idea and a comprehensive approach so that we can ensure that communities are continue to be willing to site these facilities. And that means finding the right balance. And looking at state facilities and state properties is something that across the Lamont administration, and as we've been talking with OPM and the Department and DAS, I know that there's a continuing effort to look at, what we could do within state properties as well, including DOT.
Thank you. I
Great.
see.
I could just add, just to add to that, there is a study that should be released shortly that looks more broadly at sustainability initiatives
Okay.
on state properties. There has been development, not along highways, but canopy, solar canopy, some rooftop installation on state properties. And that report that I referenced, a Greener Gov report, will be available shortly, and we'll be certain to share that with you.
I look forward to that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
As do I. That sounds like it could be a very helpful report at this time. Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My only question is focused on one of three testimonies you submitted, specifically HB 6776. Actually, you were the only person to submit testimony on it, but this is with respect to the NRES program, non-residential renewable energy solutions, and certainly the impacts our federal tax code and the existing tax deductions and credits that are available to the program, and how the program and those credits intersect. Obviously, a lot of noise about what's happening at the national level down in Washington regarding energy policy now, and certainly the future of solar in America. And so curious as to kind of what your thoughts are on this bill, and a little bit more clarity.
So yes, I think that as we are in nearing week 3 of the new administration, we know that there's going to be a lot of action both from the Trump administration, but as well on the Hill in terms of negotiations related to the future of some of the critical tax credits, not just for solar, but for a whole host of different energy types of energy infrastructure that we need to grow our supply. So at this time, there's still a lot more sort of prognostication of what might happen than actual information about the contours of any changes to the Inflation Reduction Act or some of the underlying tax credits. But we think that it's prudent, of the committee to be interested to get information about what the implications of any changes will be once they occur. And so we're, as we're monitoring that, we're happy to also engage with the committee on any analysis, sharing back any analysis, because any changes could certainly affect the economics of some of the programs that we have in place at the state level.
Thank you for that. And I would note that something I'd like to see for the future is certainly more energy development within the state as part of that program. I think the state can procure up to 110 megawatts of power from NRES annually, and something I think our state can take part in. Obviously noted today, a lot of properties within our state that are underutilized, whether it be underutilized surface parking, et cetera. But thank you for your leadership, and look forward to working with you.
And I'll also just note, because I know the emphasis has been on the smaller projects, DEEP has been, pursuing competitive procurements for zero carbon resources, including grid scale solar, which tends to be a lower price in terms of unit costs. And what we think about the ratepayer cost of developing those projects. It also, through those procurements, it opens up the ability for us to get the benefits of solar development across sites, spanning all of New England and adjacent control areas. So that is something that there are other benefits of behind the meter program projects, of course, that the grid scale projects don't provide. But that's another just thing I wanted to offer up into this conversation to the extent that, for example, in the recent procurement, we were able to support projects that are being developed up in Maine. Anyway, but we're happy to engage on that and appreciate the question on 6776.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We appreciate your time. We'd love to strike the balance between a lot more distributed generation right here in Connecticut and securing adequate supply for all of our needs. We appreciate your work on a regional basis to make sure that that's going to happen. You heard our questions about to ISO New England last week, where we're hoping they're also on the same page, but we're counting on DEEP to give us the leadership as we go forward on this.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions. Thank you for your testimony,
Thank you for your time.
Commissioner. We are approaching the 1 hour point of testimony. We will hear from the Office of the Consumer Counsel and then shift to members of the public and then alternate going forward. Welcome. Proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Steinberg, and it's still morning. Good morning to members of the Energy and Technology Committee. My name is Claire Coleman. I am the Consumer Counsel and head of the Office of Consumer Counsel. With me today is Tom Wheel, our Legal and Regulatory Director, as well as Rihanna Ash, our Research Associate Analyst in our Telecom and Broadband Division. We submitted testimony on several bills this morning. I did want to focus on a couple, in my view, which would be important to highlight the OCC's position on. The first one is raise bill 6777, an act concerning water utility systems and water quality treatment surcharges. We appreciate Connecticut Water Company for raising this bill. We are in agreement that consumers are not well served if their drinking water is not safe, and that we are in a critical moment for rising to the challenge of addressing necessary stricter regulations to try to limit the amount of PFAS in our water quality supply. That being said, cost recovery mechanisms that are outside of traditional rate base, in our view, are always, extraordinary, justified only in extraordinary circumstances, and they have to be very limited in scope in order to protect consumers from taking on more risk or cost than necessary. So, while we do agree circumstances are presented here to discuss and evaluate the potential for cost recovery mechanism as proposed in this bill outside of rate base, as currently written, we have several concerns that, when you get into the details, there are provisions that don't adequately protect consumers. Just to mention a few, we think the bill needs to clarify the time period of recovery for these costs. We also think that there needs to be a shortening of the completion of the timeline of projects to be able to use this cost recovery mechanism. We'd like to see the definition of what types of investments qualify for special treatment with this cost recovery mechanism are narrowed. And we would like to work with the committee to address some concerns regarding triggering the proposed earnings share mechanism, as well as a provision allowing for the automatic administrative approval of a substantive utility filing like it would be in this case, absent a ruling of PURA. So while, we're saying, yes, we support the concept at this point, we can't support the specific language in the bill and hope we'll have the opportunity to work with the committee. We recognize and appreciate that Connecticut Water acknowledged that the current language doesn't reflect concerns that we have expressed to them directly as well, and hope we can all come to a form of the bill which would allow for proactive response to the new stringent requirements imposed on utilities as part of this PFAS regulation, but also protect consumers. The next bill I'd like to touch on is 545, an act concerning the satisfaction of telecommunications quality of service standards and prohibiting remote connection fees. The OCC strongly supports this provision, which will clarify and expand upon important protections for telecommunication customers. The quality of service clarification will ensure that all wireline voice providers in Connecticut, and I want to clarify that's not, it's not targeting nomadic VoIP products, like Skype and other apps that I believe have been raised as a concern by some of those opposing the bill. This is a much more narrow expansion to ensure that those customers who are receiving voice services over the internet are receiving the same level of quality of service as those who are still POTS customers, plain old telephone service. So ensuring that providers include information about quality of service for VoIP customers will provide PURA and the OCC with more information about how the companies are doing, for example, responding to outage restorations, installation requests, ensuring maintenance appointments are kept. This is the type of reporting providers are doing currently, but not for VoIP customers. So this is an important bill that's going to allow us to ensure, that customers, particularly those who rely on E911, for example, have good quality service. We do think there are some technical edits. I'm not going to go into them here, but would appreciate the opportunity to work with the committee on some of those to ensure that the intent of the bill is realized. And then there is a second proposal within that that's equally as important, which is prohibiting remote connection fees. Remote connection fees really cost companies very little money, yet we've seen a range of cost structures that are being imposed on customers from our perspective for, without cost justification, and we'd like to protect customers from those practices. And I guess I'll go ahead. We did not submit written testimony on 1193, but in anticipation of questions, I'm evaluating all of these different proposed changes from the lens of what is best for consumers, what's the most productive, effective, and protective framework, utility regulatory framework for consumers. And I have to say there's pros and cons to everything with respect to the proposal to change the number of commissioners from 5 to 3. I have to say I've only appeared before and my PURA as a commission of 3. It's been highly productive. In fact, our team has a hard time keeping up with all of the work. What is best for consumers, I think, has more to do with the breadth and depth of experience and dedication that each commissioner provides, right? You can't say, a 3-person panel is going to be better or worse than a 5-person without knowing the experience and qualifications and perspectives of those members. I did appreciate Senator Needleman's clarification on the piece about assigning commissioners a matter. I also was up late last night doing my own legislative history research about that, because I had recalled the language that has the language that I think technically does mean that one commissioner, well, I guess what I'd seek is a conversation about the intent of that, because while it can be read to be interpreted as one commissioner can decide a final decision in a matter of the other commissioners, and that is something we would have concern with in terms of the final decision. I'm still kind of processing that legislative history and how this was implemented in the past to know whether or not that is really the intent of this language. So little tongue-tied there, but still something we're looking at and want to, make sure that while, consensus-based decisions across commissioners is generally a good thing, we also have to take into account the enormous amount of work that the commission does and what type of flexibility is needed to keep the agency functioning. So look forward to future discussions about that as well. With that, I will answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony, and we appreciate your thoughtful comments with regard to the situation at PURA. Let's go back to some of your earlier testimony. We're now in the process of the sale of Aquarian to a public water company. You've made mention of how important it is that we address the PFAS issue in the water supply. My insight is that Aquarian has been very aggressive in dealing with PFAS as part of their process, but do you become more concerned about the public water safety in that when a company like Aquarian ceases to have oversight from PURA?
Well, so the new PFAS regulations were not in place when Aquarian came in for their last rate case. So while they did present information about PFAS treatment, we weren't really focused on complying with the new regulations. Speaking more broadly, we have seen estimates of costs for utility companies, public or private, across the board, not just in Connecticut, but nationwide, where these investments are going to be significant. So, we don't have a lot of information about the new proposed structure, including the funding structure for the proposed RWA framework, but certainly the ability to access capital to make these investments is something we're evaluating and want to make sure that Aquarian Water customers are receiving the same technology upgrades that any other customer across the state would be receiving.
Thank you. We count on your active involvement in asking those right questions as Pura goes through the process of approving the Aquarian sale, but also more importantly, protecting the public water supply. So thank you for your help on that. Shifting to one of the other bills you testified on, blast from the past, bringing up POTS lines. I've been on this committee for 14 years, and it was one of the first acronyms I heard, and I think some people around here, it conjures the vision of a rotary phone or something along those lines. Your opinion, what's the end game on POTS? How far are we away from being able to make that transition? And how do we protect the public interest when that public interest dwindles down to a very small group of people?
Thank you. That's a really important question. I'd actually like to turn it over to my colleague, Rihanna Ash. She has actually come to us in Connecticut after over a decade of experience working in Massachusetts for their Department of Telecom and Cable, has worked with customers directly as they've transitioned. Rihanna, want to share your thoughts on that?
Thank you, Claire, and thank you all for allowing me to be here today. To restate your question, as I think I heard it, what is the future of POTS, both in Connecticut and perhaps also nationally, and the future of telecom? What are we looking at moving forward? I think the best place to start is that POTS is a technology that's been around for the better part of 100 years, if not more. The service is strung up along the public rights of way from sea to shining sea. This is a ubiquitous service that there were many incentives over the years to accurately identify where folks did not have service and bring service to those areas. So we have what is now an aging POTS network, both in Connecticut and across the country, that companies have been, over the last 2 decades, I would say, slowly replacing with updated technologies, first coaxial cable and more recently fiber, and in some places wireless. Now, the services that we're looking at today are wireline interconnected VoIP services. That is what 545 would be requiring, included in the quality of service reports. Part of the reason for that is because fiber is being used most commonly now to replace the copper in areas where the companies have determined that it is economical to build out in lieu of perhaps repairing the antiquated copper. Companies have been very transparent that they can offer more services, more robust services over fiber. They have also said that it is a more reliable technology. So given that, we have not reached a place where fiber is ubiquitous either in Connecticut or across the country. There are incentives or grant programs right now that are in progress to aid companies in building out their fiber networks. And we have supported reliable networks that give consumers choice. Now, not all places do consumers have choice. In some areas, their copper is being retired. Entire wire centers are being shut down. Across the country, I can speak to Massachusetts, where the incumbent local exchange carrier that owned 99% of the telephone facilities in Massachusetts began retiring copper over 10 years ago. So in those cases, consumers are told copper will no longer be available, and presumably it will be replaced with fiber. That's not the case everywhere. In some places in the country, Kansas, I believe, but I don't want to speak from memory, so I can get back to you if you need that specific location after this. Some companies are looking to substitute in wireless services for copper line. We have concerns about that because wireless, as you may know, is heavily reliant on connectivity reception. And so if a consumer lives in an area, for instance, in a valley or a garden level apartment that has concrete walls, they might not be able to get the same type of reliable telephone service that a wireline customer would receive in a location that has that low reception. So I see this as a time of great change. There's a lot of opportunity in change. There is also a need for thoughtful, forward-looking legislation, and for that reason, we're here today. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess to summarize, we're not there yet when it comes to the end of POTS lines, and we are still in a transition. I take your point how important it is to make sure everybody has adequate quality telecom service before we even contemplate retiring the rest of that system. I imagine that copper is getting more valuable, though. Maybe we can find some way to repurpose it with time. Are there other questions? Representative Hughes, followed by Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Council. Can you talk to us again around the RWA sale of Aquarian to RWA, not just from the taxpayer's point of view, but from those municipalities like a bunch of ours that Aquarian is the biggest landowner and has been paying a negotiated tax rate to those municipalities. We did include some statutory language in the eCert bill about payment in lieu of taxes. Talk to me as a representative of very concerned towns of those, of those reservoirs and land, of how we can protect those municipalities who rely on that tax, which now would be payment in lieu of tax. Is there any kind of negotiated rate that they were paying that they would have to do, or talk to me about that?
So thank you for the question. I do have to reframe it a bit, given our statutory mission to represent the customers of private investor-owned utilities that are regulated by PURA. We are in a position of evaluating this transaction to ensure that those current customers who are our clients are going to be protected through this transition. It's a bit of a different question than sort of what the impact on municipalities are, though I see your concern, and the tax implications are definitely something we will evaluate. I just don't know if we have enough information at this moment to be able to assess the impact and what alternative revenue structures might be able to be put in place. So once we receive the application, I'd be happy to follow up and talk to you a little bit on on both the consumer and municipal perspective.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, if I just may, is it my understanding that you're more of a referee in this, that you can't do any kind of changing of that sale, right?
Unfortunately, we're in sort of a reactive position. What we can do and do intend to do when the new entity seeks approval from PURA, we will intervene on behalf of current Aquarian customers and seek to obtain as much information as possible to be able to evaluate fairly whether the extent of our concerns about rate and quality of service impacts to the extent they're there. Right now, we have had no opportunity to participate in that private bidding process that took place. So we will be there at PURA as soon as the proceeding is open. And frankly, we do think there needs to be a lot of vetting to evaluate all of the complex impacts. I'll look to my colleague, Tom Wheel, to see if he has anything to add on that.
Sure. Tom Wheel, Legal and Regulatory Director of OCC. I would just add that specifically what we expect to see is a filing, presumably from the new Aquarian entity and current Aquarian company itself, seeking PURA's approval of the change in control pursuant to our change in control statutes, but what is being evaluated there is the managerial, technical, and financial capability of the new entity to manage the system. So that's sort of the lens that we'll be testing all the evidence through, and we have lots of questions about, as the Consumer Council said, about how exactly this is going to work. As the Consumer Council referenced before, not only the we're going to seek to understand the impact of the actual transaction at 1.7 times the current rate base value of the system, how that's going to be distributed or not among the current Aquarian customers, but also on a forward-looking basis, getting to, I think, Representative Steinberg's question before, the new entity's continuous access to capital and swift access to capital in order to meet upcoming PFAS compliance standards, and what the impact of that ultimately will be on those ratepayers. So we're certainly going to be asking a lot of those questions. And the only other thing I can say about your last question is just to confirm that certainly right now, Aquarian, Connecticut Water, every economically regulated water company in Connecticut pays municipal taxes, and we have those numbers. Those are part of the revenue requirement for every company. And confirming Consumer Council's statement, we have no idea what the plan is with respect to that after this transaction.
Keep us in the loop. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hughes. Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Coleman, to be here testifying. I do have a question about Pura. I hope you don't mind, but there's a 3 board member, doesn't matter, like you said, 5 or 3, but in like our town is a first selectman, so our first selectman cannot make a decision without quorum. It has to at least, the board. I would think in so many important matters that the Pura commissioner should not make one decision, or it's a decision by her or himself for something that's so important. So I would look at, I don't know if the statute, what the actual language says legally, but I would not think it would give them the authority to make a decision without the other board members. Am I correct?
Thank you. I think that's what's tripping all of us up here, is this shift from the term panel to single, and whether that is intended to impact all decisions or including final decisions. I would agree that a final decision of the commission should be based on, right now there's 3 commissioners who sit on the panel, and, we've seen all forms of voting. We've seen unanimous voting. We've seen 2 commissioners join together to support decision and 1 dissent. I do think for final decisions that framework should be preserved. So I think what we have to do is work through, the technical language within the statute to make sure that, when you're shifting from a 5 commission, if you're shifting from a 5 commission statutory framework to a 3, how to apply all the terminology appropriately throughout the statute.
I appreciate that. And as far as RWA, they're in my district, and they've never had a PFAS violation in the existence of RWA. It really stewards the land and of course, the water. Let's hope, for me, I hope we get to that point where there are water authority. They do a great job. The board members are not highly paid like some of the other public companies. And obviously that's going to be the debate, but they've done a tremendous job in Connecticut.
Yeah, thank you for that comment. And I don't want any of my comments to be construed as a broader statement concerning, the framework of a municipal water authority. Certainly there have been, there are a lot of benefits to municipal water authorities, and we are concerned about long-term, of the short-term rate impacts to customers. And we'll also be sort of balancing that against what the model would look like with a public company that doesn't earn a return on equity for its capital, and what potential longer term savings are there. So there's just a lot of questions that we don't have answers to yet.
I know, I appreciate it. Wasn't a slight. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. I want to thank you particularly for choosing to proactively weigh in on some difficult subjects today. I just want to caution all the members of the committee, there are a lot of things out in the public space, including allegations that need to be substantiated. And I just caution my colleagues not to take that information as factual or given. and that the context here is very complicated. The specific contexts that you have alluded to are critically important in understanding the role of the PURA chair and the other commissioners, and that we need to be very careful about the assumptions that we make about what the facts of the matter are.
I wasn't making an assumption. I was just asking a question, Mr. Chair.
It was not a critique, Representative. I'm just suggesting for all of us, since this is such a complicated issue, that it's incumbent upon us to become well educated about the actual operations of PURA. And that's where we're going to go from here. Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for your testimony. I had a question related to Bill 6777, but one that's more, that's a broader question, a more maybe a long-term question. So I understand, obviously, the immediate need to remediate and eliminate PFAS from our water system. In the way we're going about it here, might make sense for the short term. But for the longer term, are there any thoughts or thoughts that you have or recommendations you might have about maybe recouping some of those costs from those who manufactured and actually put PFAS into our environment in the first place, rather than putting all those costs on consumers? Thank you.
Absolutely. That's a really important comment. And we did make a similar point in our written testimony. I failed to echo in my oral remarks, but certainly, ratepayers should not be the ones left holding the bag on this. And there are efforts, beyond our jurisdiction, the Attorney General's office, across the country to try to recoup some of the dollars from the significant damage from the companies, putting out the PFAS. And I think there's a lot of levels here. And certainly we will, do what we can to try to protect customers from paying for, as little, frankly, the least amount that they are required to invest, the better from our perspective. Due to our sort of the way we fund utility projects, the particular proposal here of sort of departing from our typical rate case retrospective compensation and really ensuring that our utilities have the ability to start making those investments is an important part of the conversation, but it's certainly not the entire conversation. So thank you for raising that.
More specifically, do you have suggestions now, or do you think that's something you'd be able to work with the committee with going forward to maybe craft legislation about how to recoup some of these costs from the original manufacturers of the PFAS?
Let us give that thought. It's a little bit outside our jurisdiction in terms of, representing, sort of, how we can best represent consumers of investor-owned regulated utilities. But there are legal actions being pursued. We should think a little bit more about different angles where we can bring the consumer perspective in. I guess, just thinking about it a little more, we have done some advocacy with our national organization, the National Association of State Utility Consumer Advocates, advocating for Congress to establish more liability for the producers of these chemicals. So that is, that I'm kind of thinking about all of the different ways we've been working on this issue, and certainly that is an important part of it, and can continue to advocate and lobby our Congress to take action to help hold these companies liable so that customers aren't left with the bill.
Representative Baumgartner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and great to see you, Claire. A question regarding the bill you are currently chatting about. It's your understanding that only water companies under the jurisdiction of PURA would be subject to that surcharge?
Thank you for the question and great to see you. Yes, through the proposed legislation, it would be those companies regulated by PURA.
And perhaps some of my colleagues have gotten to this already, but you know, in the case again, there is obviously a change in ownership officially, where obviously our RWA and the communities within RWA would no longer be under the purview of PURA as a result of no longer being owned by an investor-owned utility. If this were put into place, what would then happen to that surcharge, in your opinion?
So that would be up to the newly formed board of the RWA to make decisions about how it's making investments and how it recoups costs from its customers.
Thank you. And I ask because obviously there are a good chunk of water companies that obviously are not under your jurisdiction as well. Many water companies owned by our municipalities. Just want to be mindful of that, especially introducing a new charge on customers that may not be compelled to pay that tax in the future if they're not under the jurisdiction of PURA. So I did think one of your
That's a valid point. And I should add that, you know, I referenced the board decision-making process, which is part of the enabling language that was passed in June and part of the special session. That's not to say that, you know, across the country, there are models where municipal water authorities are regulated by their PUCs, you know, and, you know, so that could, you know, could certainly be something worth exploring. It would require amendment to the legislation that was passed last summer.
Thank you again, Claire, and appreciate all you do to protect consumers.
Thank you, Representative. Great question. Representative Mara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks so much for your testimony today. I kind of want to go back to the telecommunications bill and help me understand a little bit about you know, your thoughts on this, because it seems like this is adding in regardless of transmission technology utilized. So just how broad does that make it? You went into that a little bit with your testimony on what it would exclude and what it would include. Does it include things like WhatsApp, like FaceTime, a Zoom? Where does it go, and how do you separate those in the definition? That's kind of what I'm trying to figure out here.
Sure. Thank you for the question. Yes, it would not include those which are, you know, nomadic voice technologies. I think I'm looking for the word in reference in the statute, terrestrial, which is significant. But I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Rihanna, who knows all of these definitions backwards and forwards to help explain the distinction and what we've, you know, what we see the bill as capturing right now. And to the extent there are, you know, the bill language isn't clear. You know, when we read it, we also, you know, felt there were some beneficial technical adjustments, and we'd be happy to continue to work with the committee to reflect the language that is the desired outcome. But Rihanna, you want to talk about the difference between non-nomadic and nomadic?
Thank you for letting me have some more fun, Claire.
Yes.
So the way that we envision this is the quality of service standards would apply to wireline technologies. Those are the companies that are providing facilities-based services that are currently strung up along the roadsides in our public right-of-way. So you can think about not only telephone companies that occupy the lowest space on the telephone pole gain, but also the cable operators, for instance, that are in the middle of the communications gain on telephone poles. Those companies that have a physical wireline network in Connecticut that are currently providing telephone service capable of accessing 911. These companies already pay into the state 911 fund. So including these wireline voice carriers that happen to transmit the calls over internet protocol, this is not a new thought in terms of state involvement with these VoIP services. They're already paying into the 911 fund. They're already filing emergency preparedness plans in Connecticut. So this is something that just goes alongside with making sure that these companies that are offering essential communication services, which are offering the technologies of the future, are going to be subject to oversight to ensure that they are actually providing the level of service that their customers have the right to expect.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So, and so this also then does not include any cellular service?
Not.
Okay. And so are we going to then need the added definitions of nomadic voice technology into this, or is that already something that's referred to?
Sure, I would have to look back at the exact text that's in there. But I remember from my previous review that the companies that are referenced as subject to these regulations are companies that currently operate under certificates pertaining to this wireline voice service in Connecticut. The companies are telephone companies, which cover the category of incumbent local exchange carrier. Now, we have two of those currently in Connecticut. We have Verizon in the Greenwich area, and then we have Frontier for the rest of the state. They have recently petitioned to merge. It is possible that in the near future, we will have one incumbent telephone provider that operates under that designation as telephone company. The other is a certified telecommunications provider, and that applies to companies who offer competitive local exchange service. So that means by a very, very old definition, I think from 1996 Telecom Act, that any company providing local exchange service that is not an incumbent, they are designated as a competitive local exchange carrier. And it is worth mentioning that many of these companies are already filing quality of service reports in the docket that the traditionally regulated telephone companies are filing in, which is 990728. A lot of them are filing what I would consider incomplete reports because they aren't providing information on their VoIP customers. So sometimes they will complete the reports with NA for not applicable, or there'll be a line at the bottom that says VoIP services are not included, something along those lines. There are, I think, hundreds of companies that file, but from the ones that I've seen, I have noticed that there is a lapse there. This would ensure that all companies are completely filling out the quality of service reports that they file, and that there are no null filings just taking up space.
So thanks, Rihanna. I think to follow up, I think this the proposed statute as written does contemplate that it's these companies that are already required to receive the certificate of necessity and public need. So it's not necessary to spell out the difference between nomadic and non-nomadic, but certainly if the committee is interested in doing that for this, the sake of clarity, we could work with you on that.
Okay, thank you. No, that helps a lot because what it sounds like, just to clarify, sounds like what you're saying is because it already says to all telephone companies, incumbent local exchange carriers, and then certified telecommunication providers, then that automatically excludes things like Zoom and WhatsApp. Okay. All right. That helps a lot. And if I can just have one more comment, I too want to thank you for speaking up on SB 1193. We really appreciate your input, and I want to thank Representative Yaccarino for his questions. I think we are all seeking to find the best way forward with absolutely out accusations, but just gathering information. And I think that these questions to especially someone like you that is in a consumer protection role, that these are very important, and we really appreciate your feedback. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any more comments or questions? Seeing not, we've taken enough of your time today. Thank you very much. And we look forward to working with you on making those changes to the bills as you recommend. We are now well past the first hour. We will be shifting to the members of the public and then come back to elected officials. Ironically, the first member of the public is Connecticut Water Company. So Craig and Michelle, you may want to come together. After that, we will hear from Senator Gordon and continue to alternate.
Thank you, Chair Steinberg, Chair Needleman, ranking members, Senator Fazio, and Representative Mara. Appreciate your time here today. My name is Craig Patla. I'm president of Connecticut Water Company. With me today is Michelle Williams, who's Vice President of Customer Service, Troy Dixon, Vice President of Regulatory Affairs, and David Peeling, Vice President of Operations and Engineering. So any questions the committee would have, we should have it covered. At Connecticut Water Company, we serve 107,000 customers in 60 towns across the state. I'm here today to talk about PFAS, an item that's already been discussed. PFAS, short for per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, are a set of thousands of man-made chemicals introduced in the 1940s that have become part of our everyday lives, from fast food packaging to fabrics and cleaning products. The physical characteristics of these compounds that made them attractive in the industrial world make them virtually indestructible in the environment. As science and our ability to measure PFAS compounds have improved, they've been identified by health officials as being harmful to human health, carcinogen, in fact. In April of 2024, after many years of study, the EPA announced new primary drinking water standards for the amount of certain PFAS compounds in drinking water served to customers from public water systems. The regulations, which every public water system in the country will be required to meet in 2029, dictate the maximum levels of 5 of those PFAS compounds in drinking water served by water utilities. As drinking water providers, we take public health very seriously. And as such, we must remove PFAS from the drinking water. We're committed to meeting these regulations. But it's no small job, to be clear. Thousands of water sources across the country and hundreds here in Connecticut will require new treatment to meet these regulations. Water systems will need billions of dollars to construct and install the necessary equipment. At Connecticut Water, we will need to invest approximately $200 million in PFAS treatment alone over the next 5 years. That's on top of our ongoing efforts to replace aging infrastructure, maintain our distribution systems, and continue providing high-quality water to customers and communities alike. Frankly, there's just no choice. While any rate increase is unwelcome and unwanted, it is simply unavoidable. Our ask here with this bill is to mitigate the impact of the necessary rate increases by allowing for smaller incremental increases that recognize costs incurred rather than one large increase at the end of all projects. Our objective here is to make it as palatable as possible for our customers. I ask you, our elected officials, to support the water quality and treatment adjustment as the best way forward through a tough situation. The investment ahead of us is large, but provision of drinking water that all of us can trust every day is invaluable. In fact, we can't live without it.
Ask that you begin to wrap up, please.
I'll end it right there.
I wish they had that effect on everybody. Thank you for your testimony today. Clearly, imposing interim increases would smooth out some of the impact, and that's something we've seen across a variety of utility circumstances. What makes PFAS different? Why is it that we have to be making such large investments here rather than just continuing with sort of the broad process of upgrading infrastructure?
Because PFAS is what's qualified as an emerging contaminant. This is a new regulation. As technology and our ability to measure contaminants of water has improved, contaminants like PFAS, which is measured at the parts per trillion level. I've been at this water game for about 35 years, and forever, contaminants of water have been measured in the parts per million scale. We are now capable of measuring at the parts per trillion, which is introducing new contaminants to our doorstep that we must address in the interest of human health. So when you are measuring contaminants at the parts per trillion level, the cost of mitigating, remediating those contaminants, removing them from water is very expensive. And we know that our customers would much rather see a somewhat smoothing of the rate impacts of those large capital investments rather than one large recovery in the course of a general rate case. Back in the 80s, when the surface water treatment rule was enacted, there was a similar mechanism in the state of Connecticut called CWIP, the acronym CWIP, Construction While in Progress, that allowed for the build of what was then required surface water treatment plants. You had to provide an increased level of treatment to surface water. And our bill, the bill that's before you at 6777, mirrors the intent of what that bill was, which was the previous large EPA regulation that was going to require these large capital expenditures.
So just so everyone understands, the goal is to proactively address PFAS as quickly as possible for the public benefit. And there are significant investment costs related to that. Do you foresee this surcharge eventually expiring? Is this something that we will be looking at as a more permanent feature on water bills because of the need for further infrastructure investment, or is this more of a temporary phenomenon?
I don't see it as temporary. You know, we're currently, the industry, EPA in particular, is currently studying 21 additional PFAS compounds for consideration for regulation. There are literally over 2,000 different PFAS compounds in the environment today that's continuing to accumulate in ourselves, in the soil, and in the groundwater itself. As well, there's consideration for an additional manganese rule. Again, as I stated earlier, as the sophistication and technology increases our ability to detect these contaminants within drinking water, I expect further regulation to follow along, recognizing our necessity to remove them from water. So I don't, you know, as much as I would like to think that all contaminants will be removed from water, I would have to say probably not, and we would need mechanisms like this in order to mitigate the impact of the removal of these contaminants on our customers. We need our customers to have to absorb the cost of this. Really, the smoothing mechanism really takes into account their ability to adjust what these large capital requirements will be.
Clearly, having quality drinking water, something that we here in Connecticut have been blessed with for generations, is not something we would be willing to sacrifice. So we appreciate your efforts and understand your desire to make sure we keep water safe. Representative Mara, followed by Representative Sanchez.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Really quick question. I'm trying to look and find out when you have to be in compliance with the EPA regulations and whether they're officially out yet. Do you have any more information on that?
Regulations are officially out. They were put out in April of 2024. There is a 5-year implementation period, meaning that in April of 2029, we will have to be in full compliance. Representative Steinberg asked me during one of our conversations if I had brought Department of Health into the loop on this, which I had taken opportunity to do so. They indicated to me, regardless of the funding mechanisms, we will be holding you accountable to meeting the standards.
Good for them. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Sanchez.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for what you shared so far, Mr. Patla. So, you know, one of my understanding is that, of course, the PFAS is a forever chemical, meaning that it's never going to go away. So the other understanding I have is that there's so many different varieties of PFAS that it is impossible to have a 100% filtration system to do away with certain varieties of this PFAS. So with that said, can you share with us the types of treatment that you are looking to implement within the treatment of the water that you will be providing? And also, will this treatment be at the facility and at the tap or just at the facility?
So the treatment in the market today, basically there's two different methodologies. There's granular activated carbon, which absorbs the PFAS compounds into it. So it brings the PFAS compound into the carbon material. Then the carbon itself is brought off-site where it's baked at high temperatures to destroy the PFAS compounds through high heat. The other methodology is ion exchange, more suitable for smaller flow water supplies. In that case, the perfluorinated and polyfluorinated compound is exchanged with a calcium ion within the ion exchange units. And then that material itself is brought off-site again to destroy through the mechanism of high heat. The goal would be to and the established goal through the established rule is to get non-detect levels of PFAS in the sample results. So it is very difficult to destroy, but it's our cause and our endeavor to have to do so. It is really the first attempt through regulation to remove PFAS from the environment. There will be others, I'm sure, but drinking water seems appropriate to me.
Thank you. So going back to what you stated as far as the heating or burning, at what degree does it take to eliminate the PFAS? Is it over 2,000? And if it is, will you be using gasification?
I honestly don't know the temperature required, and it's important to know that Connecticut Water will not be performing that. That process will be done by a third party that will specialize in that technology.
Okay, and just my last question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we know the percentage of PFAS that will be removed with these types of treatment that you just shared with us?
We will be removing to non-detect. So 100% of the PFAS in the raw water will be removed through the treatment process.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Patla. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And I'm not sure if there's anyone else online because Rep. Steinberg went to grab a bite to eat, but I'm going to call on people here. So we're trying to get the Zoom part up online, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, on 6777, if you've had a chance to review the Office of Consumer Counsel's written testimony on this, would you be amenable to their suggested changes, or what are your thoughts on their testimony? Thank you.
We are amenable. In fact, in my written testimony, there are edits to the original testimony that are reflective of the comments of Consumer Counsel Coleman. And we've worked with them in establishment of this. So we will continue to work with the Office of Consumer Counsel to get this done.
I'm just looking online now. I don't think anyone else has their hand up. Anybody? Senator Fazio.
Thank you for your testimony. This is really just out of curiosity. I'm not holding you to it. And but the EPA rule, do you think it was necessary, or do you think it was overly onerous in order to ensure safety? This is just purely out of curiosity. Obviously, we're downstream from those federal rules.
What I can say is that the state of Connecticut was the only New England state to not put forward a state mandated maximum contaminant level. We did go through the process of establishing action levels, which we adhered to, participated in. Now that a federal EPA standard has been established, our goal and our calling is really to adhere to that. Whether or not it was overly onerous, unfortunately, I don't really have the luxury of opining on that. We will have to adhere to any regulation that comes down the road at us. I will say that it was studied exhaustively through many years to the point where it frustrated some states to the point where they established their own MCLs as a result.
You are, you are an expert in the area. So I mean, I understand that you don't have a say in it and but it sounds like you think maybe there's some justification to it.
I'm an expert in treating it and delivering clean water. As far as establishing what the human health effects are of these contaminants, I'm afraid I'm just not expert in that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. And I want to say, as a Connecticut water customer, multiple, my businesses and as a homeowner, you guys do a stellar job of providing good, clean water to all of your customers. And I think you're very good at managing the infrastructure. How many water companies are there in the state? I know we're off topic. I'm just in size. I mean, who's the largest? Who provides service to the most customers? And
I would say they're always considered, there's always considered the big four. You have Metropolitan District that serves this area here, the Metropolitan Hartford area. You have the Regional Water Authority in the New Haven area. And then you have the two investor owns currently with Aquarion in the Fairfield County area predominantly, and then ourselves. And then in addition to that, there are literally hundreds of smaller, more homeowner association type water companies. And then there's one other regulated water utility called Hazardville Water, which services the Enfield area as well as Jewett City.
that one's regulated how?
By PURA.
PURA also. So there's 3 regulated water authorities at the moment.
By PURA at the moment.
And the other, like MDC is regulated by MDC and South Central is regulated by South Central.
That is by a financial and a customer service aspect. From a water quality standpoint, all water systems are regulated by the Department of Health.
When you start getting down, I have no doubt that the larger systems are going to comply with the regulations, assuming that we still have an EPA by the time this is all over and that they're putting out standards, in which case the states will have to adopt their own. And we've heard nothing at this moment about removal of any of those regulations. But when you start, let's assume they stay in place and you start going down to these homeowners associations, and you probably have hundreds of thousands of people in the state that are served by on-site wells that are single customer wells. Removal of this, even testing for it, is still really expensive. So I guess my point is to highlight the fact that we have a very disjointed way of supplying water in the state. A little bit regulated, maybe a little bit less going to be regulated, through PURA. But our ability to ensure that everybody in the state drinks clean water is really quite limited, isn't it?
It is, other than, through that regulation and through the monitoring of that regulation from a health-based perspective by Department of Health. The fragmentation of the water industry is real, and issues like this pronounce that. In the United States, there are over 50,000 different water companies. So think about that. There's 1,000 water companies for every state. So the fragmentation of that does make it difficult to regulate, does make it difficult to gain economy of scale, and water does remain one of the more capital intensive utilities, to be clear.
Thank you. I just, it's so complicated, and I know that there's a desire to sort of take on some of the smaller ones, consolidate some of it because the cost of even monitoring. Like I remember when the whole PFAS thing started, there was one piece of machinery in the state that could do the analytical testing. I don't know how many there are now, but the cost was, you know, a lot per test, and there was a long backlog. So I'm assuming that industry is ramping up, but I'm also assuming that it's not cheap to do it.
Your assumption would be correct.
Thank you. It's always good to see you guys and constituents, friends. Oh, yes. No. I was just saying goodbye. So you're good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we say goodbye, if I could, Mr. Patla, thank you for coming along with everyone else. So I'm looking at testimony that was submitted on Bill 6777, which we've been talking about, and it's testimony from the AARP that you might be familiar with. And it states that the AARP's concern, they are opposed to special surcharges such as this that's being contemplated. And you might have answered this already, and if you did, forgive me, I guess I missed it. But they're concerned about special surcharges which can fast track rate increases without the necessary regulatory review that protects consumers. And they suggest that water utilities are free to file a rate case in order to recover costs. So why do we need a special surcharge as opposed to a regular rate case? So basically, would you? I would like you to answer what they have to say. I'd like to hear your response to that.
Certainly, and it's really the intent of the bill in totality is really to mitigate the effects on those customers by smoothing the impacts of large rate increases due to these large capital expenses over a period of time rather than all at once in the context of a general rate case. We have a program that we enjoy right now, acronymed as WICA, Water Infrastructure Conservation Act, that allows us to replace aging water main primarily and do similar surcharges, but within boundaries that control how much per year we can do, how much between general rate cases we can do, and as well has the mechanism of providing these projects up front for approval by the regulatory agencies rather than in the hindsight of a historical rate case would do. So there are controls intended both in our proposed bill as well as in what I would deem as successful mechanisms now that allow us in the WICA case allows us to get at aging infrastructure, which is another large capital intensive program that we undertake. Just a week or so ago, I had a picture float through my desk of a main that we replaced that was installed in the 1800s. Now, we as an industry have just got to be better than that. And we at Connecticut Water Company, we replace water main at a rate of about 1% a year. And it's all within the boundaries as established by PURA and that we adhere to and we file with.
So if I may, Mr. Chair, just for clarity, I'm looking at the phrase that's in their testimony. And again, maybe I should ask them, maybe I should ask PURA, but I'm going to ask you if you're willing to consider it, that special surcharges can fast track the rate increases without the necessary regulatory review. Is that an accurate statement as far as you know?
It is not. All of the projects would be preliminarily reviewed as well as reviewed upon completion and for seeking of the amount of the surcharge. So it does continue to go through a review process, and then again is tested at the general rate case as well as it's brought into the general rate. So there is an enhanced review process for it. much like we have with our WICA program now. It is reviewed. It is, there's engineering prudency put to it. And again, the projects have to be pre-approved before we can put shovel to ground.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. And thank you guys for coming today. Oh, I'm sorry. You're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. I was looking through the responses that you'd submitted in response to the changes that the Consumer Council had requested. And there were a couple of items that it wasn't clear to me if they were directly addressed. Section 1B, they requested to clarify that the water company is entitled to recover its investments not within a single year, but over the course of their expected lives. Is that the intention, that they recovery would be over the expected life rather than in 1 year?
I'm going to turn to Mr. Dixon.
It is. Okay, thanks. And then in section 1D3, they'd recommended striking the sentence requiring an automatic approval if there's not a response in a 180-day period, and expressed concern about an automatic administrative approval. What is your thought on that?
In the amended testimony that was attached to Mr. Patla's statement, we struck that language because we through our experience with the current WICA program, those pure approvals happen within the statutory timeframes. So we didn't feel that it was necessary to keep that language about what would happen if there wasn't a pure approval. So we were willing to strike that language.
Okay, thanks. And then the last was about the earnings sharing mechanism. And it looked like there was language struck, but they had recommended using a calendar year period for the earnings sharing mechanism. Is that a reasonable approach?
Yeah, we recommended striking the language for the ESM in its entirety simply because there's already an earnings sharing mechanism that happens for water utilities that eliminate the deadband issue that is the concern that the OCC raised. So there's already a mechanism in place that says if we earn in excess of our allowed return, those earnings would be shared with customers. So it wasn't necessary in this legislation here.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Not seeing anyone else. I want to again thank you guys for coming today. We'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Next up is one of our legislators, Senator Gordon, if he's here, if he's available, if he's wanting to testify. Not seeing Senator Gordon. Representative Delnicki.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm here to testify on a couple of bills. One which is seemingly very innocent, and that's the change of in 6779, changing to municipality from a definition of, let's see, what do they have here? Selectmen, common council, wardens, and burgesses. By changing to municipality, you broaden the scope of the folks that can actually work with the siting council on these issues. By not changing it, in theory, someone like myself, when I was mayor of the town of South Windsor, wouldn't be able to do that. It seems innocuous, but it's very important when you take a look at the structure there. And when you actually take a look at the siting council and actually take the deep dive into what they do, there has to be a reasonable amount of representation from local governments. And without that, some bad things can happen And I reference back into the 1980s when they were talking about siting a low-level nuclear waste dump in possibly Ellington, South Windsor, and East Windsor. And that was a real wake-up call for a lot of people as to what the siting commission could do. The other issue is the concept of special surcharges. We don't know what we don't know. We don't know whether or not there's a reasonable way to get PFAS out. We don't know what the technology is going to become. And to have basically a blank check on possible surcharges is just plain wrong. And it's interesting, the Metropolitan District probably is one of the few companies that actually has no PFAS to the best of their testing knowledge. And at some point in time, theoretically, maybe they're going to be providing the surface water in Connecticut because of the fact that they don't have PFAS. So there's a lot of moving parts there. We shouldn't be making a judgment call on special surcharges until we know that they're necessary. And for the record, they have been regularly asking for rate increases, not based on PFAS. And there have been a number of public hearings there where the people in my community and in the communities in the general area that have Connecticut water have testified against their rate increases. And conversely, Metropolitan District has not had rate increases. So it's almost a tale of two cities. The Connecticut Water Company looking for a blank check, and the district actually doing a reasonable job in making sure that every dollar counts. Oftentimes I'm a critic of the Metropolitan District, but I have to commend them on that. So the bottom line is, I think that special surcharges could conceivably happen, but not now. That has to be justified. There has to be a reason, and it has to be proven. And same thing with changing the language and definition of who can be the responsible person. And that definition of municipality is appropriate because the municipalities, say the town of South Windsor, they designate the mayor or the town manager, and various other communities would do the same thing. So I think we have two very simple but very important changes to make in the language there. And I'm welcome for any questions pertaining to that.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you for weighing in on this subject. I take your point that the definition of municipal is important, but I'm more focused on the definition of the word represent or representative. What is the appropriate role for a municipal representative in this process? There's a difference between having input and having a vote, so to speak, and that continuum is important.
To your point, the representative more than likely would be the chief elected or chief operating officer of the community. And their responsibility would be to take the feedback from the community pertaining to one of these projects that does not come under full purview of the siting council. So based on that, their responsibility would be to collect the appropriate data from the members of the town council, boards, commissions, and anyone from the community that would be involved in the process. And quite frankly, they could even have a public hearing, as we did back in the 80s, pertaining to the location of a low-level nuclear waste dump in the general area. So that would be my expectation, but obviously it's something that once it's actually in place could evolve.
Thank you for that. The reason I asked the question is somewhat related in that with the sale of Aquarian to a public water company, they're going to have to change their governance structure, which I understand will incorporate the municipal leaders of all the affected districts. In theory, that'd be an incredibly unwieldy way to govern a public water authority. So the role of representation, I think, matters. That's sort of the macro level. What you're describing is a bit more micro in this sense. But I am concerned that in trying to strike the right balance and having municipal input, that we can make it very difficult to make important decisions, particularly ones that could affect ratepayer rates.
So pertaining to the representation issue there, and you're referring back to 6779, correct? I think it's actually pretty straightforward, because the governing body of the community, whether it be a board of selectmen, whether it be a town council, whether it be some other form of like down in Greenwich where they have the representative town meeting, they would make the decision as to who that appropriate individual would be. In my opinion, looking at the legislation and just trying to boil it down to what it would actually do or what it could do.
I'm not sure you've ever attended a meeting of the Greenwich RTM before we're making that recommendation. I take your point. I am concerned that adding so many municipalities into the governance structure could have impact, but this issue of representation is something very important to us, and we do need to get it right. Senator Needleman.
One second. I didn't think it was going to be done that quickly. Trying not to spit food. So there's a lot of concern about what's going on, especially with large projects being located. You know, I'm a municipal CEO. I get the notices every time the siting council decides anything in my town. Almost all of it is like they're adding some repeaters on at the cell phone tower or something like that. So I'm trying to think if there was anything major that's come up in my almost 14 years of being a first selectman, and I don't remember anything. I suspect if we wanted to add a new major water tower or something, you would have broader conversations. But so I always sort of get down to the practical, like, how would this work? Do you think that a municipality, Verizon approaches the siting council and wants to add some extra repeaters, or T-Mobile cuts a deal with Verizon to put repeaters on a cell phone tower? Do you think that in that case, a municipal representative, I'm assuming you want to do this on a case-by-case basis, where if it involves your town, that's the town that you would want to have a representative, the time you would want to have a representative or an advocate or whatever. And I believe that they can advocate already, they just don't vote. But would you want it for like major things? And how would you define that? I don't want to be involved in every time somebody wants to add a repeater on a cell phone tower. So how do you see it working?
As I stated earlier, it goes back to the mechanics of the community, whether it's a board of selectmen, whether it's a town council, et cetera. And more than likely, in a situation like that, there would be a town meeting to make everybody aware of what was going on. And I go back to the 80s when there was that proposal for a low-level nuclear waste dump in that area. My community, East Windsor and Ellington, they were looking at those locations. Now, that never happened, but we had a number of town meetings where people had the opportunity to express their interest and their concerns. And that could very well be the model, but I don't think we should decide how the communities, how the municipalities would do that. As a selectman and as a former mayor, I would be listening to the public and I would call for a public hearing. And more than likely, a Board of Selectmen would do the same thing to allow good communications, to allow the public to make their voices heard on the issue.
And no, I get how it would work at town level. What I'm trying to get at is what the mechanics of a reconstituted siting council would look like. Because that's really where the action would be. The community, are you saying that anytime a siting council issue comes up in your town, for example, you would want, for any case, anything that they decide on, you would want the right to have input, a public hearing at your town level, for any case?
So 6779 does not address that. That's not part of the discussion, but I'll be perfectly blunt. If there was a proposal for a huge tower, and maybe you would want to have a public hearing. Maybe as mayor, you might want to call for it. As first selectman, you might want to call for it. And that language in the bill is not there to tell you how to go about it. So with that in mind, it allows a community to make a decision, the leaders in the community to make a decision how to get the information from the people. Because let's face it, you understand that and I understand that as current chief elected officer for your community and me as past. I would actually look for a public hearing to get the feedback, to get the input on something that's major. And likewise with, say, a town council or a board of selectmen, what one selectman might say is something very critical, another might not. So that part, that mechanic, that's something that would be decided at the local level as to whether or not the community wanted to weigh in based on the chief elected officer. But that part, though, of changing the definition and making it clear would allow for that, because you had a very, very narrow definition of who could actually interact.
Every time I've thought about things like this with regard to zoning, for example, I've had a sort of a core issue with the fact that either appointed, 7, whatever, either appointed or elected officials can have broad say over the use of land in a town. Do I care if, they approve a subdivision? Probably not. Do I care if they change the regulations so the use of land in town that affects everybody is done by that group? Yeah, because I think that whatever the legislative body is, they should be involved. But I've never been able to come up with an adequate definition for major. And I use the cell phone tower not facetiously, because that's most of my communications with the siting council. I don't really care. I guess if they wanted to put up another 75-foot tower, I might care. So, adding to it, fixing it, changing it, repainting it, I don't care about any of that. Although we do like it when it is painted. So I'm thinking mechanically, an issue comes up, somebody petitions to improve a substation or build a new substation. Somebody, wants to put a grid scale solar array on a piece of property. You want the siting council to notice the municipal CEO and give the municipal CEO an opportunity to decide whether that's worthy of a public hearing within their own municipality, which I know municipalities, they would almost always say they don't want it because that's how municipalities work. And I think that's why the siting council is generally independent. not that I like that, but I suspect that that would slow down the process. Obviously, it would take time. And then you want the siting council to do what? You want them, there are a bunch of people who work per diem. We don't have a huge budget for the siting council. They don't have a lot of staff. You want them to then take the municipality's input into account.
At some level, that would make all the sense in the world. Because if the public outcry was so dramatic, let's talk about a situation where, and this almost occurred in South Windsor, a lithium battery, large trailer, a number of them being located in the community, literally next to a watershed. So think about that for a second. Now, I spoke to the uniformed professional firefighters and I asked them, how in the world would you deal with a lithium battery fire? Well, I got a couple of answers, one of which I could actually repeat here. You'd put tons and tons of sand on it and hope for the best because water won't put it out. Now, that is probably going to become a reality in a number of communities. The more and more I hear the talk about lithium battery farms. And that technology, you know, we've already seen in vehicles just how difficult a lithium battery is to put out. My understanding, talking again to the UPFF guys, when they have a vehicle that catches on fire, they actually have to either bury it in sand to put it out or fill a dumpster with water and drop it in. Well, it's one heck of a way of putting it out. So with a situation like that, yeah, you probably would want to make sure that the community weighed in and that the siting council realized just what they're dealing with there. And there's got to be a better technology than lithium batteries. You know, we haven't gotten to that point where the technology has caught up with what we want to be able to do. So that's just a quick comment there.
To be continued. You know, what you're basically talking about is a major restructuring of the siting council and maybe bringing in a higher level of expertise, maybe making them employees, you know, more. I think they get paid per diem mostly. And they weigh in on a lot of stuff. And I suspect, I don't know any of them. I've never really interacted with the siting council directly. But municipal input piece, obviously for major things, you want some, you hope that whatever agency is involved, and by the way, I have a cell phone full of pictures and things from my fire marshal. Also, you just hope that they make good decisions, obviously, as we do with every group that we empower, be it a board of selectmen or, you know, we hope they make good decisions.
So,
and I'm not sure what the answer is, Representative. The issue came up because of two separate issues, in particular, the concentration of solar in and around your district. Representative Foster was talking about it last year. And then, of course, the transmission line along Metro North was the other problem. So there was a lot of concern on both issues. And maybe at some point we should really talk about the siting council.
so just as a follow-up, I'm not calling for a major restructuring, but what I am calling for is them to take more public input, that the hearings are advertised in such a fashion where people have a good chance to weigh in, because many a time, no one realizes that something's going on there, not even the elected officials in a community. And there really hasn't been a good job on the part of the siting commission to say, hey, Mayor Dolnicki, using that in the past tense, this is what we're looking to do. This is what we're looking to have happen. And then whoever the chief elected official is at that point could then call for a public hearing, get the people's input, and that could be sent to the siting council. So it's not a function of a major restructure, because I understand fully what that terminology means. I think it's a function of listening more and basically dictating less to a community, especially when it comes to some of the battery storage units that might be deployed and might be something risky if they have thermal runaway.
Really, thank you. Thoughtful input makes me think a lot. We do have a siting council study going on. This is in many committees right now that we're talking about it. And there are new things coming on that we should be thinking about. And really appreciate the input.
Thank you.
Senator Mara, thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in, and I appreciate your input on this. One of the things, and I think the chair already covered some of the issues, but one of the things we heard in previous testimony was that municipal input already happens. And a lot of times the municipalities don't come forward. But my understanding from what I'm hearing from you is there's maybe not as much communication or transparency in when those hearings are happening at the municipal level. Is that my understanding of what's going on?
Yeah, I think it's incumbent that we have well, let me rephrase that, have better communications. The more communications the siting council can have with the community as to what's going to go on, the better, because many a time people, they see it as a fait accompli. They say, okay, this is what's proposed and it's going to happen, because they don't really feel that there's enough dialogue and no one's listening. And I've gotten that feedback from different people.
Thank you so much. And so you're not necessarily asking for a vote on the siting council. You're really asking for the siting council to be available for a public hearing so that the community can come out.
Exactly. More communications, more input from the public, and an understanding of what a project actually is, and the hazards and risks to some projects and others. You know, it's interesting, in Glastonbury, there's an issue with a solar array and the high frequency pitch and whine and how it's affecting neighbors. And that's something that, in my opinion, was probably an unintended consequence because nobody thought about it. So the more information people get, the better chance they have to weigh in on. I think you have a better outcome, because the people, they have to be part of this decision as to what's going on, and a major part in the way of advise.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I see anybody else with their hand raised? Again, I'm eating, sorry. Not seeing anyone else. Thanks so much, Tom. Have a nice day.
It's a pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next up, we will have two representatives from the University of Connecticut's Puerto Rican Studies Initiative. I will butcher the pronunciations: Vladimir Gupan and Charles Venator Santiago. Oh, good. I got potential. Welcome.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Chair Needleman and Chair Steinberg and members of the committee. Before I begin, I might have to leave it a little early because I have a child waiting for me to be picked up at school. So please forgive me ahead of time.
It's on you. Get started.
So thank you for this opportunity to provide you a testimony today. My colleague Vladimir and I are speaking on behalf of the UConn Puerto Rican Studies Initiative. We are concerned with the impact of HB 6780 and SB 1193 on Puerto Ricans and low income and working class populations and communities here in Connecticut. And we want to share some comments on bills HB 6780 and HSB number 1193. Let me begin, and I'll pass the microphone to my colleague. HB 6780 is an important step forward in energy transparency. However, to advance discussions on transparency related to renewable energy generation in Class 1 renewable energy sources, we ask you to consider a change to the current language to the bill in lines 14 through 17 by adding the following language: to provide a complete list of both in-state and out-of-state facilities providing Class 1 renewable energy under Connecticut's renewable portfolio standards, with the prior year's megawatt-hour sales to Connecticut customers and utilities, along with a price per kilowatt-hour charged at the same time. There is no need to keep this information out of the public eye. Connecticut residents deserve to know how much we are all spending for renewable energy and be able to support Connecticut's green energy policies with full and clear understanding of what they are paying. So we are asking to collect information, not just in-state, but also out-of-state for energy that we are purchasing to provide for our residents.
Yeah, and I will continue on SB 1193. We have completed an analysis of regulatory frameworks for regulators across the country and also in European Union, and we recommend keeping 5-member commission for the reasons of splitting the workload per industry, plus 1 member that would be managing PURA staff and administrative tasks, as well as do general oversight. Generally, this role is assigned to PURA chairman. In that vein, we also recommend election of PURA chairman by members of the commission when they fill their vacancies. To ensure that we have 5-member PURA at all times, we also recommend adding statutory requirement that the governor nominates PURA commissioners in 30 days after the vacancy arises. If governors doesn't do that, then we also recommend the chairs of Energy and Technology Committee fill that role instead of governor. Additionally, we also would like to recommend that PURA commissioners are following a very strict code of conduct, which would entail that if any PURA member misses more than 3 consecutive voting days on any kind of decisions, any kind of meetings and hearings that PURA regularly has, they should be removed. Again, this is common practice in EU countries, and their regulation is going fine with their utility markets. Finally, also, we would like to recommend full transparency and accountability on most meetings that PURA conducts in form of ability to observe meetings, not necessarily have all meetings as public hearings, that is unfeasible, but observation should be available and recordings of those meetings should be available 24/7.
I apologize, but your time has concluded.
And we have concluded too.
Good timing. I have to confess, I'm confused. Are you representing the Puerto Rican population in Connecticut? Are they opposed to renewable energy? I'm really not clear where you're coming from.
So we are a research program initiative within the University of Connecticut, and we are focused on Puerto Rican ratepayers and the needs that affect Puerto Ricans and other working class populations here in the state. So we do research on a range of issues, and energy just is one of those issues that we've been asked to look into.
Ask the question again. Are you opposed to renewable energy in the state of Connecticut?
I can respond. We are not, but we also believe that we need transparency about it.
Ask a different question. Why are the practices of the European Union relevant and appropriate to how we do regulatory environment here in Connecticut?
I maybe should have brought other countries as well. For instance, Texas Public Utility Commission also requires on 95% of their cases, all 5 members voting, and they also have a requirement on attendance. And Texas electricity or any kind of utility markets are way more complicated than the ones in Connecticut. So if that's not a problem in Texas, I don't see how it would be a problem in Connecticut.
Well, I would say that Texas has many problems. Their entire energy market is a disaster. So I'm less inclined to follow anything that Texas does.
Well, we can also look at Virginia, and same situation there. Although in Virginia, commissioners are appointed by the legislature.
Thank you. So, quite honestly, I love the idea of however many commissioners there are, they're all in attendance, they're all working on every docket and on every case. I think that if you start holding people to the standard of if you miss two, you're out, unless you're Elon Musk, then I don't think that that's going to work. However, and running a business, I could tell you that's probably illegal. And Virginia energy markets are quite a disaster right now because they overbuilt data centers and they're scrambling to put new generation on the grid. But Texas, as an example, a non-independent country, but they act like an independent country. So I understand why somebody could mix that up. They are not part of a regional grid operator. They operate deliberately not as part of a regional grid operator, so they don't have any federal oversight. That's number one. And as you know, they've had major weather-related issues, grid improvement issues that have gone by the wayside. And in fact, people froze to death in their houses a few years ago as a result of a bad winter. In Virginia, which is a vertical state, it's a completely regulated state. They have a different structure, right? They are part of a regional grid operator, but they are completely vertical. Other states are suing them for oversubscription and costs associated with what they've done in Virginia. Now, my opinion about Dominion, they run Millstone. It's a merchant generator business as opposed to a regulated entity. We have no say over how they run that other than the quality issues and the safety issues. Thank God they run a good nuclear power plant. So I'm still not sure. I'm not sure what you're advocating for. Are you advocating for 5 versus 3? Are you advocating that they all work full time? Are you advocating that the legislature appoint them all? I mean, I don't really know what your point is.
So we are advocating for 5-member commission. We are advocating for full-time because at least as far as I know, 3 of them are full-time employees right now and receiving a full-time salary. So furthermore, in terms of appointments of legislation or by governor, what I'm advocating for is to have fail-safe mechanisms that ensure that there is always 5 members. So we don't have a situation where the commission is not filled. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Baumgarten.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you both for testifying today. Have appreciated the few conversations we've had over the last few months with respect to energy policy. I understand you're doing some really interesting research on the state of our grid, the state of energy policy in Connecticut, which I think we can all agree needs as many eyes on as possible. As the good chair have indicated, this committee is to be a committee full of those ideas where we can deliberate on those ideas and bounce several proposals before each other so we can ultimately come up with some solutions that provide relief to our ratepayers. And so my only question, I want to avoid some of the questioning on Pure. I think we talked enough about it today. But on HB 6780, just 2 questions regarding commercial information that would be shared from that. Is in particular sensitive propriety information of generators. If you can speak to some of the concerns they may have that just with respect to public access to some of that information.
So the truth is this information is already partially in public access. It's just the fact that average user or average Connecticut ratepayer would not be able to easily access it and easily do the calculation, because you would need to refer to several public acts like Public Act 1815 calculations, several other resources like the list of the RPS compliant generators that Pura already has, and also try to calculate how much of that wattage is actually sold to the Connecticut utilities and how much they're selling it, they're not selling it, especially when we're talking about out-of-state facilities. In some cases, it's relatively easy. If we're talking about Plainfield Biomass Station, we already have in public access the price that is paid to that station, because it's explicitly stated in Public Act 1850. So if it's public information about some generators, but not about others, I fail to see why it can be problematic. Because in the end of the day, if you're a ratepayer, you should know what the structure of the energy is and what you're paying for. For instance, if you were living in Jewett City, Connecticut, you can pay a surcharge for cleaner energy. That is an option for a municipal electric customer. I'm not advocating for that. I think that is a step too far. And I think that we all can agree that clean energy is the future. But what I'm advocating is for transparency. Ratepayers should know how much does it cost.
Excellent. And can you also get to this list of in-state versus out-of-state generators? Based off of your research, have you been able to identify kind of how many in-state versus out-of-state generators we have?
So I didn't do a specific quantitative analysis of percentage of how many they are. Like I wouldn't tell you in terms of number of entities. I can tell you in terms of amount of energy, and roughly about only 5% of clean energy is produced in state and the rest is out of state. So I can tell you that. The list that Pura has on the website has over 7,000 generators that are compliant for RPS. But again, the problem there, we don't really know how many of those generators are selling this energy, or they are just compliant and they possibly can do that.
Thank you so much for testifying this morning. Or afternoon, I should say.
Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my question is about, earlier you mentioned something about fail-safe. Can you be more specific and also explain, what recommendation of this fail-safe that you're talking about?
So that is directly related to the recommendation of 30-day statutory requirement where the governor has an obligation to appoint Pura members. And also if he fails to do so, then legislature steps in. We are not taking the power from the governor's office. We are recommending to limit how much time he has to decide. And that is it. Nothing over than that. And if he doesn't decide, then legislature should fill it in, because regulator has to be complete. And last point, while we support 5-person commission, this statutory requirement should be there, whether it's 5 or 3-member body, because sometimes you might have a governor who might not want to do that.
Thank you for that. So is there in your studies, is there any different type of structure that you've seen for a 3 or 5 member board?
So we've seen many different structures. We've seen 7-member boards. We've seen 5-member boards, 2 even member boards. The ideal structure, we believe, is 5, simply because of the number of the regulated industries, plus the fact that Pura does have its own administrative apparatus, and management of that generally falls on chairman or chairwoman of the specific public utility commission. Is just more streamlined. So when we're hearing that there is a large workload, and that's why we might need to simplify some procedural operations of Pura, Maybe that's why we need more commissioners, so they can split the workload, work effectively, efficiently, and deliver everything in timely manner. That's the only reason why we propose a 5-member commission.
Oh, okay, so I'm not, okay, so, and Mr. Chair, it's just my last question, so, I'm a little, I'm not sure if I caught it or not. But how would the appointment be structured? I guess is what I'm looking for.
So there are, again, different structures. A large number of states elect their pure commissioners. I think that is I don't think it's effective way of doing it, general elections. There are structures under which commissioners are appointed by legislature alone, and there are similar structures to what we have in Connecticut. I think that the structure should stay as is, with partisan balance provisions that we already have inside the bill, inside the original statute, which guarantees that we have only certain number of representatives of commissioners that are partisan. So I would say it's still governor nominations. Governor nominates, a legislator confirms, and the only difference is requirement to nominate in 30 days. And if it's not being done, then legislature takes upon itself. So it's kind of a hybrid of 2 systems.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gupta, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. A little follow-up. You've put a lot of emphasis on timely appointments of PURA commissioners. To my mind, that suggests that there's an inherent problem currently with the interim commissioners and the work they've been doing. Are you suggesting that there's a dysfunction because they're only interim and not permanent?
I'm not suggesting that, because in the analysis that we have completed, we're looking at how the procedure should be structured in general, in not in reactive way, but in proactive way. Just because there is no dysfunction right now, it doesn't mean it's not going to be in the future. So we need to protect the state and state's ratepayers by ensuring that procedure works like a clockwork. Right now, there might be problems in how it functions. If the workloads increase substantially, this 3-member commission might not be able to handle it in timely manner. And if it's not handled in timely manner, we have all the different kinds of problems related to lengthy regulatory process.
I have to confess, I was unfamiliar with this particular Yukon initiative until you came before us today. I wasn't aware that there was a dedicated initiative to look at policy explicitly through the viewpoint of impact on Puerto Ricans here in the state of Connecticut. So you'll excuse my ignorance about the existence of your organization. You make a lot of references to what you think based upon the research you've done. We've not seen any submitted testimony. Are you prepared to share the benefits of all this research you've done?
Absolutely. Let me clarify. We've been in operation for 3 years, funded by the Connecticut General Assembly, initially by ARPA funds, and now by the sponsored under a bill by Minnie Gonzalez, Representative Minnie Gonzalez. So we are collecting data. We've built the most important data hub on Puerto Ricans in the nation and in Connecticut, data from 1850 to the present. We have data hubs and all kinds of projects relating to data collection. We have a survey system that's going out on a quarterly basis. We're in Connecticut and elsewhere. We have an oral histories project. We have a capacity building project, and we're helping nonprofits throughout the state. So we have about 25 to 30 projects ongoing right now throughout the state. And we're being asked to do projects to help other states and the government of Puerto Rico and federal agencies. Well, at least until now. We'll know what happened with some of those federal agencies because most of the data has been purged. And ironically, we're one of the few repositories still in play in the United States. On this project, we were asked to look at the question of energy because we are hearing left and right that energy prices are impacting Puerto Ricans and Latinos and working class populations in disproportionate ways. So we're trying to sort of offer a comprehensive analysis. We have a larger report that we generated, We only responded to these two bills because today was limited to these two bills, but we're happy to share this information with you.
And just one more point on that. In our research and in our policy recommendations that we prepare and we testify on today, we are taking only the best practices. We are not trying to bring any kind of circumstantial evidence. And we, in that report that Dr. Venator mentioned, we're looking at the energy markets as a one thing. Just today, we took a regulation piece on because the bills are about it. So, but we do have more research, and regulation is an important piece of it because regulatory landscape and the way legislature structures it, that sets a tone for the whole market.
Well, thank you. I think we're all somewhat more familiar now with the wide scope of your mandate. I have to admit that I'm intrigued by the conclusions you've arrived at and eager to see the facts behind your report. And I would never imagine a small ARPA grant would have resulted in such a widespread analysis, including expertise on energy policy. So we look forward to reading the report.
In closing, I will send you more information. We're producing about a report a week on a wide range of issues throughout the state and elsewhere, and we'll happy to make that information available to you.
I just think that looks like Elon Musk ought to be talking to you guys about efficiency. If you can cover the entire waterfront on a 3-year ARPA grant, then we all have something to learn.
Mr. Chair, he wouldn't like that conversation, I'm afraid.
So again, yeah, thank you. And my good co-chair was pretty articulate in being interested in how of all that research, regulatory reform, specifically the number of commissioners and attendance levels comes back to you in feedback from surveys and all that. But how many people are working on this and how much was the ARPA grant funding?
So we were originally offered $1.5 million to start one of three. There are 3 Puerto Rican Studies Institutes in the nation. We're the third one. UConn rejected $1 million, so we received $500,000, and we've been working with that in a small grant from the legislature since in 3 years. Right now, I am the only faculty director, and I'm working with graduate students. My colleague Volodymyr is a PhD student in the Department of Political Science. And what we do is we hire the leading experts that we can reach to look at comprehensive policy. So we were asked to look at energy policy, and we're trying to analyze everything that we can in Connecticut and look at outside research to see how we can learn best practices.
How are you going to keep going when that funding runs out?
It's a good question. Right now, we're requesting from the legislature continued funding. But once we have a structure in place, and we're still missing a couple of elements, the idea is to start looking for funding elsewhere.
Have you received any funding from anyone else?
We have worked on small project grants. We've been offered a lot of money externally, but until recently, we didn't have the capabilities to spend that money. Now, for the past 3 years, I've been building an infrastructure that allows us to do research in a more comprehensive way, as you're seeing today. But prior to that, we didn't have the resources to accept more money.
So there has been no outside money, but there's the offer of outside money?
Yeah, no, for this reason, we've been running on ARPA funds and the legislative funds, small grant from the legislature.
If it's not confidential, who offered you the large amount of money?
So we've been approached by folks, we've been approached to request funding from the Mellon Foundation, private foundations like the Ford Foundations, but we have not been able to follow up on that. We were looking at applying for some health services grants from the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, but we didn't have the capabilities to conduct service until recently, until last October.
I guess one of my key questions would be, have the utilities offered you any money to fund any research?
No.
Okay.
No, we have not been.
I needed to ask that.
We have not
Okay.
been offered any private funding or corporate funding, or no, we're operating fully with state payer funding.
I appreciate that. And look, I think the Puerto Rican community, I come from New York, wildly underserved community for many, many years in my youth and continues to be. And I am very supportive of those initiatives to figure out what public policies impact all of our communities. I think that's really critical. I just wouldn't have expected that we would be drilling down this deep on the number of regulators in the state. In every case, from a government efficiency point of view, I'm 100% with you that whoever we put, however many we have, they should all work full time. I'm not sure I'd be quite as draconian as take 2 days off and you're out.
Let me suggest.
None of us would be here if that
Well,
was the case.
So this part, like I'm also a commissioner on the Social Equity Council. I was recently appointed, and we have a requirement that we cannot miss 3 meetings. Otherwise, we can be removed.
Get my zoning commission to do that, I'd be ecstatic.
Yeah, I
No.
guess the clarification that is needed to be done here is about voting days, not regular work days. That's
Right. So,
clarification.
I do want to say that on our policy initiatives, right, over the last, I can only speak for 6 years, but, you know, Connecticut has had a low-income shut-off moratorium for a long time that goes for 6 months every year. So we work to make sure that those underserved communities, not exclusively, you know, urban poor people, but it's a large number. We don't want people to lose their power, but it's all over the state. We also instituted something which was called a low income discount rate. Now, the policy has not been formalized. Some money was put in the bill that that's on your bill right now that impacts that. It was a placeholder for $100 million built into rates to make sure that some of the costs associated with decarbonizing our grid are, you know, less impactful on lower income communities. We're working very hard to do that. And I welcome a dialogue to talk about what we can do, because I personally have been very concerned about our aggressive push to do the right thing when it comes to climate change, but having collateral damage impact on ratepayers of all stripe. So I think that the way we should do it is to protect those that are least able to protect themselves. I really believe that. That's probably why I'm a Democrat. And so I'm interested to see your research. Again, just wouldn't have expected it to drill down to 3 versus 5 and number of days in attendance. I think that those policies regarding the amount of work people do when they collect full-time salaries for the state of Connecticut are policies we want to have into effect. So thank you.
Thank you. Along those lines, if I might be so bold, next project for you on the energy front, you might want to take a good look at the energy supply situation and reliability, because that's going to have a disproportionate impact on a lot of low-income communities. And unless we start focusing on where the energy is going to be coming from, a lot of these other issues are going to be academic.
Representative Steinberg, we already looked at it and we're happy to meet with you and discuss it. Because as I said, this is just a tiny piece of our very large report with very specific recommendations.
Well, thank you. It's just I'd love to direct you to something that would have tremendous benefit for everybody here in the state of Connecticut. Representative Iaccarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you both for testifying. I apologize for walking a little late, but I do want to ask you, when you did your study, and I really appreciate you doing this, I think it's vitally important, and we need to act on studies of, you know, for the betterment of our ratepayers, our state, and our long-term energy policies. But back to the pure question, you recommended 5, and I think it should be 5, and I'll explain why after. How did you come up with 5 over 3 or 2 or 4?
So again, the reason for 5, first of all, best regulatory practices, but even if we leave that aside, cases from other states, other countries, let's leave that aside for a minute. We have a specific number of regulated industries. So we should have a commissioner per each industry, so for efficient workloads. And on top of that, one more member should be able to dedicate more of their work to supervise Pura staff, because Pura has various analysts, various researchers on staff that are their work is extremely important. And it's better to have one commissioner at large who would be dedicating more time to that, while also having subject matter expertise on other industries. It also would be easier to find experts when they're related to specific industries. It would be much easier if we have an expert on water, an expert on telecommunications, an expert on electricity, and so on and so forth. Yeah, so these are general things on combination. And one of the recommendations we didn't mention here, but maybe we should have, would be a strong conflict of interest provisions. Right now, they are lacking in terms of who can be employed as Pura commissioner. I'm not sure that certain work histories qualify to be part of the commission. But that is, again, best practice in terms of conflict of interest, and in some cases, maybe my subjective view.
I agree really with pretty much everything you said, and mainly for transparency, for expertise, and God forbid if somebody was sick or couldn't make a meeting, you'd still have at least 3 people for a majority to vote. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
So to me, it's about transparency to our ratepayers, for our state, and a betterment of a good, sound decision that's best for everybody.
Yeah, and when we're talking about missed meetings, we're not talking about people who are sick or people who are taking care of their loved ones who are sick or grieving, or they have a leave that is guaranteed to them by the state. We're talking about situations when people just don't show up. And Senator Needleman, you mentioned that I'm not saying that they don't show up, but if it happens, it should be stopped.
And then you at least have a majority, I think, a
Yes.
solid majority. When your findings, you look at the regulatory state of our state, will you have something we could all receive, and so we can look at it, like it's either overregulated, we should put money or projects in certain places? I know on a public benefit side, it's probably large and it's a big part of our bill. Do you look at all that?
Yes, we do. And we have separate parts of the report that are related to grid efficiency. It's not a secret that certain counties are slightly underserved in terms of the supply, and that creates local congestion issues. And that is one of the issues that is very costly and expensive, but would normalize loads in the grid to an extent. So there is part of that. There is also part of regulations where we, on one hand, are deregulated state where we deregulated by separating utilities and generation, but then we are under-regulating some other parts of it or regulating too much. So I don't want to go into details on that. I'm happy, or I think we are happy to meet with anyone in this committee and provide a whole list of things that we see as problematic, and that can provide a relief, including, by the way, regulations of utilities, because in some cases we believe that they are under-regulated, that we need to regulate some parts of their business more.
I want to piggyback off that, because I think nobody has a crystal ball, but years ago we made a mistake deregulating our utilities, and I don't know if we could ever do it, but go back and regulate them in a way where we could work together as a legislative body on our utilities, not to be adversaries, but to work to have a better energy source, environmental source, and ratepayer source that we could all work together like other states are doing. And I would hope your result will show some of the things we maybe could do better as a state. And I give you a lot of credit. I look at friends in Puerto Rico, a family in Puerto Rico, their infrastructure is really weak, unfortunately. We need to look at maybe, we don't want to have that. We want to help them, but they really need to help themselves also down there. We've had there's a lot of problems in Puerto Rico and in cities. So I want to thank you, and thank you to the chairs. Thank you.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So you mentioned, okay, I'm happy to know that about the Puerto Rican studies, but you also mentioned the working class, and I'm curious as to the percentage of the Puerto Rican population in the state of Connecticut. But not only that, I'm wondering what. So you mentioned working class. So do you cover all denominations, and do you have the data, the percentage of these denominations that are affected by the decisions?
So the current, let me step back. I wear two hats. I am the director of the Puerto Rican Studies Initiative at the University of Connecticut, and I'm also the director of the Instituto, the Institute for Latino Latin American Studies. And I try to keep these separate, but we've been able to collect data at a census tract level, demographic data for the state of Connecticut, all different types of data. Our mandate has been limited to Puerto Ricans, but we believe that in looking at this information, we can provide insights that can benefit not just Puerto Ricans, but Latinos and working class populations throughout the state. So although we're limited to looking at Puerto Ricans, we have all that data, and we oftentimes look at it and try to incorporate some recommendations that are going to benefit not just Puerto Ricans, but the whole population of the state.
Yeah, and to add that to that, the best policies that serve everyone, and most of all, they serve underserved populations, are universal policies. If your policy is designed to benefit everyone, then everyone will benefit. And when we're talking about energy and working class families or low income families, discount for electricity is great. I agree that is the program that should always be there. Shut-off moratorium during cold months is great. It should be there. But we also need to recognize the fact that high electricity rates also decrease job opportunities for some of these people. They do hamper businesses. They do stifle economic growth or have potential to do that. And that will affect working class families. That will affect Puerto Ricans as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We can't wait to see that report. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there Representative Mara? I didn't see you.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairs. Thank you for coming in today. I had some questions earlier, but Representative Sanchez asked most of those. I just would like to reiterate that we don't have testimony from you. You have brought forward a lot of fresh ideas to us, and that's exactly why we do public hearing, to bring new and different ideas and different perspectives. And so we really appreciate that. But we also, when we look at things, we like to look at real best practices, and we like to look a lot of at data and information behind the testimony. I think that's very important. So we hear what you're saying, but we really are going to need to see some data behind the scenes. So we look forward to you guys submitting that.
Yeah, and we will submit a written testimony of what we spoke about today, but we can also submit research behind that as well.
Yes, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Sorry, I didn't acknowledge. Now I think we're done. Thank you again for your testimony. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Gannon Long from Operation Fuel, followed by Jennifer Weber. They have a lot of assumptions.
Can you hear me okay? Good afternoon to the chairs, Senator Needleman and Representative Steinberg, Representative Mara, Ranking Member Fazio as well. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 6777 today, an act concerning water utility and water quality and treatment surcharges. Okay. My name is Gannon Long. I'm the Chief Program and Policy Officer at Operation Fuel. We provide emergency assistance to folks looking for help with their utility bills, delivered fuel, water bills. So if anybody hearing me needs help with those things, please visit operationfuel.org/gethelp, and you can find out more information about how to apply if you're a Connecticut resident. I want to start just by saying thank you to this committee and to the General Assembly. We know that it's important to you to ensure that Connecticut residents have safe, affordable drinking water. And we think that HB 6777 with this 777 responds to the public health and the legal mandates to get PFAS out of our water. It's essential, and I think the bill does that in a way that protects consumers from volatile spikes in their water bills. So at Operation Fuel, we were founded during the energy crisis in the 1970s. We know quite well what happens when price shocks hit consumer bills, destabilizes family budgets, destabilize the national economy. Something you all hear, I think, from members of your constituency about every 6 months here in Connecticut. But really being able to explain what those charges are paying for, as well as spreading them out over time, helps mitigate the damaging effects, especially for families and households that can't afford to keep up with the cost. So our system right now, for better or worse, it's a regulated monopoly system, and it will mean that ratepayers and I applaud the OCC and the Attorney General's efforts to spread out that cost, obviously not for ratepayers, but right now that is who's going to be charged. And so we want to recognize that this bill is attempting to establish that to be done in a responsible way, a transparent process that consumers can weigh in on, that's going to be before PURA, and that can be revised as time goes on to improve analysis and planning. So I also just want to mention Operation Fuel has partnered with Connecticut Water for the past few years, and they've been a wonderful partner for us. So that started around 2020. The company was going to provide bill assistance directly from their shareholders to customers struggling to pay their bills at 60% of state median income or below. So we operate this program all year long. I mean, Connecticut Water, what we really appreciate about them is that their approach really does center customers. And they recognize that aggressive tactics like collection calls, shut-off threats are not the best way to get customers to pay, and they're also expensive for the company. And those costs end up getting distributed and socialized to other ratepayers in the set. So instead of doing that, Connecticut Water commits their customer service team to help people get assistance. They commit funds to make sure people don't get too far behind on their bill. And a credit of a few $100s may result in thousands of dollars of savings for a family that's struggling, and those costs not getting added back into the system for other ratepayers to take care of. So in addition to supporting direct bill assistance, Connecticut Water also started their water rate assistance program, which was approved by PURA last June in their final decision. And that it's a 3-tier discount rate for Connecticut Water customers who are under the state median income. Since 2024 September, when we started administering that, Connecticut Water has helped about 77 customers receive just under $30,000 in grants and enroll in all 3 tiers of the program. So just in conclusion, through the past few years, we have seen up close how Connecticut Water Company strives to help their most vulnerable customers. We think this bill is crafted in that spirit, certainly open to other changes as analysis suggests. But we just want to offer our support, and we are going to follow up with written testimony. I know that's important, but you'll have that within the next day or two. And we're glad to take any questions if you have them. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you again for your testimony. When we tend to talk to you in Operation Fuel, our focus is almost exclusively on the energy side of the equation. And I think it's a little different for most of us to think about the water context as well. Could you help us understand, given that water bills tend to be somewhat less sizable than electric bills in general, how widespread would there be water bill hardship in the state of Connecticut? And are you concerned that that's going to grow, particularly if we add surcharges?
I mean, one trend, and you could look at our 2023 affordability study, which goes into this a little bit. It's on our website at operationfuel.org. One of the trends that we've noticed the past 25 years is that water utility rates have been rising faster than electric rates, or even, than general inflation. So this is something that's continuing. Mr. Patla suggested, he said water is extremely capital intensive program, and it's important. And we like to, I like to think of it like human beings live for hundreds of thousands of years without electricity, but could not survive more than a few days without water. So it really is essential. And the past few years, I think Operation Fuel has stepped more into that space, really in the 2019-2020 timing, because we've heard more from customers that are struggling not just with energy costs, but also to keep up with their water bills. And we've also seen the cases of different water companies that have really done aggressive collection tactics, including going after liens on people's homes and taking their properties over a small water collection debt. And that's something that I had read about in the New Haven Independent, 2017, 2018 timeframe, if folks are looking up that. So it's really important to make sure that people have that in their homes. I think the pandemic also highlighted the need where it's really important to wash your hands, take showers. And we hear from families every day that don't have that don't have heat to take a hot shower before they go to work or before they go to school. And that really is important for public health.
So if I understand you, you are somewhat concerned that the trend line is for water bills to be rising. And again, getting back to the subject of any sort of surcharges, do you expect that that will tip more people into the danger zone?
I mean, I'm never going to sit here and say, yes, let's increase all the costs on ratepayers, right? Or let's keep escalating the costs. What I think we're in a situation of, you have to balance different priorities. And in this case, someone will be paying to do this work. And the way that and I hope that there are opportunities for companies responsible for PFAS to pick up more of that tab. So I'm glad to hear that that is being pursued. The way our structure is right now, I think the choice seems to me to be between either ratepayers paying it after the fact, not understanding it, and having a huge price shock in their bill, which we all know is extremely disruptive to people and their families, or having that explained in a more measured way, ramped up in a much lower slope, and something that people have more opportunities to weigh in on and get transparency about. I think if you say your bill is going up, people are going to initially react badly to that. If you say you're going to pay slightly more to get dangerous chemicals out of your water so that your family is safe, they'll have a different reaction. And I hope that the final language of this bill really reflects that balance.
Thank you for that clarification. I think your point is extremely well taken and broadly so. It's something we also need to do on the energy side of the fence. Connect the dots so people understand that if rates have to go up even temporarily, there is some benefit to ratepayers over the long haul. We can do a better job with that.
Yeah, and again, just taking the cost of how much does it cost to shut somebody off? How much does it cost for them to let their bill accrue while they're not getting service? How much does it cost to reinstate their service? I think Connecticut Water's experience shows they actually would rather give somebody a few $100s to help them out rather than let their arrearage grow and charge those costs to everybody later on. It just doesn't help the family and it doesn't help the system. And so we really admire that approach.
Thank you. Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again and for this really timely testimony. A couple of things about Operation Fuel. Did I hear that last statistic right? You helped 77 customers?
This was when I pulled our data. So between September 16th, when we launched our new platform last year, and then yesterday, or when I checked that number most recently, 77 Connecticut Water clients and about $30,000 of assistance. And those numbers are a little bit different probably at this moment.
Great. And in terms of the assistance of Operation Fuel, is it still current that they can't apply within the calendar year if they've applied previously? And are you recommending, as we look at water, like you said, as an essential, utility, if you will, or essential need, of updating that at all?
Yeah, it is true. And thanks for highlighting that clarification, Rep. Hughes. It is true based on our funding. We have a series of guidelines that we implement. It's not that we don't want to help everybody. We of course do. And it's extremely difficult to tell somebody that they don't have oil in their home and they're cold and they already got an energy bill assistance a few months ago, so you can't help them again. Based on our resources, we do have to put some of those restrictions in place to make sure we can help as many families as possible. So for energy assistance, it is broadly the case that folks apply, say that somebody applies for assistance today and it's granted, we would ask them to wait until another 12 months before they could get another assistance grant. I'll also note that, $500, that's the amount that we've been able to provide for the most part. There's been some fluctuations in the past few years, but that doesn't go nearly as far as it used to when, those guidelines were first changed. And again, that's a resource constraint issue for us. As far as water is concerned, that one time per 12 months has been generally, again, the guideline for our water programs. We have a partnership with Aquarion, we have a partnership with Connecticut Water Company, and we have a partnership with MDC. And all three of those companies fund that support. So the company itself provides the assistance and we just sort of draw down from that fund. But those are restrictions that all of the companies, again, just to make sure that they have enough resources to help as many people as they can, they do ask people to wait 12 months before they can apply.
I appreciate that, but last winter, we didn't have nearly the kind of sustained cold snaps that we have now. And I'm seeing more and more constituents, if you will, grappling with frozen pipes, with, heating disruptions and failures. And I'm wondering if there's a way we can collaborate on streamlining or updating according to the weather and, extreme situations. And we'll be calling on you again when we look to LIHEAP funding renewal and how that plays in with Operation Fuel. But thank you very much.
Yep, thank you. And we're here anytime that you want to talk about it. Thank you.
See, no other questions. Thank you for your testimony today, and keep in touch. We need to know how we're doing. We're right in the middle of winter. Thank you. Next up is Jennifer Weber, followed by Elizabeth Guerra.
Thank you, Representative. Members of the committee, my name is Elizabeth Guerra. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Water Works Association. I'm pleased to be here to support House Bill 6777, an act concerning water utility systems and water quality and treatment surcharges. And I will note that the Connecticut Water Works Association represents not only the private water utilities, but also the municipal and regional water utilities throughout Connecticut. As some of you have commented, Connecticut's water utilities are committed to providing residents and businesses with safe, high-quality drinking water supplies at a reasonable cost. I will hazard to say that Connecticut probably has the best, highest quality water in the country. So I'm very proud to represent this association. Also very pleased to see that this bill is supported by organizations such as Operation Fuel, as well as CBIA and the Middlesex Chamber. And I think that's important because currently water utilities are facing considerable state and federal regulatory requirements, things ranging from conducting comprehensive inventories to identify lead service lines in their service area, to replace those lead service lines to protect the public health, to also address, as we've been talking about today, to test and treat for PFAS and other emerging contaminants. Also looking at hardening infrastructure to address climate resiliency needs and modifying dams and distribution systems to make state mandated stream flow releases, which are needed to support the state's aquatic ecosystems. These all have considerable price tags. I've been CWWA's executive director for more than 20 years now. This is the first time I recall that this many different enormous state and regulatory challenges have been facing the industry. And I have to applaud them because they have been doing a tremendous job in meeting those challenges head on. Although there has been discussion about some federal funding in place, and I know that EPA often does press releases each and every time funding is made available to Connecticut to address these issues, that funding has really been sorry about the pun, but a drop in the bucket in terms of addressing the extensive regulatory requirements that utilities need to meet. And given that the significant costs of meeting these challenges, particularly the testing and treating for PFAS, and the tremendous benefit that reliable, safe drinking water has on not only our public health and safety, but also our economy and on our environment, it's important that we adopt legislation to ensure that utilities have predictable, sustainable revenues. And I think you've heard from others that this bill will position Connecticut utilities to ensure that they do have those predictable revenues. It smooths out any rate increases so that it protects consumers from steep increases, at the same time protecting their water quality and making sure that it continues to be safe and available. So with that, I will entertain any questions, but thank you for the opportunity to comment in support of the bill.
Thank you. I think the point you opened with, that we're very blessed in the state of Connecticut to have such high quality water. It's something that we take for granted, but we really can't take for granted. And we need to make the appropriate investments to assure that the quality we've all come to expect will remain. Representative Mashinsky.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask you about this question of how big the siting council should be. It's been my observation that they tend, when there's 5 of them, that they tend to specialize in a particular utility and split the workload that way.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part of your question. Who tends to split the workload, the contract?
The siting council, when there's 3 versus 5, when there's Pura.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
That's why you're confused, because I used the wrong regulator. When Pura is 3 versus 5, it seems to me that when we have 5, they tend to among themselves split up the workload, so each of them becomes a specialist in some utility area. And when we get down to 3, we may lose that. Do you have any thoughts one way or the other on 3 versus 5?
CWWA has not taken a position on that piece of legislation, so no, I don't have any comment on it.
Okay, I'm actually concerned that the emphasis on energy prices is going to possibly leave water in the background, and water is certainly even more important than electricity.
Well, we'll certainly be fighting as an organization to make sure that water is not left in the background. So we are actually meeting with our sister organization, the Connecticut section of the American Water Works Association, to outline a media campaign to highlight the importance of infrastructure investment and to identify those funding gaps between what we are receiving from the federal government and what we need in order to meet these regulatory requirements. So hopefully with that kind of media campaign, we will make sure that water continues to be front and center before our legislature and the public.
That's reassuring. And then my other question, if I could ask a second question, is there anything that the water utilities can use for infrastructure investment, similar to what DEEP offers to sewage treatment plant operators when they give them the 2% loans? Is there anything similar to that for, say, the PFAS investments?
So Connecticut has a drinking water state revolving fund that does provide primarily low interest loans. There is some subsidy components, particularly under the bipartisan infrastructure law. However, that has again not been sufficient to meet the needs that we're expected to see. I mean, if you look at Aquarion's written testimony, they project that treating and remediating PFAS is going to cost between 180 and 200 million to become compliant with the federal regulations. So there's not enough. There's also a public system water improvement fund that has been funded from time to time, and that has provided some grants to various utilities. It provided a grant to the city of New London, for example, for it to implement its lead service line replacement program. So there, that is underway currently, but it has not been funded at a significant enough to really support the kind of investment that we need in order to continue to meet our obligations under the state and federal law.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Betsy, as always, for coming to testify and weighing in on these matters. So I was wondering if you had the opportunity yet to look at the testimony submitted by the Office of the Consumer Counsel, who suggests several modifications to the current legislation in front of us.
Yes, I have. And I did actually have a chance to touch base with OCC Counsel Claire Coleman on her way out. And I will defer to Connecticut Water. I know they've been meeting with her to discuss the legislation, but we are fully committed to working with OCC and other stakeholders to ensure that the legislation addresses any issues that they may raise.
Okay. So you don't want to comment specifically on her suggestions, but
No, I will defer to Connecticut Water on
Fair-
that. Thank you.
Fair enough. And I'll just ask you one other. There was another piece of testimony submitted on this bill, 6777, and that suggested that it would be more appropriate and better for the ratepayers to to pursue a general rate case as opposed to a special surcharge. Would you care to comment on that?
Sure. So this bill, and I mentioned it in my testimony, is actually modeled after the very successful water infrastructure conservation adjustment charge, which allows similar incremental charges to be placed on the bill in order to avoid steep increases down the line. Again, that has been very successful in ensuring that water utilities have the capital in order to make those investments to support conservation, like leak detection equipment and so forth. So a benefit to the environment. And we're confident that this will provide the same thing. So I think the problem is if you only allow these types of issues to be considered in a general rate case. First, a general rate case is very expensive. So instead of being able to put that money into infrastructure investment, you're putting into lawyers and consultants, et cetera. So it's certainly an important process, but one that I think is not going to be nimble enough to address the investment requirements facing utilities at this point.
So I'm going to interrupt you if you don't mind. So I'm going to pick up on what you just said. So a general rate case, as I understand it, as you indicated, is expensive and it takes a long time and you have to hire lots of lawyers and so on and so forth. But it's suggested in this other testimony that I'm referring to is that regulatory review is perhaps more thorough in a general rate case. So therefore, maybe it is worth the extra time, money, expense, and so forth.
Well, a general rate case is covering a wide range of factors, whereas this would be limited to water quality and treatment. And it is subject to PURA review. And so I think that there's enough, it's narrow enough that it would not require the same kind of analysis that would be conducted under a full-blown rate case. And I think the benefit to the consumer, as Operation Fuel testified, is that it does smooth out those increases over time so that you're not going to get sticker shock and you're not going to be faced with a steep increase. And I will point out, and I know others have mentioned it, that water rates do tend to be very low compared to rates, other utility rates. So Ty and Bond does a study every few years. The last one was 2019 in Connecticut, and the average rate was about $5.19 a year, which is really a bargain when you think about how much we pay for cell phones and cable TV. And sorry about my other utility friends here, but I'm sorry. Water's a real bargain here. So.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there any other questions or comments? If not, thank you for your testimony today. We really appreciate it as always.
Thank you, Representative.
Next up is Tom Swan on Zoom, followed by Barry Kresh. Is Tom available? Seeing no, we're going to go on to Barry then. If Tom Swan shows up later, we'll try to insert him back in. Barry, are you there?
I am here.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, committee chairs, ranking members, committee members. My name is Barry Kresh. I am from Westport, and I'm the president of the Electric Vehicle Club of Connecticut, an all-volunteer organization promoting EV adoption and clean transportation. Thank you for allowing me to testify in favor of HB 6780, the Energy Data Bill of Rights. I have supported versions of this bill that have been brought forth in the past two sessions. Good policy and good planning require good data. We have a lot of data in the state, but it is difficult to access and not always easy to use when you can get it. Compiling a comprehensive data set of energy usage and generation at a granular level, disseminated in a machine-readable format and standardized format, would help advocates, municipalities, sustainability volunteers, academics, and businesses as we seek to do our part in the collective effort to move the state toward its net zero goal. In the hearing today, I even heard some questions from legislators about data. It would help them too. And also there is the issue of transparency for consumers. Speaking for the EV Club, I am most interested in the vehicle data noted in the bill, but I am also on the board of the PACE organization and work with them on their energy model, of which vehicles are just one part. One benefit of this approach is having a single source of truth and the avoidance of data conflict. Freedom of Information Act requests are not a good option. I have submitted more than my share of them. It is a suboptimal process at best, ungainly, time-wasting with almost no communication, and impracticable for ongoing needs. Also, in my experience, they frequently get ignored. Nevertheless, requests do get filed and get fulfilled to some degree. If a process as envisioned in this bill were to be put in place, it would save the responding agencies the staff time needed to compile the information. It would also save programming charges that are sometimes assessed of the requesters and which don't appear to have any logic to them that I can discern. I would be more than happy to be part of the discussion regarding the data to be produced, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. We recall that there was a similar bill to this last year. And for the benefit of refreshing our memories, could you help us understand why it's important to collect these data sets and what would be the benefit to the people of Connecticut who would be able to access them?
Well, first of all, we have a lot of goals in Connecticut, environmental targets, and having this data would allow them to be more easily monitored. You know, for example, will we hit our interim EV goal? Not likely. Will we hit our longer term 2030 goal in the as articulated in the ZEV Memorandum of Understanding? Well, it's possible, but we would like to see where we're doing well and where we're falling short. In the case of the PACE energy model, Mark Scully will be testifying later today, and he can speak to it in more detail. But this models the energy usage on an individual town and can provide a path towards decarbonization. And furthermore, academics are using this data to study the impact of policy and make future recommendations.
So to your point about municipalities being able to get data aggregated at that level, what kind of decisions might that lead to in terms of decarbonization?
With respect to electric vehicles, which I'm closest to, they would understand the population of electric vehicles in town. They could assess whether they have sufficient charging infrastructure, and they could also use it to guide their efforts for fleet electrification. There was one time where I was speaking to a town official from a small municipality who said to me, well, we don't have that many EVs here. And I was able to look up the data and say that, well, you're a small town, but in fact, on an EV per capita basis, you're in the top 10 in the state. And that was eye-opening for this person, and who said, well, then we need to take a look at our policies.
Thank you. The question we often ask is, are other states doing something like this? Does any other state have a robust sense of such data, and have they created some sort of interface, a data dashboard that allows people to not only access it, but to understand its import?
Well, I know New York is one that has a pretty extensive database and accessibility. There are others, but I can't think of them off the top of my head.
Thank you. If you could help us see sort of the state of the land, that would be great. Are there other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you, Barry, for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have John Erlinghauser from ARP, followed by Carrie Lynch.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman Steinberg, Mr. Chairman Needleman, Ranking Member Mara. Pleasure to be with you today. My name is John Erlinghauser. I'm the Senior Director of Advocacy for AARP in Connecticut. And just as AARP is a nonpartisan social mission organization with an age 50 plus membership of nearly 38 million people across the country and almost 550,000 here in Connecticut. And we support livable communities for all ages, aging in place initiatives, financial opportunity and resilience for everyone as they age and retire. And we come before the General Assembly every year on a multitude of bills that support these issues. I'm not unfamiliar to this committee, having spent the last almost all of my 22 years at ARP working on the issues before the and the Energy and Technology Committee. And I wanted to add my testimony on a water bill to the pile because unfortunately they're one of the utilities that aren't sufficiently angry with me yet. So we thought we'd add them into the mix, but all kidding aside, I'll just address a couple of things with regards to the legislation in terms of what was said. We historically have opposed these special charges for all utilities, not just water. And we testify against them before PURA on many of the rate cases. A couple of things that were said, I think initially by Connecticut Water in response to your question, Representative Steinberg, was did they consider this to be temporary or permanent surcharge? To which they responded permanent. And then Waterworks responded to a question from Representative D'Amico, or I believe it was, or it might have been you, Representative Steinberg, which was that this had more, really was about a reliable source of revenue as opposed to addressing the need. We do agree that the need of the contaminants has to be addressed. We do think it should be addressed in a general rate case, and for the reasons that were mentioned by Representative D'Amico. So that's with regards to 677. On 545, you brought up the issue, and I know you questioned with regards to when is the appropriate time to drop the old copper wire, plain old telephone service. I know I first met you discussing this issue when you first got into the legislature. And what I will say is this bill 545, well, first of all, any bill that has as its co-major sponsors Representative Fishbein and Senator Duff is a bill that everybody should get behind. I will say that. But besides that, what I've always said in all my years of testifying on bills related to telecom in the state of Connecticut is that we should be moving the non-copper wire line phone services such as VoIP to the regulatory oversight that POTS is currently at. And so, I think this bill will bring us into that direction. I think it's been made clear, especially with regards to Representative Mara's questions as to what services would be considered and not considered for the service quality standards put forth by this bill. And we think, it's an appropriate good start. And then from there, we can start talking about where we go with regards to POTS. So those are just my responses to some of the discussion of the hearing on those two bills. So with that, I'm sure there'll be a couple of questions at least.
I'll get it started off. John, thank you for your testimony. I think you and I might have to resolve to retire when the POTS lines do.
I took a picture up in Montreal not too long ago with a pay telephone in my hand that was out on the street. And I said, we got to bring it back. But anyhow.
But you've been a tremendous advocate on behalf of seniors who are particularly affected by these kind of technological changes. And we count on your support to assure that we continue to advance telecom to the point where everybody has access and reliable service. And I guess we'll continue to be in this transition that we've been talking about for the last decade or so.
I agree. And again, as I say, I think 545 brings us to a place where it will make the transition that much smoother, because then there'll at least be some level of quality service standards for at least the VoIP services. And, most people don't know the difference, particularly my members. They pick up a phone, it's attached to something. They think it's the telephone service that, I had 30 years ago in my mother's kitchen with the rotary dial. I know Senator Needleman, you mentioned, but, we know it's not. It's something different, and we will move that, in the right direction. So, then we could start talking about, how we phase out the old system.
I believe Senator Needleman had phones that were part of a party line or something like that.
My mother used to always talk about the party line.
I just want to get back to one of the other comments you made. Do you have the temerity to suggest that it is not the responsibility of government to assure a reliable income source for private companies?
I do not believe it. I believe with proper oversight, that's why we have regulatory structure in place for utilities. And so they go before the regulators to demonstrate the need through a traditional rate case, as was mentioned in the dialogue between Representative D'Amico and some of the other water utility companies. So, they shouldn't be guaranteed revenue. They should be able to provide the service. Water companies in Connecticut, as I mentioned, are doing a great job. But again, that's what we have rate cases for and a regulatory body for, to, look under the hood, kick the tires, ensure that, we can, and by the way, there's a rate case right now with natural gas and the customer service charge. They're looking for a 33%, Yankee Gas is looking for a 33% increase in the customer service charge with regards to Yankee Gas. And that's more of shifting, things towards a guaranteed revenue stream as opposed to the regulatory oversight that's needed. And that's what our fear is with regards to this. Not that the contaminants don't need to be cleaned, they do. Not that the water companies in the state of Connecticut are not doing a good job, they are. We've all, we established that. That's not what this is about. This is about proper regulatory oversight as opposed to that guaranteed revenue stream combined with, the fact that it doesn't go away and it expands and it'll grow.
You for that. I think we all like certainty. Wouldn't it be great if we had certainty in so many aspects of our lives?
Sure.
But that's hard to achieve in the business world or in the world of government. So I guess we're just going to have to live with a little uncertainty this day and age. Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So John, I'm going to throw you a softball here and let you comment on your own testimony, but also let you comment on some other testimony, if that's okay. So following in that vein of the discussion between you and the good chair, so in your testimony, you talk about regulatory review that a general rate case would entail. So would you care to expand a little bit on that? What are the shortcomings of a special surcharge review as opposed to a general rate review?
I believe it just becomes a complacent source of revenue for the company as opposed to the stringent oversight that's needed. I think Representative Delnicki even mentioned, first of all, I think we're probably putting the cart before the horse to guarantee this stream of revenue. But I also think, that there is value to having that stringent regulatory oversight where, ARP, if we wanted to, could be a party to the case and intervene and provide evidence and witnesses and as opposed, there's a reduced level of scrutiny when it comes to the customer service charge that doesn't exist in the rate case. And, and again, it starts out as one thing and then over time it grows and changes and, it becomes something that it wasn't when it initially started out.
So if I could ask just one more, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate that. So there is you just said there's a reduced level of scrutiny and a surcharge.
Well, I think Connecticut Waterworks acknowledge that.
Oh, okay, fair enough. So the other thing that I'm concerned about is it's been suggested during the hearing today that this special the surcharge would smooth out the cost for the consumers so that there wouldn't be a sticker shock. Is that really true?
That's hard for me to say. Without again having everything in front of me in terms of what would happen before a regulatory proceeding. I can't answer that question right here and now, but what I could say is I'll take the word of the proponents of the legislation to say it would also provide them a guaranteed revenue stream, which I think is more likely the motivation than that and the reduced scrutiny that comes with it as a surcharge as opposed to being part of a general rate case.
So I appreciate that. And the reason I ask you that question is because I'm looking at the testimony from the Consumer Council and she seems to suggest that, and I don't know if you had a chance to review her testimony.
I read it briefly.
Pardon me?
I did read it briefly.
Oh, so she seems to suggest that if we make some tweaks to this bill, that we would protect against there being any kind of sticker shock. So
I think, again, I think she said verbally here in testimony, her preference would still be for it to be in the traditional rate making process, but that she offered, suggestions. And again, through the course of legislative sausage making, we'll look at what's proposed in the end. Again, our preference would be the opposite. to it be a part of a rate case as opposed to a surcharge.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
No
Thank you, Mr.
problem.
Chair.
Thank you, Representative. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, John, thank you as always for your testimony.
Thank you, guys.
Next up is Carrie Lynch from the Nature Conservancy, followed by Connor Yakaitis.
Hello?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, good. Good afternoon, honored chairs, Senator Needleman and Representative Steinberg, and distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee. I am Carrie Lynch, Climate and Energy Policy Manager at the Nature Conservancy. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony on behalf of the Nature Conservancy in full support of House Bill 6780, an act establishing a Connecticut Energy Data Access Bill of Rights. The Nature Conservancy is committed to elevating policies that promote energy affordability, reliability, transparency, and as such, we have supported versions of this bill in past years and will continue to support these efforts. This bill is intended to guarantee public access to the data needed to set informed climate targets and accurately monitor progress against such targets. Such data includes state-owned building specifics, number and types of cars registered in Connecticut, number and types of renewable energy resources in the state, and individual residential electric usage. Achieving Connecticut's decarbonization targets will require active engagement of agencies, policymakers, municipalities, businesses, residents, and research institutions. In order for these stakeholders to set informed climate targets and then monitor their progress, they will need accurate, relevant, and timely data on such matters as energy uses, buildings, vehicles, and deployment of renewables. As a former federal and state employee, I know that the process of gathering appropriate and up-to-date data is difficult, costly, and only partially successful. As a result, the state has not been able to tap into creative potential needed to transition to a more efficient and clean energy economy. And the public is often left unaware of progress towards this goal, which can lead to misinformation and false conclusions of inefficiency and waste. Data collection is the first and hardest step of setting informed yet necessary emission targets. The state should pass a Connecticut Energy Data Bill of Rights, giving DEEP the authority to collect and make public such data. Once this data is public, stakeholders can better actively participate in target setting and monitor progress in an accurate and timely manner, all of which benefits Connecticut residents and our transition to a clean, reliable, and affordable electric grid. And with that, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present testimony in support of HB 6780. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. You mentioned that one of the groups that would benefit most from this are the stakeholders. Do you expect that having this data available to us is going to tell us anything we don't know already?
I would hope so. I mean, we don't have a lot of interim climate and energy targets. We have a 2040 goal, but we don't have anything before or after that. And for emission targets, we have a 2050 goal, but we don't have a 2040 goal, 2035 goal. Having better targets and having a better glide path to meeting those targets can help advance policy that's both efficient and effective, I think.
Thank you for that. Other comments or questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. We really appreciate it. Next up, we have Connor, followed by the representatives from Eversource.
Can you hear me now? There we go. And distinguished members of the Energy and Technology Committee, my name is Connor Yakaitis. I'm the Deputy Director for the Connecticut League of Conservation Voters. I want to thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony in support of SB 1193, which seeks to reduce the maximum number of members of the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority from 5 to 3. As electric rates have become a major focus over the past year, we here at CTLCV commend PURA for their dedication to protect consumers as well as embrace clean energy transition. We at CTLCV, we work with 32 other state leagues of conservation voters around the country to advance clean and affordable energy policies. And it's really interesting because many of these states, these state leagues really look towards and commend Connecticut and PURA's structure for having strong consumer protections and for holding utilities accountable. PURA has prioritized utility accountability, consumer protections, responsible natural resource management, and forward-thinking energy solutions. PURA's equitable modern grid framework reflects a strategic approach to advancing Connecticut's clean energy future. This framework outlines key objectives, including fostering the state's green economy, ensuring a cost-effective transition to decarbonization, improving energy affordability, and enhancing customer access to more resilient, reliable, and secure power system. We believe this leadership structure, which is both the existing structure as well as the previously codified one, will continue to strengthen efforts to build a cleaner energy sector, help Connecticut achieve its 2040 decarbonization goals, and ensure robust consumer protections while holding utility companies accountable. We commend the committee chairs for recognizing that the structure is currently working for consumers. We urge this committee, the General Assembly, and Governor Lamont to continue supporting PURA and Chair Gillette in their current configuration that is working towards a sustainable and resilient energy future. We urge you to vote in favor of this bill. And CTLCV also urges the committee to support HB 6780 to guarantee public access to the data needed to help meet our climate targets and accurately monitor our progress. As we continue to transition to renewable energy, action will be required by individual residents, businesses, municipalities to effectively transition as well. It is important that these stakeholders are able to obtain publicly available data very easily on energy usage sources and electrification of transportation and heating. We hope you'll support HB 6780 to increase transparency and accessibility to this public data. And I really appreciate taking the time to be able to testify. Thank you.
Connor, thank you for your testimony. Let's focus for a minute on the 3 versus 5 conundrum, if you will. I'm not going to ask you to speculate as to why Governor Malloy, in his estimable wisdom, chose to argue in favor of expanding the number of PURA commissioners to 5. And to your point, exactly what this bill does is just return to the former status quo.
Correct.
But is your endorsement, if I could use that word, of 3 commissioners a reflection of the fact that you think that in general, maybe with some small exceptions, the function of PURA on behalf of the ratepayers in Connecticut has been effective?
Yes, we are basically saying that this structure is working right now for consumers. It's both working in terms of consumer protection and ensuring that. It's also working from an environmental standpoint as PURA really seems to embrace and move towards the direction of renewable energy and a cleaner, healthier grid for us. So
I misspoke on the Malloy-Lamont thing. I do that on occasion, but sort of bouncing back and forth. But thank you for that, because there seems to be a lot of conversation that there's something inherently substandard about having only 3 commissioners. And I'm still looking for substantiation to support that. So we're interested in hearing everybody's point of view on how best for the regulatory authority to move forward. Representative Mara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. I'm just a little confused, though, why the League of Conservation Voters believes 3 over 5. Did you not think 5 works for conservation voters?
we just think that as it stands right now, the current structure does seem to be working when in terms of as we transition as both a state and a region to a more renewable, clean energy infrastructure. We think this current process is working and it's also working for consumers. So with that, we support to continue doing what we've been doing and what was previously done when it was last altered, I guess.
So you're not saying it's better than 5, you're just saying you think it's working.
Correct.
Okay. And as far as the League of Conservation Voters, I guess I don't really understand why the League of Conservation Voters would weigh in on this particular bill. I would have thought you might have focused on some of the other bills. It doesn't really make sense to me that that 3 would be better than 5 and the League of Conservation Voters.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, there's certainly plenty of bills that we are watching and participating in the conversation with this session. We know that the legislature is obviously gearing up for, I think, a pretty robust conversation on the future of energy in Connecticut. But we figured we'd take this time to acknowledge the good work that has been done by PURA so far. And acknowledge the fact that, you know, we do work with 32 other state leagues around the country, and many of those state leagues do kind of, you know, commend the current structure that we have, and we figured we'd offer our testimony in favor of that. So
But the current, technically the current law we have is 5.
correct, but it was previously 3. It exists as 3 right now, and
Okay.
yeah.
I don't disagree with you. I just was really surprised to hear that you would comment on this particular bill. Thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. It seems like all sorts of interested parties are commenting on this. Yeah, never know what you're going to hear. Senator Needleman.
Well, thank you for testifying, and I do appreciate the testimony, and I do also believe that it is working quite well. Having been in the middle of the discussion about 3 to 5 in the implementer in 2019, I'm kind of glad it stayed this way, and I think that it is working well. And I also think, more importantly, circling back to the 2011 decision about aligning our energy and environment goals and dividing the responsibility between DEEP and PURA, sort of settled into behind the meter and in front of the meter. And I think the grid mod docket that goes on is really quite important and quite well done. And I think that DEEP focuses on one part of the energy policy and PURA focuses on the other. They're not purely a rate-making group, but it took a while to come to understand why you wanted the regulator involved in designing some of these programs to get the best value for the consumers. And even though, you know, I questioned myself, for example, why did we put the EV charging program under PURA? Why was the deployment of that in PURA? And that was to make sure that whatever program was designed was most efficient for the grid and work to minimize the impact on the grid. I care less about where the money comes from and more about how the program is actually administered. And I think that the administration of certain things make the grid more efficient. And I think that that's built into kind of the rate structure. So I really appreciate your testimony. You know, we've heard from other people who clearly had opinions about 3 versus 5 that aren't directly involved, and there's probably a diversity of opinions. 3, 5, 75, 400. I think that the size of the agency for me determines a lot of that, and how much you want your commissioners to be working commissioners as opposed to having the staff, a bigger staff, do more of the work, and having, you know, a situation like on a court where each court, you know, each judge has clerks. It doesn't work that way there. There's staff and they all share staff. In your testimony before PURA, have you found that process to be fair and open? And you guys follow the dockets probably a lot more than I do. I'm just wondering what your take on how they operate is.
Right now, I mean, it does seem to be operating, you know, again, in the best interests of consumers, which is very important. And I know, you know, we're grateful here in Connecticut. I know there's, you know, a lot of debate about electric rates and things like that. But as previously in some previous testimony earlier today, you know, you look at other states, you know, Virginia, Texas, that have, you know, all kinds of issues with grid reliability. And so we're just appreciative of the work that PURA has been doing. And we'd like to continue seeing them, you know, move towards a more reliable, renewable energy grid. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Up, Representative Mashinsky.
Same question I asked the previous witness, which is, if we go to 3, or if we stay at 3 and don't go to 5, will there be enough diversity on this panel to handle electric issues as well as water issues? That's the only thing I'm worried about is, can they handle water on top of the very controversial electric issues if there's only 3 people?
I can't speak to, you know, the day-to-day workload and capabilities of each individual member. But you know, I'd like to think I've not heard of any issue, like overwhelming issues right now with 3. So I just simply can't speak to, you know, workload of each individual member.
Okay, it was more the practice of when there were more members, they all seemed to have found a niche that they were especially well versed at. And one of the folks there was a water person and who's no longer there. And I'm just hoping that water is not neglected over the controversies over electric prices.
Sure, we will, I mean, we'll certainly continue to engage in dialogue with Pura and see what they're able to do. And, you know, whenever they rely on us for information, we'll certainly be there. So,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Any other questions or comments? If not, Connor, thank you for your testimony today. Next up, we have Vincent Pace and Douglas Horton, and any other members of the Eversource team you'd like to bring to bear?
Good afternoon, Chairman Needleman and Chairman Steinberg and other members of the committee. My name is Vincent Pace. I'm an Assistant General Counsel for Eversource. I'm joined today by Doug Horton, our Vice President of Distribution Rates and Revenue Requirements. Thank you for the chance to be here today. We submitted pre-filed testimony on House Bill 6780 and Senate Bills 1193 and 1194. We defer to that written testimony for our details. We'd like to use the balance of our time to very briefly discuss Senate Bill 1193, which in our view substantially changes the current power structure at PURA. Currently, General Statute 16-2 requires a panel of at least 3 PURA commissioners to be assigned all cases and requires at least 2 of those 3 commissioners to reach agreement before they have a final decision. Senate Bill 1193 radically changes that power structure by allowing the chairperson to appoint as few as 1 commissioner to a panel, and then for that 1 commissioner to make decisions on behalf of the agency. Safe, reliable electric, natural gas, and water service are among the most important issues to Connecticut consumers. Those issues are too important to have 1 person decide those issues. We think the better practice is to keep the law the way it is, to allow for deliberation and collaboration among a panel of 3 commissioners who can balance all the appropriate considerations, the views of consumers, stakeholders, and the utilities, and reach a reasoned outcome based on the record evidence and their collective experience. We look forward to answering your questions today, and thank you for the opportunity, Chairman.
Thank you for your testimony today. I think you raised interesting points about the functioning of PURA. I think a lot of us tend to emphasize not so much the number of commissioners or that particular delegation of responsibility as much as the good work of their staff on behalf of all of us with all the dockets and rate cases we ask them to do the research on. It's really important that the work that they do is honored in the decision-making process, that all the research, all the interrogatories, all the evidence that's supplied by the petitioners is considered, and that a reasonable decision results from that. So we very much take your point that structure matters, and that we will have a lot to talk about in terms of how best to look out for the interest of ratepayers here in the state of Connecticut. Are there other comments or questions? Nothing in particular. If not, oh, you have something? No?
Sure.
Oh, we'll go to Representative Yacarino first.
Can I go first, or?
We're not going to play Alfonso Gaston.
Okay, I'll be
Go
really
first.
brief. So in the interest of ratepayers, listening today, especially from the folks from UConn and somebody that's been around, I think when you have so many, you have gas, you have electricity, you have water, you have cable, other internet, I would think it makes a lot of sense, to your point, to have 5 or even 3, but always having at least 2 people voting for the transparency and sunshine for our ratepayers and for good government and good processes. I think that's what you're saying.
Thank you for the very good question and comment. Our position would be we really defer to the legislature on the 3 versus 5. The more important issue is once you've decided, will it be 3 or 5, how many commissioners actually sit on a panel and hear the evidence, and most importantly, render decisions? What the current bill says, for example, is if Eversource comes in for an electric rate case, the chairperson can appoint one commissioner to the panel. That one commissioner will decide the fate of our 1.3 million electric customers based on the evidence. And our view is those issues are too important. We should have at least a panel of 3 commissioners with different experience, different backgrounds, different skill sets to weigh the evidence, deliberate, and reach a reasoned decision. And currently the law says you don't need unanimity. You have to have at least 2 of those 3 commissioners to reach agreement to render a decision. We think that's an equitable approach. It's a reasonable approach, and it balances all the various interests that you hear in rate cases. Not only the consumers and the utilities, but also environmental views, community activists, economically depressed communities. There's many interests raised in a rate case that should all be factored by a panel of 3 commissioners and at least 2 reaching agreement. Not a situation where one person holds the power and renders these types of important decisions impacting all of our customers.
I couldn't agree more. It's the same as for a utility to make their decision without us being the watchdog. It should be the same for Pura. It should always be, I would think, at least 3, but that's why I like 5, because if something happened, at least you have 3 people, they have the majority of the vote. Our town for selectman government, you have to have a quorum. We can't have a meeting, we can't have a vote without the majority of folks for transparency and good government. In this case, it's for fair, for our economy, for our ratepayers, and for clear and concise utility functioning. So I don't really have no other question, but I just want transparency for our ratepayers, and I feel like we don't have it right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Needham.
Thank you, and thank you, Representative Yacarino. Can I ask you, how long have you been like in the position that you're in at Eversource?
So I'm originally from New Britain, Connecticut, so a lifelong Connecticut resident. I've been practicing law since 1998. I worked in private practice, helping Northeast Utilities in January 2003. So a number of years ago, I joined Northeast Utilities, and I've been working in this area since that time.
So you've been, and I'm assuming you've been testifying and doing dockets and doing all that from when you got hired to now.
Correct.
And you know, I love to make you smile. It's just
Correct,
one of those
correct.
things that
And,
I really enjoy doing.
And I can remember the first rate case I worked on was for CLMP. It was 2003. It was docket 030702. So it was a very good introduction to rate making here in Connecticut. And I've worked on most of our rate cases since that time.
Great. So in 2011, the law changed. We combined Deep and Pura, and we went to an authority of 3. They changed it from DPUC to Public Utilities Regulatory Authority. That's what it is, right? And put it within Deep in order to align energy and environment goals. You were there through all that, right?
Yes, Chairman. My research confirms your point that it was Public Act 11-80. It was Section 15, and it went from 5 to 3 commissioners. And you're also correct. Earlier today, you pointed out that Public Act 19-117, Section 80, then moved it from 3 to 5 commissioners. So I agree that's an accurate recitation of the change in law. But again, our position comes back to, we're not taking a very strong position on the 3 versus 5. Again, it really comes down to, once you've reached agreement on the composition of the authority, it's critically important to ensure that we have more than one voice rendering these important decisions that impact our Connecticut consumers on electricity, on natural gas, and water. And the concern we have with that current bill is it says one person can render those important decisions. We think that's unreasonable, it's inequitable, and puts too much power in the hands of one decision maker.
I'm not sure I agree with your interpretation of it, because that was the law. All I asked our LCO to do in my haste, you know what it's like at this time in the session. We're just trying to get bills ready to have public hearings. I just said, review the Public Act and put it back to the way it was, right? From 11 to 19. From 2011 to 2019, not 11 to 19 commissioners. unwieldy. So the language, and I asked again our LCO this morning, the language that is in this proposed bill, a proposed bill many, many miles away from what a final bill would look like, certainly open to discussion, but that is the language that existed from 2011 to 2019. There's no dispute about that, is there?
Well, I would agree that when I looked at the text of Public Act 11-80, subsection 15, at that time, the legislature changed the quorum requirement to be a panel of 3 to a panel of 1 or more. So I agree with that.
Okay.
And also, again, as I pointed out, and you pointed out previously, Public Act 19-117, subsection 80, then changed it to the current requirement, which would be when there is a panel, the panel has to have at least 3 commissioners appointed.
Correct. But that was based on, I mean, you know that that was done in the implementer in 2019. We don't need to rehash how that happened. It was done. Both parties agreed to it. It was never implemented, as you rightfully say. But I just want, you know, you were there. I was not. I don't know if Doug was there or not. Was there any issue in that period from 2011 to 2018 with the statute written the way it was that you had any concerns? Was it ever voiced in testimony that when 2011 was passed, when the bill in 2011 was passed, did you have the same concerns that you have now?
Subject to check. I don't recall submitting any testimony to express concerns about that, but I
Appreciate that. I would appreciate both utilities that are in this room, all the utilities that are listening, to review their testimony from 2011 and tell me if there was a specific concern related to that, because I'd like to know. We're making a lot of hay about something that's turned out to be nothing because there are no votes that have ever taken place with one commissioner. Have there? Has there been major decisions, rate cases where one commissioner has decided this? Or is it the work that you're talking about as opposed to the vote? Because all commissioners vote. I can't tell if any of them are absent or not. That's not the issue. But you can't have a vote of the authority without having a majority of the commissioners vote, can you?
General Statute 16-2 requires that for there to be a decision from the agency, you have to have at least a panel of 3 commissioners, 2 of whom must reach agreement.
Thank you.
And the important requirement in our view, Senator, would be that it's important for all decisions of the agency to meet that requirement. The statute doesn't say a few or rate case decisions. It says all decisions by the authority. And I think the concern that we have that we raised to the authority is that in the bulk of decisions, I believe it's over 6,000 that were rendered since 2019, where is the evidence that a panel of 3 commissioners convened and had a vote and it was voted on by those commissioners? And we've cited to the law, it's General Statute 1-225A that says that when an agency renders a decision, there needs to be a vote. The vote needs to be recorded. At least to date, we've not seen any evidence that those votes actually took place. And as a matter of law, my position would be if a record of votes does not exist, then the votes do not exist.
Well,
The statute's not been complied with.
So I don't know if what was the case, because there's a lot of administrative decisions that Pura and before them DPUC rendered, I'm sure, over the ages. And I don't know what happened from 2011 to 2019, whether there were hundreds or thousands of administrative decisions issued. There's obviously, you would agree, a difference between administrative decisions where they're just going through because there are 6,000 of them. There is a fundamental difference between them and contested rate cases. You know, I'm not an expert. You're the expert on regulatory law, and I understand that you're litigating this in court right now, and I wait for the decision in court to see if there was any difference from the period 2011, quite frankly, before that. How many decisions were rendered administratively versus with a full body or a majority of the body voting on them? because there is a fundamental difference, as I understand it, between administrative decisions and contested rate cases. Is that correct?
I would agree there's a distinction between a ministerial decision like granting an extension of time or ruling on confidentiality or some other preliminary type decision. But issues that go to deciding the scope of someone's legal rights, issues deciding important fundamental legal issues like contested versus uncontested case, those are issues of substance. And the statute requires a panel of 3 convene and render a decision, at least 2 of which have to reach agreement. One example I can point to where that didn't take place was that we submitted a letter from our Deputy General Counsel pointing to a docket 220605 that was sent to PURA. And there were decisions issued after the panel of 3 voted on that issue. And there were conclusions under the issued by the executive secretary, which stated that we were no longer able to submit our energy storage proposals, or that we were barred from doing so. That's an example of a decision of substance, which has to be decided by a panel of 3 commissioners.
What, did you miss a deadline, did you say?
We did not miss a deadline. In our view, we submitted the information requested by the authority. There was a decision issued in that docket in 220605 by a panel of 3 commissioners. And it said that Eversource could resubmit their proposals. We did timely resubmit the proposals with the requested information. And then there were 2 subsequent decisions referred to in that letter, and they denied our ability to move forward on energy storage projects. And it's our view that that's the type of decision that's not ministerial. That goes to the scope of our legal rights. It should be decided by a full panel of 3 commissioners, and the vote should be disclosed so we can see what the result is. That's one of the concerns we've raised.
And I appreciate that. And again, your right is the right to appeal to a court. And I gather that almost everything, even what might have been considered administrative or ministerial decisions, you want to make contested at this point. And I get that. I understand that they don't seem to be going in your favor, and I understand why you would want to change that. I just want to, again, ask the question, did you have, I guess maybe the point of my questioning, Mr. Pace, is it person specific or is it structural in your mind? And I want an honest answer to that.
Sure.
Is it the one person there that you think is continually deciding against you, even though I don't follow rate cases, I have been 100% clear about that? Or is it the structure of the agency, which is kind of operating the way it always operated from 2011 on? Is it that? And were there any other arguable, ministerial cases that you felt should have been contested in that period, or was that not a problem?
I think the important point to focus on would be that we've raised valid concerns, and they do require independent review by a court of competent jurisdiction to verify the accuracy, and we've submitted support for those claims. And we're looking forward to that result, and we respect the process.
But Senator, if I could.
Excuse me one second, Doug. I appreciate that, and I agree with you. Just so you know, I would like this thing to move on and get beyond all of this and let the courts decide what they may decide, because it's not just one court, it's the appeals court, it's the Supreme Court. There have been a number of these cases already litigated. There are, probably dozens of them outstanding, and no one wants this to settle out more than me. I think that, because you didn't answer what I asked you, is it person specific or process specific? Was there always the same process in effect, and you're just questioning the way it's being handled now by a specific chair? I mean, you've been there through, I don't know how many chairs, but I think probably 3 or 4, 5, maybe. I don't even know, because I go back before 2011. I don't know what that board looked like.
I mean, if I could, we'll start with Mr. Horton, then I can supplement if that's acceptable
Sure.
to the chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent, and thank you to all of you for having us here today. Just to address a few things. First, and to make it clear, it certainly is not personal, it is structural, but we're also, I think, mixing and matching a few things here. Vincent's commentary at the beginning in relation to the law that is currently posed, which is obviously altering existing legislation, and it would, as it's posed now, I realize it was as it was previously written, would vest decision-making authority to a single commissioner, and that is, in our view, would be a mistake. You would be losing the value of having a diverse panel of commissioners weighing these complex energy challenges. And in my view, we feel very strongly that the full panel of commissioners needs to weigh in on those things. What we're talking about now, though, is not as it relates to the proposed legislation, but the court case that we have filed in relation to the practice that PURA has undertaken, which has just been made aware to us that has been happening, which is where PURA has issued more than 6,000 decisions based on its own count over the last several years. Those decisions have been issued under the signature block of the executive secretary, but have been purported to be issued on behalf of the entire agency, and for which there is no record of any vote ever having been taken. So that is the specific court case that we're talking about. Now, within those 6,000 decisions, there are more administrative matters and procedural aspects that are not of substance. But within 6,000 decisions, there also are many decisions which have a substantive basis. And those are the concerns that we have, where a single commissioner, any commissioner, has made a decision and rendered that decision on behalf of the authority, or at least purporting it to be on behalf of the authority, but having it be under the executive secretary's signature block. It is entirely untransparent to anyone reading it who has made the decision where the rest of the commissioners lie, or what recourse there would be if we didn't agree with the decision or wanted to take exception. So that is the bounds that we're concerned with, that practice which has taken place and is not, at least to our knowledge and recollection, has ever been undertaken in the past. We see that as a major step backwards in terms of transparency and accountability. And again, as we look ahead to having very complicated energy and electricity challenges facing us, we think it's important that we have a transparent board overseeing our processes and our rates, and that the full panel of commissioners weigh in on those things.
And if I could,
Excuse me, I appreciate that, and I anxiously await the same court decision to see if there's any merit to the case, because again, I will reiterate one more time, I'm neither a regulator nor am I an attorney. But I did hear you say, unbeknownst to you, 6,000 decisions were rendered administratively or that were done under, and you had no idea for 6 years that went on?
Well, if the decision is issued on the signature block saying it's on behalf of the authority and it's signed by an executive secretary, one would conclude, or it would be reasonable to assume, that it's a decision that's been issued by the full authority. And so it was just in recent proceedings where it became clear through information provided by PURA that those decisions had in fact been issued by a single commissioner of the authority.
Okay, thank you. Vincent, you had something else?
just one additional point to make, which is important, is that in my 20+ years in serving in this role, my goal has always been to try and work with the commissioners and work with the staff and work with stakeholders. That's been our practice and that's been our goal. But we feel that based on what we're seeing today, and having raised the issue with the authority and the answer they received, their response was, we're fully complying with the law, there's no need for a change. We feel that we have no other recourse but to seek a court's review and have an independent review provide an answer to us. So I hope that's responsive to your question.
I appreciate that. And how many open lawsuits do you have against PURA right now? Besides this one, which covers, you're basically asking for all 6,000 dockets to be disqualified, or cases, or you want them all disqualified from what I understand. But how many open lawsuits do you have against the authority right now?
Well, on the first point, as it relates to the relief we're seeking for in the lawsuit that you mentioned, we're not looking for any monetary damages. We're not looking to increase rates. We're simply saying to a judge, please provide clarity and confirm that the agency needs to follow the law. That's the key relief that we're looking for, no more, no less, so that we have that clarity and there's clear instruction given to the agency, because we all benefit when there's clear direction on what the law is and how it needs to be followed. As it relates to other pending lawsuits, as this committee knows, we're not allowed to take appeals in all cases. There are many cases we have that are called uncontested, but we have no legal right to have an independent court review what the agency is doing. But there's a subset of cases called contested cases where a hearing is authorized by statute for which we can seek judicial review. And we're exercising our right to ensure that we have courts provide feedback on how the agency is doing.
So I appreciate that. So of the number of contested cases that you've had against Pura, how many are being litigated at this point? Of the total, how many?
I would have to circle back to the chairman to provide a precise number. You know, it's less than 15, but we can provide you with a precise number, Chairman.
And when you talked about rate increases, right? You know, you have what you had, or you still have, but will not have. You had 3 regulated entities in the state of Connecticut at the moment. One of them is being sold to an unregulated entity. Hopefully, from your point of view, I'm sure, not so sure from the point of view of the customers in the Aquarion area, but you will have 2 regulated entities remaining in the state of Connecticut. When was the last time you submitted a full rate case to Pura or its predecessor agency that was fully, fully adjudicated?
I can speak to that. We, for Yankee Gas, filed a rate case this past November. Prior to that, excuse me, for both our Yankee Gas affiliate and for Connecticut Light and Power, our last fully litigated rate case was in 2018. But a couple of points to make. First, the unfortunate reality of a rate case.
I just want to ask you, yeah, I'm going to give you plenty of time. I got nothing but time today, Doug. It's 3:15. I don't care if we're here till 2 in the morning. These guys may hate me for it, but I'm fine with it. I got another bottle of seltzer. I'm good for another 6 hours.
If you get me talking about rates, we probably will.
They'll kill me, but no, I don't. I'm already tired. So the Yankee Gas case, right? That was a fully adjudicated case, and is that an appeal at the present time? Have you appealed that one?
I mean, maybe I can start. And so the Yankee Gas rate case was just recently filed, and we are now in our 3rd month of discovery. And the expectation is that case will be fully litigated before Pura roughly by October of 2025.
Okay, and the other one is the Aquarion case. That's the one that's in court at the present time?
The Aquarion case was filed in the spring of 2022. The decision came out in March of 2023, and that was appealed. It's now an appeal to the Connecticut Supreme Court, and the expectation is oral arguments will take place this spring.
So that was appealed directly to the Supreme Court?
That was appealed in the first instance to the New Britain Superior Court Tax Administrative Appeals Session. And there were a number of claims, 3 decided in our favor that were remanded back to the agency. The remaining claims decided in favor of Pura, and the company has now appealed those to the Connecticut Supreme Court.
And you hope that that's done before? I mean, what happens if you sell the company? Do those claims go forward?
They do. And the important thing there is to ensure that we get direction from the court as to what the state of the law is, to ensure that we have a balanced playing field and a reasonable regulatory environment that we think benefits not only utility companies, but also our customers.
I'm not sure I agree with that last part. That's an opinion. And now I want to sort of ask about the idea that the last fully litigated, I thought it was adjudicated, but you're the lawyer, not me. The last full rate case was in 2018. Was there a vote on that, or was there a settlement on that?
There was a settlement, and then the settlement was approved by the full panel of the commissioners, as is the case for final decisions under the current and previous law.
What does a settlement mean?
So in a rate case, we put on our case, every rate case, there's reams of documentation that utilities present in order to meet our burden of proof. And generally, a rate case is, well, it's always a presentation of the utility's cost to serve its customers, but generally because costs go up
for all businesses, including for utilities, rate cases mean rate increases. And so it's a very intense process, as you can imagine, especially here in New England. We have already high energy costs. And so a rate case is the opportunity to update rates for all aspect of your service. And it's a high bar to clear to convince your regulator to increase rates. Parties take positions during the course of the proceeding. Ultimately, it's the regulator's job to balance and weigh the evidence that has been put before it and making a decision based on that evidence. All a settlement agreement is the parties coming together to reach mutually agreeable terms on the resolution of the facts presented before the regulator. So a settlement agreement simply takes the representatives of all parties that are present in making arguments before the regulator and then coming to a meeting of the minds as to how we could amicably resolve potentially, disputed points of view within the case, as opposed to having the regulator deciding those issues based on the evidence presented before it. It is simply a way for people to come together and agree on a path forward so that you could either smooth out rate increases for customers, you could phase in cost changes over time, or you could have other things that are more important to parties, be put on the table in recognizing that there would be a rate change. It is simply a way for parties to come together and to agree and to work together collaboratively to solve.
I appreciate
complex
that. So in all of your rate cases in other jurisdictions, I'm not an expert in any of this. Clearly, there was no settlement in the Aquarion case, I'm assuming, because it's being litigated. So a settlement means you've agreed not to litigate the decision of the authority.
Well, a settlement agreement, correct. It would resolve the issues. It would decide, for instance, what is the level of the rate change that the parties agree should take effect. And once the regulator approves that, then it would become law.
I do appreciate the complexity of the rate case because I did read some kind of a snarky comment from the New Hampshire Office of Consumer Counsel saying that the hardest part so far when he first got the rate increase, which was 40% on base rates, he had said the hardest part was scanning in 18,000 pages of documents. So I would imagine that given the size of the rate, the consumer base in New Hampshire, Connecticut's would be even that much more complicated. Although I would assume the number of pages doesn't increase by the number of customers. Just going back to the 2018 settlement, what was the one before 2018?
I can comment on that. So I worked on the 2014 rate case. That was in docket 140506. That was a fully litigated.
So good, Vincent. I admire you.
That was a fully litigated rate case. There was no settlement. But if I could add another point about the 2018.
Well, I just want to go back to that. There was no settlement in 2014. There was the settlement in 2018.
Correct.
In that settlement in 2018, before we circle back to and I'll give you plenty of time to answer. Was there anything added in to the settlement that was asked for after the litigation adjudication part of the case? You were there, I wasn't, so.
I mean, my recollection was that the parties submitted a settlement in January 2018. This was docket 17-1046. The commissioners came back and said the settlement is not good enough. We want you to make a revision to the settlement. The parties went back to the drawing board, looked at what the commissioners gave as their feedback, and then amended the settlement agreement to address the concerns raised by the commissioners, resubmitted a revised settlement, and in mid-April 2018, it was approved by a panel of 3 commissioners.
Thank you. So, what did again, because I don't think everybody understands the process, and I just want to be clear. So the authority hears all the evidence, you guys submit, you go back and forth, there's a lot of testimony, there's a lot of outside groups that are testifying. And then I would imagine, and I, again, wasn't there, they issue an interim draft decision. Is that like one of the steps in there, or draft decision? And then the settlement negotiations can or may not begin. And who are the parties to the settlement? Who are the statutory parties?
My recollection that for the 2018 rate case settlement, the parties to the settlement agreement were the Office of Consumer Counsel, which, as you correctly point out, is a statutory party to rate case proceedings. And at that time, the entity was called the Prosecutorial Unit, and they're a predecessor to PURA's EOE. So they're a subdivision within the agency who are allowed to have discussions with the parties because they're separate from decisional staff, and they were involved in settlement discussions. So the settlement was between the Consumer Counsel, CLMP, and the Prosecutorial Unit within the PURA.
So Deep was not a party to that at that point, to your memory?
To the best of my knowledge, they were not a party to the settlement.
Okay, was there in that settlement, beyond the draft decision, some kind of a tracker that still shows up on the bill that I worked hard to make sure this is the last period that tracker for $300 million a year for capital?
I can speak to that. So we've had a number of discussions on this, and there is a capital tracker. It's called the Electric System Improvement Cost Recovery Mechanism. And in a rate case, in that rate case in particular, what happens, at least historically, is the utility would present its projection of capital expenditures over the period of the rate plan, the multi-year rate plan. And there was concern in that case that if the parties agreed or PURA established a level of capital spending that the company did not actually spend, that it would establish rates that were too high. And so the parties came up with that mechanism as a way, as a concession to ensure that rates would not be set too high. And so in that proceeding, as part of the settlement, the company agreed to set a lower amount of capital expenditures in base rates, and then only had amounts above that which was in base rates be allowed for recovery through this mechanism. It was initially intended as a way to ensure that, for the reasons I said, that customers would pay no more than the actual amount, versus under the traditional way that rates had been set, you would agree on the amount in rates, and if the company or the utility spent less than that, there's no going back. So that was the impetus behind it. That framework existed for the first 3 years after the settlement agreement, and now we're in a mode where we're getting recovery on capital expenditures up to 300 million. We are spending, even with the capital cuts for CLMP that we have had to make, we are spending well in excess of $300 million.
So I want to, thank you for going there.
Certainly.
Because I just want to lay out the calendar of events here. And again, I got here in 2019. My biggest concern was the cafeteria, and got thrown into this mess at that point. And then the hurricane or storm Isaias hit, and that resulted in another settlement, didn't it? That extended the same capital tracker. Is that correct?
That did result in a settlement agreement where we had agreed to pay a significant sum as a penalty. And then as well, it did satisfy the requirement of a rate review. And as well, that ESI mechanism did continue. That's correct.
Thank you. So so now it's 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. We're going to be at the end of 25 when that capital tracker, so if we're 8 years in at $300 million a year, $2.4 billion worth of capital tracker, I think in the public's benefit side of the bill, want to point that out. Or is that built into your base distribution rate, the ESSI?
It's not in the public benefits portion of the bill, no.
So it's in ESSI. It's not, ESSI shows up in the distribution side.
Correct.
Okay. Has that been reviewed and adjudicated? I'm assuming you have spent more. I'm assuming that the excess is what you'll apply for in the next rate. And by the way, I do want to say I have no problem with capital trackers. I just have a problem with how often they get adjudicated. I think capital trackers are critical to capital infrastructure programs. I just don't think that a capital tracker of the magnitude of $300 million a year should go 8 years without being fully adjudicated, because what happens, and I'm not saying this has happened because I've never looked at your books, what happens if it's determined at that point that only $2 billion of the $2.4 billion was spent prudently used and useful, whatever the criteria are, what would happen in that case at that point? If it was determined by the authority, full authority, everybody sitting in on a rate case, which was always my hope for every rate case, that some of the money might not have been spent prudently. What would happen at that point? How would that get adjudicated?
It's adjudicated every single year. As part of our annual RAM process, PURA evaluates the ESI among a number of other components, but it adjudicates and reviews the capital documentation for everything that flows through that ESI mechanism. It does that every single year.
So how long do they have to do a RAM adjustment? How long is the review period?
So because of the time that it takes, it being PURA to review the documentation, PURA has conducted the RAM process in 2 steps, where rates are set, at least by design, on May 1st, which, as you can imagine, is a more abbreviated time frame.
How long would you guess?
And now they take the remainder of the summer to evaluate the cost documentation that we submit for the ESI, and then they would issue an additional decision in the September timeframe. And they've done that each year for the past several years.
So if I could add to that, to respond to
I
your
just
question.
I just wanted to answer one last question on that. Would you argue that that could possibly be a thorough review, given all the other work that the authority does as a rate case? Is there a final adjudication when the next rate case occurs for the full amount? Or is it settled every year and there's no, my understanding is that that's a very abbreviated process. Like you said, that, you know, it's like a cursory review of standard service. It's done. You got 6 weeks to submit the information, and then the rate case, 6, 8 weeks, whatever it is. Whereas you have 350 days now, because we extended the time to do a full rate case. I think before, rate cases were 150 days, and the complexity, as you guys have said, makes it much more complicated now to do it in that short an amount of time, given the size of the staff. And again, I would argue that the number of commissioners, they should all be working. It's great if one of them knows more about one subject matter than the other, but you're very reliant on staff to unpack 16, 18, 20,000 pages of information to find out what actually is prudent, what is not. Shared service costs from the corporate entity down have to be unpacked to the extent that they can legally be unpacked. It's complicated now, more complicated even than it was 20 years ago, probably. But the abbreviated process here for reviewing the ESSI number, does that get a further review in your next full rate case?
Great question. I think, well, a few points to make. If we're thinking about the review that's done on the capital documentation that goes to the ESI as compared to what review would be required in a rate case, having that review take place annually, and I am not trying to downplay the amount of work on PURA or its staff, it's a lot. I totally am sympathetic to that. But by taking it annually and reviewing it in chunks, to me, as opposed to a statutorily required time frame of 350 days in a rate case, if we didn't have the annual review process now we would be expecting all parties to review, I think you said $2.4 billion of capital additions all at once. That to me would be insurmountable and much more difficult to get through and to wade through versus a targeted process here where we're only looking at the capital documentation within the ESI. A rate case, on the other hand, is an opportunity for PURA and all of the parties to evaluate all of our costs and all of the services that we provide, soup to nuts. It's an intense process from start to end. And I think reviewing it all at once would be much less scrutinous, if that's a word, than having it reviewed on an annual basis. I think it would be, you'd have to take shortcuts.
Well, I would argue that the longer you go for a fully adjudicated rate case, the more complicated it gets, because the longer the look back, and that creates complications of its own. And I gather there are very specific laws about timelines here, like if something is uncovered, you have a certain amount of time, or questioned, you have a certain amount of time to respond, one piece at a time, and you could really run out the clock in a rate case. Not that that's ever happened, but to go back to my question again, all the money for that ESSI charge from 2018, I don't think in the 2014 rate case, I don't think you had a capital tracker, did you?
We did not. The capital tracker was approved in that 2017, 2018 rate case and took effect starting in May 1st of 2018.
Thank you. So in that 4-year period, 2014 to 2018, that was a normal time frame, I guess. 3 to 4 years is when you would want to come in. There were no capital trackers.
Chairman, if I could actually, not to get too detailed, there was one exception, and that is from the period 2013 through 2017, we did have an NBFMCC rate that allowed the company
You got to explain that.
to be able to recover,
NBFMCC, please just.
which did allow the
No,
covenant.
no, what does that mean?
Oh, it means non-bypassable
Thank you.
federally mandated congestion charge. And what it did allow the company to do is to recover certain capital expenditures for the purpose of system resiliency. So that was a precursor to the ESI, but it was done through the NBFMCC charge from roughly the period 2013 through, April 30th of 2018. And again, that was for system resiliency. It was decided that in the aftermath of Hurricane Sandy and the other storms, it was important to invest in our infrastructure to mitigate the impact of storms. And it was concluded that we could recover some O&M and also some capital expenditures for grid hardening through that particular rate component. So in my view, it was a precursor to the ESI.
So was that a function of the two-storm panel?
That was a function of the company going into the authority and requesting permission to be able to use that tracker for that particular purpose for grid hardening. And at that time, the authority was supportive of that approach.
But that was after Irene and Sandy. It was kind of a disastrous, and it resulted in a two-storm panel, I gather, which my good co-chair might have been the one who chaired, or somebody I know chaired it. And did that non-bypassable, money come in? Because it was raised today, the FMCC, federally mandated congestion charge. Somebody raised the issue of where does federal come into that, but I don't want to get into that. So you're arguing that extra money that was given, because again, I was first selectman. Before that, for 8 years, I was on the board of selectmen. We were all very disappointed. You guys did not own CLMP at that point. So, I mean, you might have been there, but Eversource was not the parent company at that point.
But I think the key point we'd like to make in response to your very good questions is that PURA has held the company accountable, and they do have transparency in those earlier dockets where the company would have to come in and be able to defend those expenses. And as Mr. Horton points out, we currently do that every single year. We, from a period of roughly January 15th through almost the end of August, have what's called a RAM docket, Revenue Adjustment Mechanism, which is a contested case proceeding in which the Consumer Council, DEEP, and other stakeholders issue questions. We produce witnesses subject to cross-examination, and there is an adjudication. And we think, while we know the staff is very busy, roughly 7 months is a reasonable period of time to adjudicate those facts and render a decision. So we think it's a very fair and balanced process.
And that includes the 300 million.
That includes the $300 million, of which we provide all the evidentiary support and a panel of witnesses to answer questions under oath.
Okay. Well, I would argue that the last fully adjudicated rate case that didn't involve a settlement was 2014, which is 11 years ago. There was 2018 where there was a settlement. There were deficiencies found in 2021 after Isaias. There was a penalty, and somehow out of that came another negotiated settlement, which continued the $300 million tracker. Doug, I have no doubt that you might have spent more than that. The grid needs a lot of upgrading. We need to get this to a point where it's correctly done. But I just wanted to go back and ask this question one more time. are the books closed each year on the $300 million, or in your next fully adjudicated, your full rate case, which I think because the 300 million goes away at the end of this year, there cannot be another settlement based on the statute, which we changed. Is there another look at those same costs? That's a more thorough, in-depth look, or are the books officially closed on that $2.4 billion?
I mean, Vincent can elaborate or correct me, but as Pura determines a project is prudent and allows for that project to be reflected in the ESI, which is the rate that we've been talking about, it cannot go back and find it later to be imprudent. But there are hundreds of millions of dollars that we have not been allowed to recover through the ESI each year for investments made that are above and beyond that would be presented to Pura for review in the time of the next rate case.
So let me ask you how that would work. Let's say you come back and say, well, we were given 300 million last year and 300 million this year, but we really spent, because this gets to the core of cutting back on work that you're doing right now. 300 million last year, 300 million this year was built into rates under the ESSI charge, but arguably you spend 500 million or 700 million, whatever it is. Does that mean that you only submit documentation on the difference, or you submit it on the total amount? And does the total amount become subject to review? And is it just for that 1 year period?
In a rate case, we submit documentation for all of our capital additions prior, since the last rate case. I do want to be clear, the process of a rate case, you're setting rates prospectively. It's for going forward rates. So Pura would issue a decision in the next rate case. It would review all the documentation for all projects. My point is simply that because we've had this annual process each year where Pura has been looking at those projects that go through the ESI, it wouldn't need to undertake that review. If we didn't have the ESI, we would need to submit all project documentation as part of a rate case, and Pura and all parties would then, need to evaluate all the projects. They've already evaluated chunks, and they have found projects to be not appropriate for recovery through the ESI as part of their review. So my expectation in our next rate case would be that we would produce all the documentation, but that Pura would only need to evaluate the projects that haven't gone through the ESI.
So it's less a dollar amount and more, you'd see them all and you'd have like a spreadsheet and it said, this one was adjudicated, this one was adjudicated, this one was reviewed, not reviewed. And it's not a dollar amount difference if you submit based on $2.4 billion built into rates already. If you submit, that since the last rate case, you spent $5 billion. I don't know what this is a point of law that I certainly would not want to get into with, an expert lawyer like Vincent, because I do have a tremendous amount of respect for his legal ability. But would you review everything, or just is everything legally open to review versus practically open to review would be the better question. If I was doing it, taking the shortcut of saying I did 2/3 of these already, I don't want to relitigate those in my own head. But practically speaking, are they all available for review, the entire sum, or once it's done in RAM, it's over?
Yeah, I can respond to that. And again, thank you for the very good questions. We appreciate the probing questions. In my view as a lawyer, because the RAM docket is a very fulsome proceeding, it's at least 7 months. It's what we call contested, which means we have to answer under oath and produce witnesses subject to cross-examination. Parties who are not happy, including the Consumer Council and DEEP and others, can file an appeal. If they don't like the outcome, the view would be if someone decides not to file an appeal, you then have finality. And so whatever has been decided by the agency is now a final decision, but the authority can look at all the other capital expenditures that have not been reviewed by them in the next rate case.
So what you're telling me is your legal opinion is that probably only the things that had been reviewed in a RAM adjustment, if that was decided that no, right? It was imprudent. There were imprudent expenditures in that $300 million, and you cannot come to an agreement. Can that result in litigation?
And it has. And so, for example, to illustrate how robust the process is, if we look to the 2021 RAM proceeding, and I know the docket, it's docket 210103, and that decision, the authority said, we will not let you recover $17 million of infrastructure upgrades you made to repair the grid after storm damage. They said, we will not approve recovery. And CLMP has filed an appeal. That appeal still needs to be adjudicated. But I mentioned the point because it illustrates PURA is by no means a rubber stamp. They look at those issues very carefully. In that case, for example, they said you will not be recovering $17 million in that RAM docket, which is a contested case.
This would be one of those cases where I would love to have the Consumer Council and the chair of PURA right here so we could really hash this out, but this is not the right space for that. That's what this court that PURA runs for. I need to just continually remind people that there has been a $300 million a year investment in the grid. One could argue it's not enough by a lot, or it's enough, or it's too much, but there has been a significant amount of money approved to invest in the grid up to now. Clearly, you're saying it's not an adequate amount of money. I can respect that. I don't know what the costs are. I know that every time we have an issue in my town, it's time and money, and it's expensive to fix anything, let alone the upgrades. There's always a question of what becomes a repair of like versus an upgrade, which has different rates of return on them. And I've heard that a number of times, but look, I just want this done just like you do. I really want us to get to the other side of this. The reason I asked the question about overspending, it was very deliberate, and I'm sure you both understand why. The way we make rates in Connecticut, if you've overspent in the prior period, the only way to get that money back is to give you less in the subsequent period, right? How else would you do it? If I give you the money up front and you don't spend it correctly, and you come in the next time and I adjudicate everything, whether it's 3 years or 6 years or 8 years or 5 years or whatever, if I go back and I said, oh, we built all this into here, some of it was imprudently spent, right? Or you needed more, you would have to build either the more into the subsequent rate case if you've overspent or spent more than was built into it, or if it was determined that any of it was spent imprudently or not put into use correctly, you would have your number for the future ding. That's the only way you could adjudicate it monetarily.
Senator, I mean, we're getting into a depths of utility rate making that the fact the room hasn't all left or fallen asleep is impressive to me.
Fine.
So but I do that.
I'm not.
I think the
only thing that keeps me awake. And Vincent smiled.
Yeah.
And you smiled.
That's exactly. I think I struggle with how you characterize it, because it seems to me that I'm either not explaining it well, or you're arguing for and against this ESI mechanism.
No.
But to be
not.
clear, no, just to be, if we did not have the ESI mechanism, then what you would have said would be true. That is a counterfactual world where we would have had a rate case where we would have agreed, or PURA would have established a level of investment in rates based on a forecast at the time, never to be touched again retroactively or looked back. In fact, that is why the ESI came into being, which said that we will have an annual process to set rates so that customers pay only what we demonstrate, the company, Eversource, demonstrates to PURA satisfaction has been prudently incurred and just and reasonably spent on behalf of our customers. That then establishes a process where PURA can review that decision every single year and adjust rates every single year. So if they decided something was not prudent, the adjustment would be made contemporaneously. Customers would not pay any more. So I struggle to understand the objection to the ESI, which has now been written out of law.
I have no objection to it. I just want to understand how it works a little bit better. So let's put the ESSI aside, because the question of whether in the next full rate case, any of that prior approved stuff versus, the first pass look, see, oh, this looks good, this looks good. When you come back and do the whole thing, I still don't know, and I don't think you would want to answer whether any of that is subject to re-review in a rate case. That's not my point. But other monies are built into base rates. Other costs are built into base rates, and they certainly are adjudicated in the next rate case, right?
Yes, the process of a rate case is to set a representative level of rates so that the utility has an opportunity, but it's important, not a guarantee, and there has never been a guarantee, level of return. It's intended to cover the costs of service, and a part of all utilities' cost of service is the cost to attract capital to serve customers. So the whole rate case process is to design rates at a level that sets a representative level of rates prospectively and going forward.
And then it gets adjudicated in the next rate case to see if that money was spent prudently.
Well, what happens is that, so you set rates in a rate case, and that is then the rate that, will be in place until rates are changed in the process of a future rate case. But each year, those rates produce a level of revenues that the utilities use to run their business and to serve our customers, making investments proactively, operating and maintaining our system, keeping the lights on during major weather events, all of that. So each year we have to respond to what the actual system conditions require us and spend the money where we need to. It's only for capital investment that's made that is reviewed in the next rate case to evaluate, was that spent prudently or imprudently? And that's where I'm stuck on the point you're trying to make on ESI, because we've
Well, I'm done with the SI. No, it's
Oh.
now more O&M.
Yep. So
Right?
we get a representative level of operating expenses each year.
And
That's designed, to your point, on a 2017 year. So you're, questioning the wisdom or ratepayer benefit or customer benefit of having rate cases less frequency, which I can understand. But the reality is we are operating under a set of rates that were set based on 2017 costs, because that's how rates are set in a rate case, that I am sure when we reevaluate our rates in the next rate case, our cost structure will have increased. It's more than a decade since that point in time, which would, I would imagine, warrant an increase in our overall cost structure. And that's to the point about Yankee Gas, who was on a similar time frame. We're talking a lot about CLMP, but Yankee Gas, we just filed a rate case, and we do have a large increase in our rates there. And a big chunk of that is the passage of time from the last time we fully reviewed our costs.
And I appreciate that. And I would still argue that that amount of time is too long, because even at 350 days, with the way the interrogatories work, it's just not enough time when you go for 8 years worth of O&M. And I'm anxious to get past the next rate case. That's why in Senate Bill 7, Vincent knows the number of the Public Act. I don't. I'll forever, for the rest of my days, remember it as Take Back Our Grid or Senate Bill 7, two different bills. No idea what the Public Act numbers are, but I would like it to be more frequent. Have no problem with capital trackers as long as they're done properly and accountably. And I think that we need them because there's an expense, an outlay of money. And if the future numbers, I don't know what the time frame difference in New Hampshire was between the last rate case and the one that you submitted, but it was 40% base rates, according to the Consumer Council. And I would expect that we will be seeing some significant numbers from you, which is, again, a rationale of the peril of waiting too long. With that, I think I always appreciate the time, because I haven't said this to the whole group. I learn by doing this. This is the best way for me to understand exactly what's going on. So I do appreciate your patience and my colleagues' patience, and I reserve the right to continue after. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I'd like to revoke that right. Are there other questions? Anybody still awake? Okay. Seeing none, thank you again for the time you spent with us today. My guess is we'll be talking again before this session is over. There's certainly quite a bit to talk about, but we appreciate your patience with us as we're trying to better understand where we need to go.
Thank you very
Thank you
much.
for having us.
Thank you. Next up, we have, as matters would have it, Kim Harriman from Avangrid.
Good afternoon, chairs, members of the committee. My name is Kim Harriman. I'm Senior Vice President of Public and Regulatory Affairs from Avangrid, which is the parent company of UIL, owner of United Illuminating, Connecticut Natural Gas, and Southern Connecticut Gas. Virtually joining me today is Dan Canavan, VP of Regulatory Affairs for the Connecticut Utilities. I'm here today to speak in opposition to raise bills 1193 and 1194. I've submitted written testimony, which more fully describes our opposition. You know, a cursory look at this legislation might suggest that, in fact, their technical changes, simple aligning of numbers of commissioners, maybe reflecting the governor's preference, going from 3 to 5 commissioners. I've been a regulator for 16 years in New York. Served as staff counsel, ultimately as an administrative law judge presiding over rate cases, and finally the general counsel to the commission. And I have to tell you, I have grave concerns about reducing the number of voices on a commission. And in fact, it's the number of voices on a commission that often allows us to examine very complex and technical issues, drawing upon skills, education, and experiences of each of those commissioners to find the best outcome for the residents of the state. Over the past few years, in fact, the commission has dealt with billions of dollars of infrastructure investment, and having more brains than fewer seems to me always a good idea. But even more concerning, this really isn't about a bill going from 5 to 3 commissioners. This is about going from 5 to 1. The changes in this bill would, in fact, reduce the number of deciders basically down to 1, because it swaps out the use of the word panel and instead allows the chair to assign as few as 1 commissioner to any matter. And in fact, that matter could be to ultimate resolution and conclusion. There are no states in this country that allows a commissioner to our research that will allow a single commissioner to make decisions on multiples of billions of dollars of decisions over a course of a term. And in fact, in Texas, even they have 2. So, you know, we're not exaggerating the fact that these are profound changes. And regardless of whether or not the law used to be this way, the issue is, should it be this way now? And the answer is no. By not only reducing the number from 5 to 3, we're also making sure that a single person, regardless of who that person is, can in solo fashion decide major critical energy issues. If the legislature increases the influence of just 1 commissioner who is unelected by the single Connecticut resident to essentially unilaterally decision make in perpetuity in ways that far outlast even that single commissioner, we think that that's a bad outcome for residents of the state. We think that it is a rejection of democratic values and the whole point of collaborating and compromising and working with teams to come to the best conclusion for residents. That concludes my testimony, and both Dan, I think Dan, if he's not ahead, I don't know, behind me, Dan Canavan and I are free to take any questions. I know Senator Steinberg left, so I might not have, or Senator Needleman left, so I might not have any questions, but.
Maybe you just
Great.
answer all the questions he asked before.
There was a lot. I don't know if I remember all of them.
Representative Mara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your testimony. So if it, I appreciate that you're saying going from 5 to 3 might be an issue, but you're saying going from 5 to 1. Could you see a scenario where there are 3 commissioners, and can you explain how that maybe would differ from the process that we're seeing today? And yeah, just any comments that you have on that.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty well known that we believe, in fact, a single commissioner has rendering has rendered decisions that are substantive in nature in violation of the law. And this may perchance look to rectify the legal action of doing so. And I think it's important to note that, a single commissioner making a decision, regardless of who the commissioner is, without the ability to appeal to the full commission, is a significant departure. And in fact, when you look across, and I went on NARUC, which is a great website, it's comprised of the National Association of Utility Regulatory Commissions. There's not the state, even Texas, that has such a construct, which would allow a single commissioner to make such a deliberative and substantive decision. And most commissions, like New York, have 7. A lot of them have 5. Some of them have 3. Very few. In fact, Texas, Washington, New Hampshire have 2, but at least they have 2.
If I can just do a follow-up. No, I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Representative Foster.
Thank you for sharing with us your background. I think that's helpful as we get up in the line of questioning. So I'll just share that my background is not in energy regulating space, but science. And so when I started on this board, on this committee, I spent a lot of time trying to figure out if there was peer-reviewed evidence about effective policies to leverage accountability to the utility companies, to appropriately regulate space, to pass legislation that would have positive ratepayer impacts, promote the environment, and increase grid stability. I thought, like, science has my answer. It's a pretty comprehensive space to search. But one of the things I found when I was looking in the peer review journal is a distinction that Connecticut has that makes our Public Utility Regulatory Authority distinctly different in a way that I think is pretty positive than others. And I'm wondering if you're aware of any credentialing differences that exist between the people who serve on PUCs across the nation. If there are advantages to a specific set of backgrounds, expertise, knowledge that makes PURA commissioners being better to serve the community that they serve and achieving sort of the goals and objectives of the regulatory commission. Are you aware of any background, training, or expertise that differentiates members?
I think there are states that require some different backgrounds, or at least a list of minimal qualifications to actually participate on utility commissions. I'm not familiar with every state's requirements. I think that, when you have somebody who's got expertise in finance, engineering, consumer service representatives, right, who understand really what it's meant to engage in the public in such a critical service, I think those are good experiences to have. And as we've talked about, the breadth of the jurisdiction of PURA is significant. And so wanting to draw from a multitude of technical backgrounds, expertise, and experience is a good thing, whether it's 3 or 5.
And how about leaders on commissions? Are you aware of any way? I tried so hard to move that out of the camera vision and it did not work.
Oh, yeah, nice.
My PhD's in nutrition. So this is a great moment. But
I have to say, that's why I made the face when she offered me some.
Oh, this is a really redeeming moment.
They just keep passing it around. I'll take a few.
I'm so sorry. So are you aware of anything that differentiates our current membership from national trends?
I definitely haven't done a robust review of every single state. I think that the composition of PURA right now has, unique circumstances and perspectives, experiences, and backgrounds. And I think that you can find similarities when you look at Massachusetts, for example, when you look at Maine as well as New York.
I'm trying to pull up the article that I'm referencing in it. So the Energy Policy Institute has a report on their sort of like differences across the boards and what might be a strength or advantage to our current one. And one of the reports that was published said that, and I'm just going to pull it up so I don't misquote. It said that Oftentimes, U.S. adjudicating conflicts over energy rates, energy generation, electric vehicle infrastructure, energy efficiency, and other issues, the PUCs are critical and understudied institutions that, given their central role, requires certain given sets of expertise. And according to this report, that was the review of 800 commissioners serving from the year 2000 to 2020, and ties to utility companies, there was only one state whose commissioner was significantly differentiated from that national trend. And that was our commissioner, Marissa Gillette, who's both an attorney and an electrical engineer. And so I think it's interesting. We're having a lot of conversations that are pretty robust about, what the makeup and regulation, how many members we should have. But I think the real deep root of what we should be seeing more often is how we control the ability of the utility companies to communicate with the commission and the protections that we put in place from those members to be able to do their good work, to be the the body that they're meant to be, and be protected from the influence from the industries that they're trying to regulate, which I think means at times separation. But I also think that it should be a very strong and robust interest in looking into the credentials that we see of members who go on. So interestingly, the 3-5 number, I don't have strong opinions about, but I think that anytime we move forward, we should be looking for folks who have structural engineering and estimating experience, because I know that someone who's a civil engineer or a structural engineer could look at infrastructure investment plans, review them, and in a way that I can review a table with data related to nutrition and make a pretty quick estimate if the data looks appropriate, if the math presented in a slide deck makes sense. A structural engineer could be reviewing infrastructure investment plans and very quickly be like, oh, those numbers make no sense. Maybe there's gold plating happening here. And that kind of specific skill and expertise, I think, really matters. And I think we got a little mired here in this conversation about critiques that are happening between the way we think that decisions were happening or should be happening, and an accusation about whether we think that there are motivations in this bill to cover or not cover for things that are happening. And I actually think the really more important thing that I urge my colleagues to be discussing as we're talking about this is what it takes to strengthen PURA, to make sure that when rate cases come before them, that they can review the information that's presented to them and say, this makes sense. This is accurate. I trust these numbers. It makes sense. I want to approve a rate increase. Or, holy smokes, these numbers make no sense. Or, we gave them money to do this program and the administration of this program didn't work the way we wanted to. And I think that the skills and the credibility make people better at doing that. But I think it creates friction, because it's much easier to tell someone, here's how I want you to act, when they don't have that knowledge and their skills and that expertise. It's very easy to control a narrative or a directive without that expertise. And so, I've listened to much of Senator Needleman's line of questioning, and I feel really strongly that I think we're focusing on the wrong things. I think that what differentiates us is in some ways a strength. And that strength is great for ratepayers, probably not so good for the utility companies, but that is something that people are going to have to make a choice about whether or not they're comfortable with. And that we'll have to do around this room. And I don't have strong opinions about 3 or 5, but I do have very strong opinions about making sure we enable that commission to be as strong as possible to do the work that they need to with really good rigor and skill and expertise. And I'd be curious if you have recommendations based on your previous experience, separate from your time at a utility company, but from your experience prior there, about what makes PUC commissions in other states really effective at parsing out the data and the evidence. What makes them strong at protecting ratepayers' best interests as they're going through this? And I know that's a little bit different than what your objective is of your time here. But I think that I'm curious, what works well in balancing that interest? What works well at protecting commissioners to do that work? And the number, maybe that matters, but my guess is it matters less the number and more who they are. And so I'd love to hear your response.
Yeah, I think that there are a lot of different perspectives that should be taken into account when you do reviews like this on either rates or energy policy. You might be an engineer, but you might not be somebody who's worked with consumers or low income or developers of renewables or energy storage or grid enabling technologies. So I think that it's a wide variety of skill sets that can actually be helpful and fruitful for the digestion of very complex and voluminous records, and to come up and have conversations among themselves as to what would really resonate or perspectives. I think the biggest key is every single person who sits should have access not only to the records and the information, but should have clear access to staff. And I'm not talking about in a way that says, I've got to call and ask for an appointment with staff. In New York, when we briefed the commissioners, it was the scariest thing I've ever done as an attorney coming into that place. You'd walk in, all the commissioners would be there, they'd have their binders, they'd literally tag the draft decisions, and they would grill the staff. And we had accountants, we had rate engineers, we had consumer service specialists, we had lawyers, and you sat down and you answered every single question they had. And it is in the process of that back and forth. You know, sometimes you get too close to an issue. It is by having those different perspectives, having them engage us, test us as staff, and providing them with an answer that they may or may not accept, but they were better off for it. And then they go back and they make a decision as a body and they vote. And sometimes it was unanimous and sometimes maybe two dissented. But you knew at the end of the day, when the commission took the vote, they had all the information. They didn't have to ask for a meeting. It was required of us to go there and answer any question they had on 80 item that was before them for a vote. That, more than anything else, is the key to getting things right. I don't care if it goes for utilities or goes against us or goes to ratepayers. It doesn't matter. The matter is you have balance. And you know that you have a complex record that has been thoroughly reviewed with a diverse set of interests, experiences, and education. And they've been able to ask the questions they need to. And when they make the vote, they know they're making the right vote for their experience and skill set.
And New York is an interesting example. The state's quite a bit bigger than us, but I wonder how different the record sizes are from what's being reviewed in rate cases from New York to Connecticut. I'd imagine not very big, but it seems like their commission has a significantly bigger staff. So maybe we want more rigorous review of these rate proceedings, and we need to give PURA significantly more trained and skilled and advanced staff, and maybe that would be helpful. How about communications in those states that you're giving the comparison to? Because I think this is a structure of PURA question, and if I beg the chair's indulgence on this, in those other states that you're working in, how often are the utility companies communicating with PURA outside of those rate cases, and how different is that from our state?
So both in Maine and New York, they're quarterly meetings with the utility commission staff. And eventually you can set it up with both the chair and the commissioners, making sure you preserve that there's not a quorum, right, when you meet with them. And we go in and we give what we call a state of the company. We talk about trends that we're seeing in customer service, trends we're seeing in technology development from a grid enabling technology standpoint, how we're doing with meeting the needs, whether it's data centers or DERs or large scale renewable interconnections. And they ask questions. There's not a docket that's open. It's a general conversation. Often they ask us good questions and we go back and we do further analysis and we give that information to them. So those are examples where you can have a productive conversation, and it often leads to consideration when we're coming and doing a next rate case. Well, we know Chair so-and-so or Commissioner so-and-so is really interested in this. Let's go make sure we drill down on it. And when we file our next case, a motion, whatever it is, we've got that in mind and we're making sure we're meeting that. And then you go through what I would say contested process, where there's more formal exchange of information like interrogatories and eventually cross-examination if you reach the hearing stage. We find it really helpful.
And are those public, those meetings?
They don't have to be noticed because the rules don't require that they're public. There's a variety of ways you can engage, right? One is you have those quarterly meetings and you go in and staff asks you a bunch of questions and sometimes commissioners come. Then they have technical conferences, right? They're not sworn in, but it's designed to get to things like no different than this committee has as far as grid enabling technologies, right? You bring in experts, you drill down on an issue, everybody gets smarter on it. It may or may not lead to a policy thinking on the part of the commission or its staff. So that's a second type. And then there's the more traditional type, which would be contested proceedings, right? Where ex parte rules require that you preserve the ability of the adjudicator to not be biased or somehow talk to off the record. You want to preserve that. And that's understandable. And then those contested cases, it's a more formalistic exchange of information.
So you're saying they don't have to be noticed, but they can be in those other states when they're having those regular meetings?
Yeah. Yes.
Well, I'm interested in communication. I think it needs to be public. I think so much about rate making to our constituency is really frustrating to them because it feels like they don't have access or understanding of what's contributing to their rate increases. And for them, it's really frustrating. So I think that I am of the mind that those meetings should be public and of public record whenever they're happening. So I appreciate you answering my questions. And I really want to sort of hone in on making sure that we understand that we do have unique expertise. And I think that contributes to the friction because I think it is much easier to influence an outcome when people don't come in with pre-existing when it is harder to influence an outcome when people come with pre-existing knowledge and expertise. And I think that that's where friction is being felt. And I don't know that that's a problem for ratepayers. I think that's a problem for navigating the system that we're in right now, but I think it's to the ratepayers' benefit. So I think that's important for us to be considering as electeds. But I thank you for your time and your answers to my questions.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Needleman, followed by Representative Buckby.
I will yield to Representative Buckby while I recover from the last round.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think we're all still recovering from your last round. So although I've been conserving energy over here, I think that's important to say. Thank you for coming out. I was told I wasn't allowed a pun earlier in Veterans today, so something's got to fly here. Thank you for coming out. I think the adjudication that we get here from you every time you speak is appreciated. I think you bring a lot of experience to the table, and I think on this topic, it's one that we should really open our ears for. We've had back and forth discussions on Pura. How many should we have? We were going to 3. Let's go to 5. Let's go to 5. Well, it's 5, but we don't want to serve 5. We want to have just 3 in there. Well, let's not make it 5 anymore. Let's make it 3 now. I think stopping it for a second. You've given us a lot of great information, and the good representative that spoke before me mentioned too about having engineers and different people that might be best suited for the job to step in and do it. And the first thing I thought of, in all due respect, is look around here. Right? We're all on the Energy Committee and we all bring something different to the table. So it's not a bunch of engineers. It's not a bunch of people who spent a life in energy. It's some people bringing fresh and new ideas. And I think that's critical to what this is. I also believe it's very important for us to take heed of those who are in the industry who can tell us what best works. We all have ideas. That's why all these politicians are sitting around the table. Everybody's got ideas and how they want to solve the world. But you have those experiences to tell us what you think is best. I would love just to, if you were starting today, brand new country or let's at least go state, brand new state was starting right now, right where we are, the state of Hartford. How many commissioners do you think, in just your opinion, would be the right number to have?
I've had, 20 plus years of experience in New York with 5. They went to 7. I think 7 can be a little bit unruly. But 5 really served the commission well, and it served them well. I think they're over 100 years old, and they've been around that 5 number. And it allows you to draw from a variety of experiences. I agree. I think engineering is great. I think financial analysts are great. You're talking about billions of dollars that have to get financed to be built to support a system that's got to help the state grow its economy, right? We want people who have that experience and can provide that insight. So I think 5 is good, but again, I definitely don't think 1 would be good.
I would wholeheartedly agree. Thank you. And I think the other part of that if we look at the number of dockets that are open and more that could be, and I know our time frame on waiting on a docket from Pure is quite a while. It's a lot of work goes into each one. If there were 5 or 7 commissioners we're talking about, and you needed 3 to oversee what it might be, and there might be a best of 3, you need 2 out of 3. It could be different commissioners could be put together for different ones and different projects as set up by a chair. So there's a lot of different ways to look at it. And I think we always look at things from one perspective. And I think it's super important for us to step back and look at different perspectives on what could work best for that job. And I think you're bringing us that information, speakers before you, giving us their input. I think this is one of those spots where we, as a bunch of politicians, need to tip our hats and take a look at those who are in the industry for a lot longer than we are to what really works and reestablish that working hand in hand with our utilities and working hand in hand with our commissioners. And I'm not saying we're all going to sit in the middle of this circle and sing Kumbaya, but we've got to make some significant efforts to do so that we can have this work better. And I think taking that little bit of advice that you've offered today is something that we should be taking a good look at in this committee, in saying they know better than we do. Whether you've been on this committee for 20 years or 30 years or a month and a half, this is month and a half. Even if you've been on a month and a half, it's incredibly important to take in all the experience that's in the room that comes to each one of these events, each one of these hearings, in our forum, whatever it might be. There's so much provided for us. And I think it's time for us to stop trying to reinvent the wheel on our own and take the advice of the people who are before us to give us some solid answers to start moving forward the best way for Connecticut. So that's my 2 cents. I wanted to say thank you for that. I will yield the floor back to the chair, I think is what he's been chomping at the bit to get back in there. And
Well, I'm going to comment before the other chair does.
well, a chair is a chair is a chair, is it not? Thank you.
And unless it's a couch. My only comment I'd like to make is that it's critically important we hear from all different perspectives. And it seems like people with all different perspectives have a perspective on the number of commissioners we ought to have. But I just want to caution us not to conflate the number of commissioners with the bandwidth, the amount of work that the commission can take on. I continue to emphasize the importance of the staff, because they're the ones who are doing all the background work in this docket. As you heard testimony today, they're the ones who get grilled at the end of the day. I'm just concerned that we do not try to correlate the number of commissioners with the actual amount of work that the commission can get done. Those are related, but not synonymous. I just want to be clear on that point. Senator Neal.
Thank you. Nice seeing you, Kim. So I'm sorry, I had to run out for a minute after the lengthy conversation with Eversource. When you were in New York, what was your job again?
So I started as a staff counsel doing, rate cases, merger and acquisition cases, prudence cases. And then I was an administrative law judge for 3 years. I presided over citing cases as well as rate cases. And then I was the general counsel in charge of 27 attorneys and 10 support staff. And the New York Commission regulated electric, gas, water, steam, telco, and cable.
So you were not a regulator, you just was like a staff member on the regulatory authority. And I don't know what an administrative, what did they do with administrative, what'd you call them?
Administrative law judges?
Thank you. Administrative law judge. What was the difference between that and in the regulatory world? Or was that not when you working for the New York regulator?
So in the regulatory world, the judges are within the Department of Public Service, and they preside over, similar to your presiding officer, I believe, designations in Connecticut, where they are to preside over the case. They take in motions. They sit through hearings, they rule on objections. Eventually, they craft recommended decisions.
To the regulators. So in other words, it's another layer in there that we don't have.
That's correct.
Okay. So that's interesting. And how many people are in New York?
From a DPS standpoint, the
No, from
Department
a
of Public Service?
Population, I don't remember anymore. 'cause
I
haven't
don't
lived-
remember either.
Okay. Too many. Bill lives very close to them. For the man who pinched the Sour Patch and threw him on Jonathan's table. Okay, so New York does it differently. I really appreciate that. They probably have a much more complicated scenario. After all, it's New York and everything is more complicated in New York. We could make an argument in Connecticut that the number of commissioners and the skill set of the commissioners should be more or less specific, but we could all make an argument that the amount of staff that are doing this work, because you were theoretically staff, you were taking in information and making recommendations to the regulators, which I think we do here. And having been in sort of the middle of the swirl around what happened in 2019 and why we went to 5, there were many cases, many times when there was a conversation about going back to 3, and I kept really aggressively holding on to the idea that if we appropriated the money and it didn't get spent, we should add staff, because more staff with technical expertise would always make the process better. So, and of course, I love the idea of, I love nothing more than sitting around the table and talking and trying to get to consensus. But if you're running an agency and there are 2, 5, 10, 20 open cases being litigated, you would probably admit that that makes sitting around the table and sort of creating that firewall between a discussion on all the other open stuff versus just talking about another separate issue. It would make it more complicated, wouldn't it?
I'm not sure of your question.
Well, I'm just asking if you were in a situation and you were a regulator, which you were not, but if you were, and a number of your decisions, meaning the authority's decisions, were ending up in court, which they have, it would make the issue of sitting around the table and coming to a conversation that's amicable around other things more complicated. I wouldn't say.
No, I disagree entirely. In fact,
You think you can firewall it in your mind?
yeah, I could. In fact,
Okay.
I did it. And whether or not you want to say I was a regulator or not,
Well, you are.
let me just say this. Every person who works on staff provides a level of regulatory oversight. It might not be formal in the sense that I get to make the final decision, but thousands of pages of information, desk audits, facilities, searches, reviews of projects. Every time a staff person steps out there, and with all due respect to the men and women who are at Pura and doing the job, they do it every day. And in their minds, they're regulating, because at the end of the day, they're the front line to make sure programs, projects are consistent with decisions of Pura.
I
So I'm
appreciate
just gonna
that, but they're
leave
not the
that
ones who
there.
make the final decision.
I'm-
They're not the judges. Right?
No, I've been a judge. Thank
Oh,
you. And to get back to your question about whether or not, if we had litigation with a company, I would preclude all further conversation outside of the topic of litigation. And the answer is absolutely not. The job is supposed to be bigger than the person or the sensitivity of that person. You are to do the job for the residents of the state that you are serving. So I don't take personal offense. And trust me, I was general counsel. I had to appear in court on cases that I hated. I wasn't really thrilled to be there. And the other side, the utility, was suing, but that didn't stop me from turning around and sitting down and talking about important issues with those companies, because the job is bigger than the person.
Did the actual regulators sit down and have those conversations?
Absolutely. The regulators in New York didn't stop taking meetings with the companies if they were
Because they were
suing
being
them.
sued by them?
No, absolutely not.
Interesting. Not sure that a lawyer would recommend that, but okay,
Well, because they're not supposed to be lawyers. They're supposed to be servants of the state and serve the
they're
constituents of that state.
judges. They're judges.
Sure.
There are rules about how judges are supposed to operate, obviously.
If they're going to be a judge, and a judge, in my opinion, and I think if I looked it up in the dictionary, a judge is an impartial arbiter of the facts of the record.
Absolutely.
So when I see a judge at Pura, I'll let you know.
Wow, nice shot. Well, obviously a slightly different approach between our two utilities in our state, and I can appreciate the difference. But you've kind of said it all. So thank you. I have no more questions for you.
Anybody else like to ask a question? Representative Yakarino.
Thank you, my friend and Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here to testify today. I don't have many questions, but I do want to ask, I guess want to make a statement. At the end of the day, it's about transparency and integrity, and you shouldn't take anything personal, not you, but the
I
person
don't.
in those roles. And that's what's bothering me a little here today. Matter if it's 3 or 5, the fact of the matter is it should always be at least 2 people making the decisions for millions of people for the rates. And I don't know why we're even arguing over this. It's integrity and honesty and transparency. I do have a question for you. So when the moratorium was put in place under Governor Lamont, was that made by at least 2 members of the Pure? Do you know of?
To my knowledge, it was not.
I'd like to find that out because that's lack of transparency. And I really have nothing to say. I do agree with you. If it's 3 or 5, I like 5 because you bring more expertise to the board. If you'd always have at least 3 people, I think, with that number of people to vote, and it brings a different perspective and a clear perspective. I don't know what the problem is of having transparency and sunshine on something that's so important. That's all I have to say, unless you want to add to that.
No, I agree with what you said.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I would hope that when we talk about transparency and its importance, and we use the word like integrity, which is so important to all of us, it does not presume that the current system is lacking in integrity. Okay, just want to be clear. Representative Foster.
I appreciate my co-membership's questioning in this. I think we're having a robust and positive discussion, but I cannot let that last statement go without a response. I am really at this point in time where I am at my fundamental wit's end with the lack of civility in the way that the utility companies are engaging in these rate cases. And that last comment, I'll just say, like, I can't believe you just came before this committee and would make a comment like that, denigrating a human being who is regulating the industry you're standing here to represent. And I can't even imagine in what world where we all as adults are thinking that saying a comment like that, when I see one, I'll let you know. I can't imagine a world where we feel like that is an acceptable way to talk about our leaders. And I'll just say, like, as a policymaker, I really absolutely fundamentally believe that we as a group need to get to a place where policy making and the work that we're doing as elected leaders, where we're behaving better than that. And so I personally do not want to stand in a room and let a comment like that slide. It is entirely unacceptable. And I just want to say that, like, on the record, the governor nominated a person into a position of authority. That person is going to be making decisions from the committee, for the business, the industry that you represent. And that you thought you could come before us and then malign that person in a meeting where that has absolutely nothing to do with what you're testifying about, I think is totally unethical and really inappropriate. And I'm embarrassed that we just are handling that and hearing that comment before us. So I'm really disappointed. And I just feel like as women in these professional industries, we have to treat each other better than that. And I find myself super disappointed, and I could not let that slide.
Understand, Representative Foster, and I want to be clear, I'm not talking about a single person. I'm talking about right now a 3-body Pura, right? And it's been 4 for a little bit of time. And with respect to, maybe frustration has come through, and I apologize for that. But when we talk about adjudication, right, and we're talking about the fact, and let me quote the governor, right? The governor in multitude of articles has said Pura is supposed to be the judge. They're supposed to call balls and strikes, right? And in the same article, there's certain members of Pura, doesn't matter if you're male or female, but there's certain members of Pura who said, I don't view that as my position. I view my position as being a consumer advocate. So it's hard to say that there's actual adjudication going on when there's been comments, and we can get you the articles with the highlight of some of the statements, that in fact, it's not viewed by that individual as an adjudication. It's viewed by that individual as an advocate and as a ratepayer advocate. And I respect ratepayer advocacy, and I think Consumer Counsel, that's what their job is. The Attorney General, okay, that's what their job is. There's staff, right, within PURA, whose job is to be the advocate, in rate cases. So you're right. With respect to adjudication, I think you have to have, whether it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you got to have somebody who's going to look at the record in an impartial basis and judge balls and strikes. And that has not been seen. And as a result, let me just finish. As a result, please, we've seen the income for this company, and let's talk about that, cut by 60%. I don't know anybody who could go home to their family and say, I've had my paycheck cut by 60%. We've had employee benefit programs that have been slashed. We've had depreciation on gas service lives that have been extended in order to drive down rates. And I
So
get what
actually,
they're doing.
you know what?
So
So what I'll
without
say
rhyme or
is-
reason.
What I will say is, regardless of how you feel about the way the proceedings are going and how that's impacting your company, the way you just presented a reference to the professionalism of an individual was entirely inappropriate. And whether or not you felt like that was an appropriate retaliation to put on that record based on what you perceive your fiscal experiences as your company, it, to me, didn't pass a line of rigor. And so I found that statement was really inappropriate. And I'm not criticizing anything else you've said in your advocacy. It was that one sentence that I thought was a line too far. And I would appreciate an apology. I think that that's warranted, but I'm just going to put on the record that I think it's unacceptable. And I apologize on behalf of the people sitting in this room that that was said on the record, because that was entirely inappropriate. That's all.
All right. Yeah. Well, let's try to get our perspective back for a minute. I like to allude to this session as the year of energy, because there's so many critically important issues that our state and our region must face if we're going to meet the challenge of the future. And it's about affordability. It's about supply access. It's about having an adequate infrastructure to bring the energy from wherever it's generated to us. So we all have the confidence the lights are going to come on when we flip the switch. Somehow we got off on a tangent. And the tangent may actually be important because it does talk about governance and transparency and things that we all value very much if we're going to have a process we can trust. But I must say, I'm incredibly disappointed on behalf of all the people that we ostensibly serve here in the state of Connecticut, that it has degenerated into what is often described as a toxic environment. And that toxicity is derived from a variety of sources and needs to stop. We need to get back to policy and issues and get away from personalities and innuendos. And I'm hoping that this is only our first public hearing and we have 3 more to go, that both in the public hearings and in the discussions this committee will have about substantive policy issues, we can put this kind of hooey aside for as long as possible. Every moment we spend discussing he said, she says, which are ultimately going to be adjudicated in the court of law anyway, we are distracting from time this really should be dedicated to meeting the needs of people of Connecticut. I have found this entire line to be unfortunate. And even though we will discuss difficult issues here going forward, I would hope that this is a lesson learned and we will not repeat this kind of discourse again in this committee. I believe everybody in this committee and everybody who testifies before it has good intentions and only wants the best for the people of the state of Connecticut, are asking questions for legitimate reasons and really want to hear the answers. And I also want to say we need to make sure we listen to the answers and not interrupt the answers as we go along here. I hope at this juncture, we're all in agreement that that's the best course of moving forward. And I look forward to hearing from anybody who testifies before this committee in a civil manner without all the rest of what I can only use a technical term, mishigas. And I want to thank Avangrid to testify before us today. I know it's been challenging and difficult, as it has been for Eversource. We need to move forward as partners if we're going to meet Connecticut's needs. I'm sorry to make a speech and plan on making a speech, but I think a pause in what might be described as hostilities is certainly warranted at this juncture.
And chairs, we and the committee members, we do thank you for your time and your attention. And we're always happy to answer questions and provide data and information, whether it's today or it's in the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, we will move along. Hannah Lemick from the CCM, followed by Mark Scully from PACE. You're on best behavior. You're the one who has to exemplify it.
Mike. Okay, I'll start over. Good afternoon, Chairman Needleman and Steinberg, Ranking Members Fazio and Mara, and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Hannah Lemick, and I am here today representing the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities, which proudly advocates for the interests of 99% of towns and cities across the state. CCM cautiously supports the initiative outlined in HB 6776, which directs the Commissioner of DEEP to conduct a study on the tax implementation of non-residential energy solution programs. While we understand the importance of analyzing how these developments impact our municipalities, we respectfully request that the committee ensures that local CEOs are afforded seats at the table to strengthen municipal input. Our members provide valuable insights that can help create a framework benefiting the state while respecting the interests of local governments and their residents. In addition, we are here today to express our support for HB 6779 and thank the committee for raising this important piece of legislation. We recognize that it's still early in the process and that the language of the bill is broad. However, we urge the committee to pass this concept and continue the robust conversation it invites. One of the most critical aspects to this bill is its emphasis on empowering municipalities to have a say in the decisions that directly affect the community. Local governance is essential to ensuring that the facilities and services within towns and cities meet the specific wants and needs of our residents. By allowing municipal input over the placement, construction, and maintenance of critical infrastructure, we can ensure that decisions are made closer to the people they impact the most. It provides municipalities with the necessary authority to regulate non-residential solar projects, ensuring that developments align with the vision and needs of their communities. As a wise state senator once said, a government that governs closest to the people governs the best. This principle underscores our commitment to local governance and the need for legislation that reflects the priorities of our towns and cities. Thank you for your time and for considering the perspective of our communities as you deliberate on this piece of legislation. CCM looks forward to continuing the conversation and working together to shape the future that best serves the interests of the people of Connecticut's towns and cities. Thank you, and I look forward to questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Representative Foster.
Representative.
Welcome back.
Thank you for having me.
I am glad you're here and testifying on this bill. This has been a little bit of a pet issue in North Central Connecticut, perhaps namely in East Windsor. I am really grateful for you being here to talk about this. In my community, these grid scale solar arrays have been sited in areas where they're within, 100 feet of residences, and the constant humming is a consistent complaint. We gave the siting council some more authority to enforce noise complaints this last year, and it still hasn't gotten us to remediation on one of these issues. We have had conversations about whether or not they're paying their fair share of taxes, and whether or not the way that they maintain their properties is appropriately aligned with what's happening in the community around there. Are there other towns besides East Windsor and Ellington that have had grid scale solar projects, these NRES systems, as a problem?
Yes, so you also mentioned the taxation of the different solar projects. So there are a ton of different towns and cities that have a problem with, breaking up the different sites, and if it's under a certain megawatt, then they can break up the sites. So they do have a problem with that. I don't know specifically like the humming and different sounds, if different municipalities are experiencing that. I am 4 weeks new to CCM, so I can ask our members and get back to you with that.
I appreciate that. You can visit in East Windsor. It's East Road, and you can drive by, and the humming noise is over 60 decibels. So it's pretty constant and pretty loud and pretty problematic, even in the winter, which is, the snow falls and you expect silence when you walk out of your house, and it's still pretty loud there.
Yeah.
But the tax collection issue, I know of at least 7 times where solar companies are suing the town to pay no taxes.
Yeah.
And so I think the municipal role in navigating the process moving forward and guaranteeing tax revenue generation is going to be a really important conversation. I holistically support this concept. I support this concept in any committee it goes through. We need to figure out a way to make sure these generation facilities are paying their fair share of taxes, and we need to figure out a way to make whole these towns that have already been negatively impacted. So I thank you for coming and testifying. Wonderful job, and thanks for being here.
Well, we completely agree with you, and we appreciate the comments.
Thank you.
Thank you for your patience today. Anybody else have any questions, comments? Fine. I don't see anybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mark Scully, People's Action for Clean Energy.
Good afternoon, co-chairs Needleman, Steinberg, ranking members Fazio and Mara, and distinguished members of the committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Mark Scully. I'm president of People's Action for Clean Energy. I'd like to speak in favor of Bill 6780. I submitted testimony, and I won't repeat that here. But I thought I wanted to speak personally about this bill. It is one that of strong personal interest to us at PACE. We submitted, we came up with this idea 3 years ago, and I'm thrilled to see that the bill appears to have bipartisan support. It was sponsored a few years ago by Representative Steinberg. It was brought up this session by Senator Gordon. It's a relatively modest bill, but I want to emphasize to you, we think it's a very important one. The current state of the data landscape out there for energy is very problematic. You heard from Barry Kresh from the Electric Vehicle Club of Connecticut, also a board member at PACE. I'll give you an example. The testimony that I submitted has an appendix to it, and it's about a 15-page report that PACE produces free for towns. Take a look at it. If your town hasn't seen one of these yet, we're happy to produce one for your town. We give them away, and we'd love to work with towns. Some of the data that goes into that is the amount of vehicles registered in a town and whether they're gasoline or battery electric. We literally email town assessors and ask them for their grand list of vehicle data, and they have gotten that data from DMV. And really, why couldn't DMV simply twice a year give us a feed of vehicle data? We're happy to work with the committee on any details of this bill. There are, of course, privacy concerns with data, but this is nothing new. Office of Policy Management has done a fantastic job amassing the assessor data, provides that data to different parties with certain privacy constraints. And I want to emphasize, this doesn't have to create a massive new website with additional costs. OPM is, again, an excellent example. They gather the assessor data, the building data. They post it once a year on their website. That's a great example of, and I do want to also emphasize, we've seen a lot of progress in the last couple of years. We have better data on the Energize CT website. What OPM is doing on the building data has made a lot of progress, but there are still multiple sources of data. We still spend way too much time gathering data, and I think if this data were readily available, we would see all kinds of academic institutions, nonprofits, municipalities better informed and able to make decisions for the transition to clean energy. Thank you. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mark. Anybody have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mark. One thing I noticed was that the bill allows for residents to view and share data from their electric distribution company utility, but not their gas distribution company utility. Would that be helpful to see as well?
It certainly would. Yeah, we didn't actually craft the wording on that section, but you've probably seen this on your electric. If you log into your electric bill, you can get this green button data. So yes, absolutely. It would be great to be able to get the same level of data for natural gas as well, and then also have the ability, say, to share that with your contractor.
And for dual fuel, or yeah, for areas serviced by both gas and electric, would it be valuable to see homes that do not have gas service that might be receiving delivered fuels or heating with electric resistance?
Yeah, that's a great question. We really have very little information right now on delivered fuels pace in our energy modeling work for towns. We actually look at the detailed list of buildings and count how many use heating oil and what the square footage is, and we estimate how much heating oil a town uses or the state is using. It would be terrific to be able to get that data directly from the delivered fuel companies, right? We really don't know how much heating oil is delivered, how much propane is delivered. We don't know what percentage of the heating oil is bioheat. That would be very valuable information, I think, not only for towns and for energy advocates, but I think for this committee as well.
And most homes have higher electricity usage in the summer because of air conditioning, but would it be helpful if we had a way to flag homes that had higher electricity usage in the winter for electric resistance heating?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I know. So one of the key data sets that we work with is this grand list data, right? And right now, fortunately, OPM is aggregating that data quite successfully. We used to go town to town and try to get the grand list. Grand list is very rich, right? You've got for all the building data, you know when the building was built, you know the square footage, you typically know the heating source. So to have the information that you just described on the electricity usage and the gas usage for buildings like that would be extremely useful.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on one aspect of the conversation with Rep. Winter. He made mention of the fact that traditionally energy bills are higher in the summertime thanks to the frequent use of air conditioning. But we've had a lot of conversation in this committee about heat pumps. I have to confess, I got whacked last month with my electric bill because I heat with heat pumps. How much of a concern ought that to be when we're really becoming a sort of a bipolar, seasonal issue kind of state?
It's a very real concern, right? We know that we need to transition our building stock over, off of burning fossil fuels, off of burning oil, off of burning propane. That transition to electric heat pumps, and we can make that transition, right? And we can prioritize the types of customers that are going to benefit immediately from that. But one of the significant implications of that is we will become a winter peak territory, and that has serious implications for our energy needs. And I mean that's where I know you've had hearings that cover issues like that, but certainly it argues for the centrality of offshore wind as an energy source for us that does provide energy much more in the winter, much more at night times when solar is not reliable. And it argues, of course, for various forms of storage, short duration, medium duration, right, to get us through what will really be a winter peak. And I think over time, as we transition also to more and more electric vehicles, we got a lot of batteries sitting around that we can use for shifting those loads as well. But there are serious implications to transitioning to electric heat pumps. We will become a much more of a winter peak. phenomena.
I guess that there is some small consolation that thanks to climate change, eventually Connecticut will become a tropical paradise and we won't have to worry about winter cold peaks anymore. We'll just have air conditioning on 12 months a year.
Become a wine region.
All righty. Any other comments or questions? If not, thank you, Mark, for your
Thank you.
testimony as always. We're in the home stretch, folks. We have Bryson Hull from the Consumer Energy Alliance, followed by Julio Fuentes.
Good afternoon, Chairman Needleman, Chairman Steinberg, ranking members Mara, Fazio, and members of the committee. My name is Bryson Hull. On behalf of Consumer Energy Alliance, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak and for the opportunity to participate in Connecticut's long history of respectful debate when it comes to solving our problems. CA, we advocate for affordable, reliable, and cleaner energy that benefits families, small businesses, and communities. Since 2005, we've been a leading voice for nonpartisan responsible energy policies. And our only sole metric to judge this are the affordable, reliable, and cleaner energy options. I'm a West Hartford native and a Milford resident, and I believe very strongly in our ability to innovate and solve problems. Our Yankee spirit's how we gave the world the submarine, the wristwatch, FM radio, anesthesia, the lobster roll, the wiffle ball, and dictionary. But we've got to bring that spirit to the challenges before us, for the committee, and before the people of Connecticut. Energy is too fundamental a part of our economy and our daily lives, and it's something we take for granted until it's absent or expensive, which we all know from this summer. We currently have among the highest electricity rates in the country. Bank of America has designated Connecticut as having probably the worst regulatory environment in the US after all of the credit downgrades. And these are the facts, and they don't speak well to our performance as a state or our economic attractiveness as a state. The debate in the headlines has been all about the personalities, and I appreciate Representative Steinberg's comments about we need to get away from that and get back to discussing the facts and matters at hand. What's going to serve the people of Connecticut is to focus on the policies and their performance and creating ones that will deliver for the people. There are two bills before the committee that Consumer Energy Alliance does not believe will deliver for the people. There'd be 1193 and 1194. 1193 would reduce the opportunity to have experience, different people, different folks. We're not set it on a number, but the more people you've got, you have more expertise, more diverse perspectives, and more robust debate to craft fair, equitable rate decisions that serve the people and deliver affordable, reliable, and cleaner energy. We have to accept some of the unfortunate facts that the state's energy policy performance isn't great if we're going to solve the problem. And I would say to that end, I do have to address the claims that utility credit rating downgrades are somehow beneficial or that were somehow engineered. And I say this as a former financial journalist who covered Enron, which has a role in why we have the energy prices we do in helping us deregulate. And get into that, but not today. And I routinely interacted with credit rating agencies in the course of my work, including the global sovereign ratings chief for S&P who downgraded the United States. I can state unequivocally that credit rating agencies are the one business in the world where the client does not always get what they want, and they're not always right. They are a way to increase costs for utilities, which leads to higher borrowing costs. This means higher bills for us and less money to invest in keeping the grid reliable and integrating the modern clean energy systems we talk about here today. I believe Governor Lamont has been correct in calling for a lower temperature in this debate, and I'm pleased to see that that's happening. We succeed when we stick to the facts. We measure twice and cut once and talk it out. Consumer Energy Alliance stands ready to partner with you in that important mission, and I thank you. And
Yeah, we appreciate your perspective. Maybe you could answer a question for me.
Sure.
I'm unfamiliar with the Consumer Energy Alliance. Could you give me a little bit of background about your advocacy?
Yep, 20 years. We're in our 20th year. So we have our membership represents all aspects of the economy from those who make energy, and 2/3 of them are those who consume energy, which is literally everybody from manufacturers, farmers, truckers, chambers of commerce, mom and pop shops, you name it. Because again, just representing the fact that energy is too fundamentally important to the economy. So that's what we've always worked for. And again, it's affordable, reliable, cleaner. Those are the things we advocate for. And we do have, I think the phrase, it galls me as a former journalist, but all of the above is the phrase we use. We don't discriminate against anything other than policies that will produce higher prices, less reliability, and less clean energy.
Thank you for that. But let me ask a more specific question. Are you funded by the fossil fuel industry?
Traditional energy is part of it. It's not all of it. Like I
So
said-
I'm sorry, just a yes or no answer, please.
No, I'm going to clarify that answer, sir.
Okay.
Yes, we have traditional energy, but as I said, 1/3 of the membership is energy producers, utilities, other, and the rest are the people that use that energy. So it wouldn't be correct to say we are funded by, we are in part funded by.
Well, I'm just going from my experience ever since the Citizens United decision that there seems to be a lot of money sloshing around driving policy. And I just wanted to be clear that you are financed by the industry that would benefit in that fashion. I just want to make it eminently clear to everybody
Sorry,
here.
Representative Steinberg, I would ask you though, would you not agree that at times those who produce things and the customers that buy them may not always agree on the price? Would you not agree?
I'm sure where you're going with that.
Well, I was just going with a very simple thing that you're an energy consumer, I'm an energy consumer, a manufacturer is an energy consumer, a farmer is an energy consumer, everybody's an energy consumer. So how would it be a direct correlation between some part of our diverse membership making money selling energy and others who pay for it? I guess that's my question to you.
Well, unfortunately, you don't get to ask me questions.
That's fair.
Let me just be clear.
Mhm.
Everybody's entitled to their opinion here. We have diverse perspective and expertise across the board. But I do want to be clear that for an organization that purports to be even-handed and considering all points of view, if you're funded by the fossil fuel industry, that's something people ought to know.
We're also funded by others in the renewable industry, many other things. So like I said, it's the entirety of the economy. So
Thank you. Yes, Senator Fazio.
Mr. Hull,
correct.
thank you for your testimony. I've been on the committee for 3 years. I've heard testimony from supporters of certain policies who represent multi-billion-dollar offshore wind developers or multinational companies. I've heard testimony from multi-million or multi-billion-dollar for-profit solar developers. There's a lot of bootleggers and there's a lot of Baptists in this industry. Some people are, making claims for one reason, some are for the other. I rarely begrudge, those who disagree with me, their right to do so. I'm not familiar with your organization. I hope we continue to have a good colloquy, and having affordable, reliable, and clean energy is a noble goal. Just want to just lay that out for the record that we've heard from very, very large for-profit, multi-million and multi-billion-dollar developers across the energy sector. And I think we should always take with a grain of salt their motivations, and we should always examine on the merits the claims that everyone's making with a skeptical eye. And we'll do that with your organization and any other organization that we hear from.
Thank you, Senator. I concur with your comments. We do want to hear from everybody. Just want to be clear who we're hearing from. Anyone else? If not, thank you for your time today. We
Thank you.
appreciate it. Next up is Julio Fuentes, followed by Jeffrey Sir.
Good afternoon, Chairman Needleman, Chairman Steinberg, Ranking Member Fazio, and members of the committee. My name is Julio Fuentes, and I am the chairman of the National Hispanic Energy Council. And I really do appreciate the opportunity to testify today on these important bills affecting Connecticut's energy future. The National Hispanic Energy Council was founded to ensure that Hispanic voices are heard in energy policy discussions and to address the 20% higher energy cost burden our families face compared to the median American household. Recently, I was able to visit with many leaders in the Connecticut Hispanic community, and they all know too well the impact of high energy costs. According to the United Way, 67% of Hispanic children in Connecticut face financial hardship, approximately 50% higher than the state's average. With Connecticut having amongst the highest electricity prices in the nation, any changes to energy policy must be carefully considered through the lens of affordability and representation. So the bills before the committee today raised some serious concerns about Senate Bill 1193's proposal to reduce PURA's commissioners and consolidate power into the hands of an individual is particularly troubling in my eyes. We've seen how this approach often leads to less transparency, fewer opportunities for diverse perspectives, and ultimately decisions that fail to consider the needs of all communities, let alone serve them. SB 1194 would allow rate cases to be decided by a single commissioner or a hearing officer, and the complexity of utility regulation demands multiple viewpoints and robust debate. The recent engagement of the Black and Puerto Rican Caucus on state energy issues, in particular, their influence in persuading the state to drop the adoption of California's restrictive and costly Advanced Clean Cars 2 standard demonstrates clearly the growing recognition that energy policy requires more voices, not fewer. So reducing the number of commissioners would also limit opportunities for qualified minority candidates to serve on PURA at a time when we need more diversity in regulatory decision-making and not less. So the Hispanic community has become an increasingly vital part of Connecticut's economy. Our entrepreneurial spirit and commitment to family-sustaining jobs depends on affordable and reliable energy. So we strongly believe that maintaining a larger commission with multiple voices will better serve all of Connecticut's communities and lead to a more balanced, equitable decisions on energy policies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions, comments? If not, thank you for your testimony today. Next up, we have Jeffrey Sir, followed by Chris Herb.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the committee for allowing me to speak today. My name is Jeffrey Sear. I'm a trustee for the Utility Workers of America, Local 470-1, who represents approximately 500 frontline workers of the United Illuminating Company. These are the people that are handling your concerns in the call center. They're installing your AMI meters at residences and businesses. They are the individuals who are building and maintaining critical underground infrastructures in our major cities such as Bridgeport and New Haven. They're also the people that are responding in the middle of the night when it's 15 degrees out, when your power's out. Throughout the past year and a half, there's been a very contentious relationship between utilities, PURA, and policymakers here in Hartford. It is within this time we feel our voices, not only as ratepayers, but as stakeholders, have been diminished. We all know the process of regulating utilities is an extremely intricate, painstakingly arduous process. It relies on countless hours of examining testimony from stakeholders, experts, and interpreting the responses from thousands of interrogatories. Bill 1193 aims to reduce the maximum numbers of PURA from 5 to 3. Bill 1194 would allow decisions to be made by one. We believe this would be detrimental to residents and businesses of Connecticut. It would be better served by a commission having multiple points of view from diverse backgrounds and professional practices. Thank you.
Thank you for testimony. Any comments or questions? If not, thank you for your time tonight. Last up is Chris Herb.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Herb. I'm the president of the Connecticut Energy Marketers Association. We represent 600 family-owned energy marketers in Connecticut who are primarily engaged in the sale of bioheat and propane. Our members employ over 13,000 people in our state, or most of them are in their third, fourth, and even fifth generation, like the Galt family. Energy consumption is highly variable, and we're in opposition to House Bill 6780 because of that reason. Due to various factors, including home size, weatherization measures, heating system efficiency, occupancy, In individual customer preferences, energy usage data shows more about how the occupant uses energy in the home than it does about the home heating system and its emissions. And I put it like this, the data that this bill is asking for, I'm a 260-pound person. My son's 20 years old. He's going to be going into police academy shortly. If we both went out and bought the same pair of sneakers, we're going to have very different results on when we wear them, right? That's just the fact. So identifying what houses have, what kind of heating system they use, what kind of fuels they use, isn't going to determine their emissions factors. It has nothing to do with it, in fact. And this bill doesn't do anything to actually get to the point of the actual data that would be needed to lower emissions in the future, or identify what the emissions are of the various buildings that are out there. So by taking a sneaker approach, this bill fails on its face. I encourage you to vote against it. If we're serious about emissions, I think we need to continue to look at the things that our members are doing today. With many legislators in this room, and there are new ones, so maybe not all, we unanimously passed a bill several years ago to increase, to transition from traditional home heating oil to biodiesel. That transition has been underway. I would argue that our industry has done more to lower emissions than any other industry in the state of Connecticut. Every gallon of fuel that is delivered is increasingly renewable. It is impossible to measure the emissions of any given home because from delivery to delivery, biodiesel content changes. There is a minimum floor of 5%. The law will eventually mandate 50%, but at any given day this winter, our members are delivering between 5 and 40%. And that can change from delivery to delivery. So how do we determine, just based on a fuel type, how much emissions that home is having? A 1,500 square foot home next to a 1,500 square home exposed to the same weather with one person living in one home and 5 people living in the other home will have very different emissions profiles from the amount of fuel that they would use. So this bill is about small family businesses being required to produce data on hundreds of thousands of homes. 53% of the homes in Connecticut use deliverable fuels. It's administratively burdensome, it's proprietary information, and we would ask you to oppose the bill for those reasons. I also submitted written testimony.
Thank you for your testimony, Chris. You know, we've had a lot of conversation today about transparency and trying to get good information so people can make sound decisions. And I'm a little disappointed that we can't find a path here to take advantage of data that might help people make good decisions going forward. And I take your point that every abode is unique unto itself in some fashion or another. We also see that data, no matter its integrity, can be misinterpreted and faulty conclusions drawn from that. But that's almost in some ways human nature. We make conclusions anyway. We make assumptions anyway. Can't we work collaboratively to put this data in context so that people understand that obviously it's not just a single metric, that it should take into account square footage, vintage of the home, various other factors, occupancy, things of that nature. Wouldn't that still be useful if we could put it in context rather than saying we don't want any data at all?
Well, so there's plenty of data available, and that data is accessible through the Energy Information Agency, EPA. The U.S. Census has what Connecticut has is a law that the Global Warming Solutions Act requires sweeping carbon dioxide reductions in 2030 and 2050. That has to be done on economy-wide, not home by home. An entire industry is transitioning from traditional petroleum to renewable biodiesel and renewable diesel. Every gallon of that is reported and is able to be obtained, not house by house, my customer against another customer. That is a backwards approach. It is the most costly, labor-intensive approach. And like I said, I think that there is data out there. This isn't about not being transparent. We know that we sell about 450 million gallons of heating oil in Connecticut every year. We know that the biodiesel now is exceeding 20 million gallons a year and growing based on the mandate and the additional deliveries that are being made. So there's plenty of data for DEEP, who is more than capable of obtaining it because it doesn't take more than a Google search. And I've been to enough of their meetings that I know that they have access to it to determine exactly where we are. So I agree with you. Data is important. Data is going to be more increasingly important to figure out how we get to those 2030 and 2050 goals, but it doesn't need to be done in the way that this bill proposes, especially on the backs of small family businesses.
Well, thank you for that perspective. I would hope we could work together and perhaps talk about certain data sets that you feel are either proprietary or are too onerous to derive, rather than abandoning the concept of providing more information along these lines. I think we can find a path for that. I don't think they're mutually exclusive.
Always happy to work with you.
Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chris. I echo that we are witnessing more and more of our customers or constituents want to be ethical consumers. They want to be part of the solution to reach these climate goals desperately. They see, the planet is on fire. They want to know, how can we do this as a neighborhood, as a town, as a state? So what this bill is trying to do is, how can we help customers be part of that solution? And that's the kind of data that people are looking for. I mean, I know on my bill, we're looking for how much of the renewable energy, what proportion that is. We can feel good about that, but we have no idea if that's coming anywhere close to where we need to be as a collective. So I echo Chairman Steinberg's, we got to find a way, maybe, the way this bill is proposing it isn't viable, but I know that we can do this for our customers. I know that we can. And so I want you to be part of the solution too.
Nope. And as I said, we want to be a part of that solution. I will tell you that state law already requires that all renewable content that is delivered within that gallon has to be disclosed on the delivery ticket.
Okay.
That is existing state law. So you shouldn't have a problem with that. I will also tell you that our members routinely disclose annual usage to customers when requested. Typically happens when a house is sold. There's the next one, or a realtor might ask.
Right.
That information is always available to the customer, and that would never be held from them.
Right. But we still don't know collectively, or even as neighborhoods or towns, how we're doing. What's our benchmark on how close, how far away are we getting? What do we need to do to meet those goals aggressively now? So that's what I think we're looking for, some kind of dashboard.
Yes, thank you, Representative Hughes. Representative Gautier.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chris. So agreeing with my fellow representatives, actually, I also agree with one of the points that you made, which is that this legislation.
Don't be surprised.
This legislation doesn't prescribe or any recommendations for how to address climate change. All it does is, and as we heard testimony earlier in the day, it would just make data available. I mean, the word I see most in this legislation is the word view or access. It doesn't make any recommendations. It doesn't make any prescriptions. It just gives data or makes data viewable and available so that those who want to make changes, those who want to make future policy changes, can have a base of data to inform decisions going forward. So I don't see why that's a problem, because it doesn't put any onerous requirements on any one in your field that you represent.
Well, no, it would. I mean, that data has to come from somewhere. These are companies where the owner might be in the truck or in the basement doing the work. They're, to require them to go back and disclose, because as I said, from delivery to delivery, that content of that biodiesel could change. So that we would have to go back. If you have 1,000 customers who might get 3 to 5 deliveries a year, you'd have to go back and produce all of that data. Why is it important for the public to have access to what their neighbor is using? Because I will tell you that competitors will use that against each other. They will market against each other in those ways. That is proprietary data that's never been required to be disclosed before. I think you've heard previous testimony on this bill said, oh, I have to FOI to get this information. Well, do you know what? There's a reason why it's protected, because there is a trade secret proprietary nature to the energy industry, especially in a competitive marketplace, maybe not on the utility side as much.
So, to that, if everybody has to share it equally, why would one get a competitive advantage over another? It seems that it would be pretty equal for everybody involved.
Like I said, we have one truck operators to people who own hundreds of trucks. I would say that there can be competitive advantages based on a small player that might be quietly, delivering to his friends and family in the neighborhood who could be targeted by a bigger competitor. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying it's possible. Like you said, I think the administrative burden piece alone isn't worth it. And I don't see how this legislature, the state of Connecticut, gets any closer to reducing emissions through this bill. And I don't see why one neighbor needs to know what another neighbor's doing.
Well, yeah, to that point, we heard testimony earlier in the day that making this data available allows those who want to address climate change to be able to make more informed decisions. So that's how it addresses, climate change issues.
Yeah, but
So-
one neighbor doesn't make a decision for another neighbor. They make a decision for themselves. And if you know that you heat with bioheat, or let's say traditional heating oil, and you know you're getting a B5 and you want to be a 20% blend instead of a 5% blend, you can go out into the marketplace and seek that. For your neighbor to know that you're using a B5 versus a B20, I don't see how that advantages or in any way advances our climate goals.
And again, I think, as we heard earlier in the day, it's in the aggregate. It helps us make collective decisions in the aggregate. So to me, it makes a lot of sense.
No, and I welcome this discussion. Like I said, I believe that this information is available in its aggregate. EIA collects it. They know how many gallons we sell every year. The US Census also there's a backup to that. So more than glad to forward you all those numbers.
Thank you.
We recently shared with a previous person who testified in favor of the bill, how much biodiesel is being consumed in Connecticut. We know it down to the gallon annually. And then and we know how much heating oil is being sold because EIA collects that. So I think DEEP has the information they need to be able to advance that. And like I said, we already have a law that's addressing our industry and that we're fully supportive and enthusiastic about. But I will get you that information.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chris. I think that the issue of house to house is probably not the way to do it. I think if we were going to try to collect information, we would collect it in a broad way. And, I always have to remind people that as we transition to a different energy future, which in this moment is a little bit more uncertain than it was 3 months ago, we need to take into account that the people that you represent are not major Fortune 500 companies. These are family businesses that may be in business for 3-4 generations that are also figuring out how to get their legacy businesses prepared for a future that's a little different than what they're used to. And I think that the industry, I've talked to a bunch of them, they're adapting, they're trying to work with coming up with creative solutions. And I know that in all my dealings in my years here, you've been nothing but responsive. When we had that real crisis a few years ago when, temperatures went down below zero and we were really concerned about the failure of the electric grid when we were ramping up the levels, that there was a real potential for losing money on the part of these family businesses and the other oil companies that were delivering to the power plants because there wasn't enough natural gas. And you guys really came through. I know the governor was appreciative and so was I. So we're all in this together. We all breathe the same air. We all want the best thing for the environment. We're just talking about how to get there in the best way possible. And I think that you're a serious player in that. So thank you.
Anybody else? If not, I believe this concludes today's public hearing. No shortage of entertainment value. Just to be clear, we next meet on, Madam Clerk?
We don't know yet.
We don't know yet. That's the status of this committee. Stay tuned, to be continued. Thank you for your patience today. This meeting is adjourned.